Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at, I don't have my phone, 6:07 p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's virtual board meeting through the Zoom webinar platform. We thank you for joining us and ask for your patience in advance as we navigate this platform for conducting school board meetings. Legislative bodies, including school districts, have been permitted to hold board meetings telephonically or by other electronic means because on March 17th, 2020, the governor issued Executive Order N2920, suspending certain provisions of the California Ralph M. Brown Act. On June 11th, 2021, the governor issued Executive Order N0821, extending the suspension of certain provisions of the California Ralph M. Brown Act through September 30th, 2021. Consistent with N0821, this board meeting is being conducted via the Zoom webinar platform. Specifically, a school board that holds a meeting via teleconferencing and allows members of the public to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically, consistent with the notice and accessibility requirements, shall have satisfied any requirement that the body allow members of the public to attend the meeting and offer public comment. Such a body need not make available any physical location from which members of the public may observe the meeting and offer public comment. Ms. Soriano, I did not get a chance to speak to you. Do we have public comment and do we have Zoom comment tonight?
Yes, Madam Board President Albion. We have both. We have 3 Zoom public comments and I lost the count, but it's around 32 for written comments.
Okay. Zoom audio public comment, those indicating in advance of this meeting through the Google platform that they would like to speak during public comment using the Zoom platform, your name will be called upon during the appropriate section of the meeting. At that time, your microphone will be unmuted. On your screen at home, there will be a message asking you to unmute. Once you click or tap to unmute, your microphone will be live and you will then be able to give your public comment. When your time is complete or you have finished, your microphone will be muted by the district. You must have the most recent version of the Zoom platform client to make live public comments. If you do not have the latest version, you will not be able to make your comment. During your comments through the Zoom platform, we will provide a timer on the screen, and at the end of your comment time, you will be muted. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Public comments provided an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Education in an open meeting. The board will not take action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda except as authorized by law. The board respects each individual's rights to express ideas and opinions. Pursuant to applicable law and board policy, the board will not prohibit public criticism of the board or the district. It is an ongoing objective of the district to serve all our students and to prepare them to flourish as responsible, ethical, and productive citizens. In preserving this mission, we kindly ask that when making public comment, you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance of others and their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Please be mindful that students will be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing from adults to children are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent or excessive disruptions by any individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. We appreciate the public's participation and your assistance in helping the board keep its meetings efficient, effective, and respectful. All written electronic public comments that were submitted will be provided to the board in education and writing. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. I would like to ask Mr. Dixon if he would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As you heard, board, we have over 30 public comments. As traditionally we have done, would we like to make it a 1 or 2, a 3 or a 2-minute comment? Starting on the end, Mr. Yang.
We got 30 comments.
32, I believe is correct.
33 written and
And 3 Zoom. 33 written and 3 Zoom. Would you like to cut it from, the chair's suggestion is to make it a 2-minute comment, but I will do the will of the board. So I'm asking for a vote, starting with Mr. Yang.
Well, before that, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Normally, I understand, or at least I remember you saying we reserve 45 minutes for public comment. Is that true?
We have on our agenda tonight 30 minutes for public comment scheduled. We've gone over.
So one point of clarification is that the number of public comments that are actually part of just the general public comment versus the number of comments that are going to be specific to an item. I believe there are more comments tonight that are specific to an item versus the regular, just general public comment.
that is correct.
Madam Chair, I was actually going to ask that question. Given that we have such a full agenda, I would anticipate, and I know we're always asking for engagement. So could we find out the number that are just in the general public comment, items not on the agenda?
There's only one.
Oh, well then do we have a need to limit testimony?
Well, we definitely don't need to limit that one.
Okay.
Okay, so we got 30 public comment in general topic, right?
One comment on items not on the agenda and everything else is on specific items.
Right, but 30, right, total?
33 total with 3 Zoom. Majority are on other items.
Okay.
3 minutes fine with me.
Okay. When we get to that point in our meeting, we'll take that roll call. We can see where we're at. And if you could get us a count, that would be helpful for us. Sorry, usually she gets me a chart ahead of time and it just didn't happen today. So I can usually have more information. So let's go with public comment.
All right, this public comment is from Susan Swenson. During last week's board meeting, Superintendent Hoffman provided an update about when the public would be allowed back in person at school board meetings. There was first mention that Newsom extended his executive order for the electronic provision until September 30th. But there was also mention of not waiting to invite the public back, mention of concurrent board meeting sessions with both in-person and Zoom capabilities, a mention of discussing these various options, and a rough date for allowing stakeholders access to in-person sessions, with perhaps the first public access to meetings in August. Sadly, there seemed to be a clear deference in decision-making about allowing the public in our in-person due process. As I thought about this over the past week, it became quite clear that perhaps little has improved with inclusion of all stakeholders, for parents, teachers, students, and other district employees and representatives to be truly heard. Because here we are again, this time lobbying for a seat in the chambers and a mic at the podium, yet there's no real reason why this could not have happened at the June 15th meeting. Zero reason based on the state's reopening. So perhaps you can help the public understand why there needs to be discussion when all that needs to happen is opening the doors to the boardroom. And as a demonstration of collaboration and inclusion with all stakeholders, you can keep doing Zoom to broaden reach to those who may not be able to attend in person. Everything else is already in place with Zoom, live telephonic comments, and written comments. I also find it odd that the board quite simply did not take a proactive lead on the handling of their meetings, but instead, it seemed as though the superintendent was driving that decision process with a lot of indecision. Let's not wait until August to do the right thing when it is so incredibly easy to partner with the public. Please allow us to attend the next board session in person. Thank you. And that concludes the public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Our next item is consent agenda. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to the consent agenda?
Madam Board President Abiani, there are no items for the consent agenda.
Thank you. Then I will call for a motion to approve items 1 through 23 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Martina Soler. A roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler,
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
I have to ask, unfortunately, what it is we're voting on.
It's the consent agenda.
Yeah, I have a number of consent agenda items that I had requested to be pulled.
Okay. Would you like to tell us what number we're about
Yes.
to complete voting?
Yes. Under item number 3, and there should be certainly an acknowledgement.
No. What items would you like to do? I'd like to get the rest passed, sir.
Right. 20-001, 22-004, 22-005, 22-006, and 22-002.
Would that be 3, 20, and 22 on my list?
No, he's naming specific items underneath item 3.
Oh, they're all on number 3. Okay. Well, then I will withdraw. Oh, Nancy, can you withdraw your motion and remake it, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, I withdraw my motion and move the approval of consent agenda, the consent agenda with the exception of item number 3.
I need a second.
I second it.
Thank you. Roll call vote on all items 1 through 23 minus number 3. Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
And myself. Now, Mr. Fortuna, you want to speak to item number 3.
Yes, thank you. Items number 3 deal with ratification of contracts. And I indicated in an email to the superintendent my intent to discuss a number of items, and the Board of Education received a communication from the superintendent which delineated vendor information about each one of the contracts that I had in question. My questions don't have anything to do with who the people are, but rather what the people have charged us and what is realistic for services rendered. I'm going to make a couple of comments before it is thought that I don't support activities, because I certainly do. Curriculum and professional learning is important, and it's important because we want to ensure that our staff has relevant data, up-to-date data, that they can utilize in the work that they do with children and families and one another. Also, the Board of Education has a fiduciary responsibility with the decision-making process with respect to budget. And some of the questions I have relate to money coming out of unrestricted general funds. So that's money that could go to children's programs as opposed to an activity, as well as expanded learning opportunity grant funds. So I will start with number 1. I would like to go through each of the items, and then if I can have a response, I would appreciate it. For number 1 it's 22005 and 22006, All American Entertainment. And what we told today, that comes from Gloria Ladson. Gloria spoke twice. And she spoke about learning and consciousness. And for each of those sessions, she got an amount of $5,000. Item number 22002 is BSNN Sports, US Games. And this came out of unrestricted general funds. And let's see, they're not in order here. This came out of general funds, and it was about providing health enhancing physical activity every day for kids, things that are certainly our physical education staff do, at the tune of over $800 an hour. And I personally, if the data we have is true, and I'm reading things that can be done by staff we already hire, I have a problem with us paying $800 an hour. Number 3 is 22001, and 22001 is for Dominique Smith for professional development out of curriculum professional learning that we provide millions of dollars to, and to make good decisions about how to use that money. And her sessions are over $800 an hour. And then the last one is the Premier Speakers Bureau, and that is item 22004. Improving performance through metacognition, Michael Bonner. And that's for 3 sessions at almost $3,000 a session. The data that comes to us on the consent agenda comes to us without explanation as to who the people are, without explanation as to what the people do, and we get a dollar amount. And if I'm making a decision that I'm charged with making, then I need to look at a couple things. Is the expenditure an appropriate expenditure? Is the amount of money being expended appropriate? Because it's not our money, it's public money. And so again, all I can utilize in making my assumptions about things is what I'm looking at that was provided. And it's simple math. 3 into whatever gives you a number. So if there's other data that suggests that the figures are not as they appear to be, then I believe it would be helpful for the entire board to have those numbers or explanations.
And we can certainly give some additional noting. I will note that this is how professional development work has been done for years, and the board has approved this work as presented. We do allocate, the board makes the decision with regards to the amount of money out of the general fund that's allocated to the curriculum professional learning department with regards to professional development. We have highly qualified staff that work diligently in looking across the country, internally and externally, for the highest quality professional development opportunities for our staff. Good people cost money. That's the reality. And anyone here that's working with any other organization that is hiring experts in their field to come in and provide the type of training that our folks are looking for and that our folks need, and for providing the service we want to provide to the students and all of the work that we want to do to make sure we're meeting the needs of each student and the great equity that we have, the work that we're trying to do in the equity world. You'll see almost to a person, these are experts in the field of equity that we're bringing in to improve the services we can provide our kids. So if we want any other specific, if there's of any of the 5 we want to talk to specifically about the content, we have folks here to be able to do that if the board wishes to hear that.
Because we have not in the past received data from any of the responsible parties with respect to what the outcomes were, doesn't mean we shouldn't ask for it, and doesn't mean we don't have a responsibility to ask for it. When I look at, and you just referenced the word equity, and we have people here tonight that are going to talk about that issue. When we look at issues of equity, and we're paying people over $800 an hour to talk about the importance of physical education activities, I think we do have a responsibility to ask whether or not that's an appropriate use of the money. And you are correct in saying that, well, we haven't looked at the contractual expenditures in the past in depth, but I, for one, have talked about zero-based budgeting, which simply says that you don't build your succeeding year's budget based on what you got in the past, that you got to prove that you need what you're asking for with professional development. And that's why, per your comments, that's why I made my preface statement that I support professional development, because it's crucial in terms of ensuring that our staff is fully prepared to deal with our children and families. The issue is here is simple: is how are they spending the money we're giving them? And
the other thought around that, Mr.
Pardon me?
The other thought around that is you figured out the number of hours that they're here and doing the work, but there's other expenses tied into those contracts. This is the total sum, and what you see is the number of hours that they're here.
Good. So can we have that?
We can get you anything that you want. This has never been something the board's asked for in the past ever, but we can certainly provide additional information with regards to that information.
Well,
but it's never been requested.
I can't request it on my own. I've certainly have learned that over the years. I would ask the president, is there support to have the consent agenda contractual area expanded such that it includes information with respect to the who's doing the work and what indeed we're being charged for, so that we can make a decision whether or not $800 an hour for somebody to do something our own staff can do is an appropriate expenditure. Because if it's not, we can't tell professional curriculum development, as an example, what to do, but we could reduce their budget by $20 million. And then they can figure out with the money they get, what they're going to provide. That's the only power the board has to make things right. We can reduce anybody's budget in this entire district such that we garner dollars that we can do for things such as equity.
Are we
So
done?
we have opportunities, but so that's what I would like, because it has to come from the board if they want an expanded document.
Was that a motion?
Like, I'll make it in motion form. That
I believe I can do an action that is not on the agenda.
it is agenda.
Is it a request for more information?
The request for more information, the board, if the board wants more information, we can discuss what that would look like. I would imagine how long the document would be if we included all of the contracts, the full contracts. The reality is that's what you pay us to do.
Okay, so Mr. Fortuna is asking for the board to ask staff for further information with contracts.
You want to put it on the, the other items before, you want to put an item on the agenda to tell staff that we can give you a report on how many pages it would be, what it would look like. And then the board can determine whether they want the full contracts included with every package, or do they prefer the summary that we provide. And if you have a question about a specific item, which we get on a regular basis, and we provide that information when a question comes up on a particular item, if the board wants every single contract, every single item, certainly welcome to that. We have all the information. We're trying to make it doable for the board.
So the question is whether to put it on a future agenda to determine exactly what that is. So you're making a request to add something to the agenda.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
May I attempt to clarify and also enhance the request, Mr. Fortuna? So what I heard you say is you'd like the contract portion of the consent agenda to be expanded with respect to who is doing the work. I would also add, with respect to what the deliverable is, that column is there. It's just that some folks, I think, do a better job than others in making that intelligible, particularly for those outside this bubble. And I would also add a rationale for why we need to contract out as opposed to doing that in-house.
Excuse me, that's exactly what I was thinking also, the rationale, and if it's a sole source contract that we cannot provide those services in-house versus outsourcing.
Okay, and again, we are asking for a discussion on this in a future agenda, right? That's the motion?
That is what we are discussing. Yes, if that is what we would like to do. Is there any other discussion on that item? Mr. Perez is added, Ms. Charis Espinoza is added. Mr. Yang.
Well, point of clarification, are you asking for all contracts, trustee? Or are you asking for certain contracts? Because I am sure we got quite a bit of contracts, right? Superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do.
So I think being specific would be helpful.
Okay, real simple. And that would be non-business contracts under the bid limit. Non-business, so there'd be educational focus.
But Carmen, are you asking for more information on the summary or all of the contracts?
Well, it depends at what point I'm asked that question with respect to how bothered I am.
Right, because the contracts, really any information is always available to us on request. I think this, as I understood it, this is only about this phase.
This page is minimal information. This just says service was provided for a period of time. This is the department. This is where the money comes from. This is what it costs. You don't know why.
Okay.
You don't know.
Yes. So I believe we have set a limit on contracts of $95,200 that can be entered into without board approval. Prior, I believe we hire experts and need to trust our staff. The speaker that is coming has an excellent book about removing labels. When I was on staff as a teacher, going to in-services and having the incredible people come was an inspiration for me to teach in this district, and a way that as this district we push forward. I think The request adds work and almost casts a question of doubt on the judgment of our staff in their department. And so I will not be supporting the idea. I have never not had an answer for any question I had on this, and Mr. Hoffman can confirm that I regularly have 2 to 3 items on the consent agenda every time. And it is as simple as an email, and I am sent all the information I need or the reference to the person. And I would hate to create work that is superfluous or unwanted by a whole group to satisfy an occasional question. My concern is it would lead to overkill for occasional things, and the speaking fees of speakers of renowned style are thousands of dollars. And we are a district with 7,000 employees teaching 63,000 students, and we're trying to bring in the best. So I will take a roll call vote if we would like to add it to an agenda item in the future, starting with Mr. Fortino.
Well, I'd like to have a future defined, because one of the other issues I'll be bringing up tonight, and there's going to be disagreement with respect to whether I'm right or not. When a board member asks to have an item put on the agenda, it happens in time. If you ask Tony, he has items that have never been here. But it happens in time at the whim of the board president and the superintendent, such as we have a report tonight that none of us
Mr.
asked
Fortino,
for.
can we get back to this?
So I would like to know what future means. I don't want to talk about it 10 years from now or next year. I would like to know what future means.
So you want to add a time frame to your motion?
Sure. How about next board meeting?
This is one thing I want to just put out there for the board, and there's a couple opportunities here to speak through this, is it does get very challenging when at each board meeting, there's a new priority that gets added for the next board meeting or an immediate board meeting coming forward. Earlier this spring, we were given very clear direction from the board. We want you to close out 2021 really strong. We want assessments in place. We want celebrations to happen, and we want in-person graduations. We delivered on all of those things. The second thing the board gave us direction on was we want a phenomenal, robust summer program. We have people coming from all over the state to learn from what we're doing this summer. You directed us to, you led us to a phenomenal, robust summer program. Took a lot of work, but we're glad to do it. The third thing you asked us to do was to be ready to open the 21-22 school year with a full in-person reopening. We're delivering on that as well. Those were the 3 main pieces you asked us to focus on. Along with that, we're doing the trustee area election change. And we did an amazing LCAP, a full budget process, created an ELO, and are preparing to get ready for level 2 and level 3 of the COVID relief funding dollars. When the board keeps us focused in finite priorities that we work through, you allow staff to focus and do great work. When we get off track chasing important things, but not the things that you gave us the absolute priority to focus on, it takes us off being able to do those other things. So it's a what comes first. So when the board's clear for us and sets very clear direction for us, it helps us do really good work. We're here to serve at your will, but we do it better when it's focused.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I'm in support of the motion, but I do agree with the superintendent's point that not everything can be a now item. You and I have lots of priorities, I think most of which are more important in terms of timeliness than this. To me, this is like in the next quarter, like in the next 3 months.
Yeah, my statement was kind of contentious because you throw future out there.
Right.
It's you control the future.
Right. That's why we can make motions that are time specific. So, and I don't know, what our colleagues think here, but I would support something that says like in the next 3 months.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So there's a motion. I don't know if you got a second, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
And no for me, it's a 6-1. Now I need a motion to approve consent item number 3. Moved by Mr. Perez, seconded
Second.
by Dr. Martinez Alier. Another roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Can I make a quick statement?
Sure.
Sure can. Well, I think we have to obviously discuss more about it, but I understand what Chris was alluded to, priorities. But I think certain things do need to be elaborate in terms of why we are paying that much. But we just have to be specific of what we want to see and not just piling up of everything in terms of contracts. And if we do that, not being specific, then we're gonna put a lot of more workload to the staff, and they're gonna they cannot focus on their priorities. So just want to make that point that I think there's a valid point to Mr. Pacina's points, but we just have to be specific so that we don't overload non-priorities over priorities. So, aye.
Okay. So that's an aye. We've gone down this list 3 times. Mr. Yang, my first vote. Dr. Martinez Alier.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We're finished with the consent agenda. LCAP update. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Ms. Akito.
Good evening, Madam Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Today, we're reporting on our LCAP local indicators, which are a subset of our district LCAP metrics. We usually report this in November of each year, except for last year due to COVID, but the CDE changed their requirements, and now local indicators are to be presented at the same meeting that the LCAP is adopted. Please note that that in our district, we report and review all the state and local indicators in September, and the board will receive all the LCAP metrics then, including all the survey data and assessment data from the 2020-21 school year. So for our LCAP and LCAP metrics, they were structured and written around our E4, our learning system, with our 4 strategic goals, with the goal being our graduate profile of students that are college and career ready. These are the local indicators we will review today: basic services, state academic standards, parent engagement, school climate, and a broad course of study. These local indicators do not apply to individual schools. Schools aren't required to have these, but in our school district, we have these measures for all of our sites in their LCAP metrics. You may recall that the required LCAP metrics are a combination of statewide available measures, such as CAPS scores, as well as some measures that we need to capture locally. And this California School Dashboard reports out the statewide available data, and then districts are required to submit our performance on these few local measures, which will then show up on the CDE's dashboard website. The CDE has standards and required processes for the local indicators that we must follow. The states determine performance standards or the actions that the districts must perform to meet our requirements, these requirements. For each of the local measures, if a district meets these 3 criteria, a district meets the performance standard for that measure. And these 3 criteria are annually measuring progress, reporting results as a part of a non-consent item at a board meeting in conjunction with the adoption of the LCAP, and then to upload the data to the state's dashboard so that it can be publicly reported. The state also determined performance levels for each local indicator. A district's indicator is categorized as either met if it met those 3 criteria, not met if it didn't, or not met for 2 or more years. There are no specific numeric targets that are to be made. And then on the website, there are narrative boxes where we describe our measures in more detail and summarize progress. And that's also publicly posted. So for basic services, the first local indicator we're covering, our district can report that we met the criteria as we have measured and are reporting out to the board, and we will report through the dashboard on these prescribed measures. The number and percentage of missed assignments of teachers of English learners, we have 3 teachers at 0.1%. Total teacher missed assignments, 17 teachers in our district, 0.5%. And vacant teacher positions at the start of the year, three teachers at 0.1%. From the work of our curriculum and professional learning department, annual sufficiency hearings provide confirmation that we've provided all students with access to instructional materials. We have 0 facilities not meeting the good repair standard from the FIT tool that we use. So on this basic services local indicator, we can say that we met the performance standard. Implementation of state academic standards. For this measure, we opted to use the state's self-reflection tool, which asks districts to rate themselves on a 5-point rating scale on 23 elements under the broad categories of recently adopted academic standards and curriculum frameworks, other adopted academic standards, and support for teachers and administrators. To rate our district, the Jennifer Avery's team in curriculum and professional learning took into consideration the various data sources we have in the district over the past 2 years since our last rating, from LCAP needs survey data from parents, staff, and students, as well as input and feedback from teachers and instructional staff. The ratings for each of the 23 elements will be posted publicly, and these are the aggregates or summative ratings for the 3 large components, full implementation for each of the components. So we have met the performance standard for this criteria. For the parent engagement local indicator, the state requires all districts to use the self-reflection tool to rate themselves on 12 elements under these 3 broad categories. Lisa Lavasser of the Office of Family and Community Engagement took lead in this determination using various data sources we have in the district, from parent engagement activities across the district and the climate portion of the parent survey, as well as the cultural climate staff survey and the LCAP needs survey. From these aggregate ratings, our district can be considered to be at full implementation for building relationships between school staff and families, initial implementation for building partnerships for student outcomes, and full implementation for seeking input for decision-making. For school climate, our practice is to annually administer a culture climate survey to students, school staff, and parents around these 4 themes listed here: school connectedness, climate of support for academic learning, knowledge and fairness of discipline, rules and norms, and safety. Due to COVID, our district has put those surveys, the climate surveys, on hold this past year and replaced them by a host of various student, parent, and staff feedback surveys that were needed throughout the year to inform educational program adjustments and provisions. But we will be administering the survey again this fall. So today, the latest data is from 1920 year that we're sharing right here. And we see that student ratings of climate have been improving over time up through 1920. Of the 4 themes, students rated school connectedness and sense of belonging as the highest theme at 83%, and safety as the lowest. We also reviewed student ratings by ethnicity, as well as LCAP student groups. Among ethnicities, overall ratings of culture and climate range from 66% for African-American students to 76% for Filipino students. Broad courses study is another LCAP indicator. For elementary school students, we measure student access to and enrollment in a broad courses study as the percentage of students who receive report card grades in the subject areas of English, math, social science, VAPA, and PE. So we're using grades in each content area as a proxy for providing instruction in that content area. And we look across the 3 trimesters across the year. Students who receive report card grades in all subject areas were considered as having or counted as having a broad course of study. At the secondary level, because students enroll in courses required for graduation and select courses based on interest, the district focused on enrollment in courses aligned to college and career success. So honors, AVID, AP, and IB. So this is for elementary students receiving instruction. In 2019-20, 83% of elementary students received a broad course of study, as evidenced by report card grades in each of the 6 content areas. This year, 2021 will be analyzed very soon since school just ended, and we'll report that out in our school or the district LCAT metrics in September to the board. For middle school in 2021, 56% of middle school students were enrolled in 1 or more honors, accelerated, or AVID courses. That's lower than last year, but higher than the year prior. By ethnicity, Filipino students enrolled in honors courses the most, 73% of them enrolled, compared to African-American students at 41%. At the high school level, 47% of students were enrolled in 1 or more honors, AP, or IB courses in this past year, which is the same percentage enrolled in the past 3 years. By ethnicity, Filipino students were enrolled at the highest rate, 63%, whereas African-American students were enrolled at 28%. So these are all of our local indicators, and we have assessed our local indicators and reported on them and have determined we have met the performance standards for each of the 5. So we plan to enter these MET ratings, as well as our narrative summaries for the data, our processes as next steps through the district or the dashboard utility. And that'll publicly report out likely in early December with the California School Dashboard's next posting.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions or comments? Dr. Martinez-Soler?
Thank you for the report. I just have a couple questions. One is on slide number 10. When we look at the student safety survey from the previous year, I was just curious, do we know any of the reasons why maybe safety was a concern for some of our students?
That survey did not have an open-ended survey question, so there weren't any reasons given.
Okay, so maybe in the future, that's something we could look at, possibly adding maybe a question, or is it just set standard by the state, the way it's measured?
Well, we use a form that's kind of standardized across the state, but we can always add a question like that.
I was just curious with that. And then on the other slide, I know you showed the AP and AVID programs. Are we collecting data for the dual enrollment? Like how many students might be dually enrolled at any of the community colleges, or are we just specifically looking at AB and AVID programs?
We're looking specifically to AP honors, IB and AVID for this measure, but we do have dual enrollment that's captured, and I hear it's going up. And that is also factored into the College and Career Index of the dashboard. I just wanted to make sure it's being collected somewhere if it's not here in the survey. So thank you for the information.
Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is on slide 10. Let me go back. No, not slide 10. Let me go back further. Slide 9. So which survey exactly? The school climate survey was not conducted in 2021 due to COVID-19. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? I guess, can you elaborate on why not? We did so much surveying in this virtual environment. I guess I'm not sure why this one would be any different.
It seemed like every month there was another survey to conduct. So anything that we could take off the table for the purpose of getting more information for programs during this COVID time that we did.
Okay, so it was a workload issue then.
Yeah, and we didn't want to, you know, there was already survey fatigue and we didn't want to require that of teachers and all the parents and staff. The requirement for reporting out is that we, at a minimum, we are required to administer the student climate survey every other year.
Right.
In 3 grade levels.
Right. Got it. Okay. And it's that student piece that, you know, I would particularly be interested in.
Yeah, and so we'll get back onto our cycle in the fall. We'll capture that
excellent.
again.
Slide 15 is pretty jarring. The ethnic disparities in high school students enrolled in honors and AP/IB courses. You said there was no open-ended. Do we have any more information about these disparities or?
There is a task force going on right now that Matt is leading, and we do have some students that are on the task force, and they've been providing some feedback to us, but regarding just how it was presented by some of the teachers in their schools. So one of the next steps we were going to do with that task force is to conduct a survey or do focus groups so that we can get more student input on what their experiences were. Okay. And how their experiences, how we might remedy some of the either real or perceived barriers.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you for the presentation. I actually had the same exact question about slide 15. So, and I know that in a previous report, somewhere we saw a decline specifically in IB. So I was just wondering if that's what we're seeing reflected here is predominantly IB versus AP, and if that's part of the task force that's addressing overall the enrollment.
Yeah, I can't say if it was that IB piece of it. I don't remember the exact data that you're referring to. But you know, that's one school in the school of, the district with 9 high schools. So if it is, it's a small piece of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez.
First of all, this is, thank you very much for the report. This is a district-wide report, correct?
Yes.
Now, if we went further and did analysis by low-income areas, for instance, Valley, Florin High School area 1 and 3, you would see a very much significant difference in the outcomes of this report, correct?
Perhaps by
outcomes?
School. Yeah, we have school by school reports, and we started a Title I non-title with all the data just cut by those 2 categories. So we do have tables that we review. After we do the LCAP metrics for the year, we do a couple more cuts of the same data for different groups here.
Are we going to get those reports?
Yeah, we can do that.
When?
We put everything together. So there's 35 measures that we put together for the district every year and for all the schools. That comes out in mid-September. So you'll have everything for the 2021 school year. This is just the few items that are required for this report by the state. So this is a very small subset of the full LCAP metrics that we will provide to you in the fall when we get everything together.
Yes, but it's my understanding that LCAPs are the annual plan in which districts detail their spending priorities for money from the local control funding formula, including extra funding for high-need students, English learners, homeless, foster, and low-income students. So what I'm getting at is that, you know, we see the picture on the district, but we as board members need to see it at the sub-district area where the greatest need is at, and spend extra money where that issue is brought between to us as board members, and to show a picture geographically. And I have requested through geographic information mapping, you could see a picture of these issues very clearly. When you have low income students, you have different outcomes, but we don't see that in this picture.
Mr. President, so this is normally a November district snapshot. It's required by the state to do this. Okay, hold on, I promise. But every fall, we provide the board with the full packet for every single school by individual school. And so that will come to you like it does it's usually September. So that will every year that packet comes in. It's one of the biggest BCs we do of the year, and you will get it all by individual school.
Well, that's the big issue I've had with this program, and I've articulated to many people in different communities in California. The issue is by September, the budget system is over, and the priority of funding is over.
We're building for the next year. So
yes,
that's the beginning of the process for the next year.
Yeah, yes, I know that. So it's changing slowly but surely, but not as fast as I like it to. So I want you be aware, fellow board members, that when you budget or okay budgets for a variety of programs this year, be aware that English language learners, homeless, foster and low-income students are the greatest need in this area, and they're a priority of funding for this type of funding.
Okay.
When you read your LCAPs, when you look at the district-wide LCAPs, but you need to watch and listen and read what's happening at the local school sites, in which some of them I'm not pleased with. And the amount of money that goes to different projects throughout our school district. And the big issue today is equity of funding. That's what legislators and Board of Education is concerned about, equity and funding in this program. And they're creating legislative bills and to make sure that this money gets to the right communities within our district. So be aware of that. And I would like an update on that legislation and new policies that are coming out today. Those are, I'm not sure if my fellow board members are aware of this. And today you're going to listen to people in our community who are aware of this issue, and they want some funding for particular issues within our communities. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna.
Thanks, Christine. Can you go to slide 13?
Which one it is? Oops, did I move it? Oh.
Okay. You have a comment that says the desired outcome in 22-23 will be 100% for all the areas. I'm certainly not surprised to see English, mathematics, and PE at 100. The kids go with receiving instructions because they know pretty well whether or not they're getting instruction in those curricular areas. What is it about the survey that would speak to the fact that in the areas of science and health, social studies, and VAPA in particular, that not all the students see themselves as getting instruction? How would you explain that?
Well, what we do is we look at report card grades, and we use students receiving a grade in each of the subject areas as a proxy for receiving instruction. with the idea that if the teacher provided instruction, then they could be able to assess whether or not they met standards and render a grade.
So off the report card grades. So if we look at visual performing arts, what would, if you know, what kinds of things would constitute instruction? I mean, is that playing a song in the morning that kids all sing? Is that instruction? And the reason why I asked the question, and it really pertains to VAPA, is we're working on the development of an arts education master plan. And certainly there's no disagreement that when it comes to elementary in particular, but really for the district in itself, we have activities, but we don't have a program. We don't have a defined program. But with elementary, there is no program, and what happens is dependent upon the teacher in a particular classroom or the principal or vice principal at the school. So it's what I hear you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that if we're using report card, then it's the teacher deciding what constitutes instruction. Correct? Is that something you've had discussions about in terms of determining the validity of the instruction versus, for the children versus what the teacher's putting down in a grade?
I don't have familiarity with that environment. I don't know if instructional staff want to respond.
Who do we get? We get Bindi?
Those scores are for 18, 19, and 19, 20. And so just so you have an update for 2021, English and math is at 100%. Science and history are at 99%. PE is at 99%. And VAPA is an area of work that we have to do. It's at 82%.
Yeah. I thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Yang.
Thank you for the presentation.
All right, thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, I do have a comment and follow-up questions. I have a nephew who lived with me for a number of years, and he actually transferred to Elk Grove chapter, a charter school. And I see the benefit why he did that, because he had a very busy soccer schedule. Now, so I thank you for that. Now, I'm a big advocate toward life and college readiness, and in support of that, or in development of getting our kids to be ready for life and college, to me, we have to teach them leadership, self-reliance, public speaking, financial literacy, civic engagement, and public affairs. And I wonder if this charter school or any charter school in our district has a curriculum that teach that. And I would like to see the survey, survey on category in life and college readiness, if that's possible or relevant to this survey, because of the different of schooling, if I may say.
Mr. Yang,
yeah.
are you talking about the charter school or our schools?
I thought this was a charter school. I'm sorry.
No, we're on our school.
Our district.
Mr. Levine will represent the charter.
Oh my God, I just completely missed it. Okay.
Problem at all. Did you have any comments on this one?
Well, I do.
I think your comments might carry over saying that that part would include.
Okay,
that.
well, I'm sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that. But I'm still want to see the life and college readiness survey, if that possible, on your survey.
We don't have a college, what did you call it? We don't have a survey.
Well,
we have a senior survey that gets to some of the graduate profile elements.
Can you speak up a little louder, please?
Oh, we have a senior survey that gets to some of the graduate profile elements.
Okay.
Yeah. So that we're wrapping that up right now, and you'll be getting it in a board communication soon.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to see that in here if it's appropriate. Okay, that's all I have. And sorry about the confusion.
Not a problem. I don't have any comments. Thank you very much for your presentation. My other members covered them. Number 2 is our LCAP local indicators for Elk Grove Charter School. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
There he is.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Mr. Levine.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm becoming a regular, it seems like. Daylight, that's even better. All right, well, thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. As you know, I'm Principal Levine of the Elk Grove Charter School, and I'm here to present the same local indicators, which is a requirement, not necessarily a requirement for the charter school, but we are highly encouraged to follow the same structures and pathway that the districts do. So we report out the same way with the same structure. We follow, and as part of our support that we receive from the district, we follow along with the same, obviously the same 4 elements, E4, our graduate profile. We have the same strategic goals within our LCAP, and we also have the same equity, educational equity focus as a school site. The local indicators are exactly the same 5. So I won't go through those with you as you just received that from Ms. Akito. Same performance standards that are required of the district apply to us as a charter school. Also the same performance levels, either met, not met, or not met for 2 years. And then the same narrative box that we will upload to the dashboard for the state. When we get to the actual local indicators, the first one for basic services, I've moved forward to slide 6 here. We have 0 teachers that have been misassigned, 0 students without access to instructional materials, and 0 instances of our campus not being in good repair. So we're able to indicate that we have met basic services. In regards to implementation of the state academic standards, we also can state that we have met that. We use the state's self-reflection tool to go ahead and for us to rate ourselves within the 5 categories, 1 being exploration and 5 being all the way to full and sustaining. As a school site on those 3 areas, which are recently adopted academic standards, other adopted academic standards, and support for teachers, we feel as a school that we are a 4 in those. Obviously still have work to do. That self-reflection tool was completed by the school's leadership as well as all stakeholders. One thing I did fail to mention that with the charter school is, even though we're not necessarily required to do this, as an individual charter, we do take this seriously. It is a little weird doing it this time of year, right? It's usually later in the fall, and especially with the pandemic, it was difficult to get some of the information we needed to complete this. Surveys are always a little bit difficult as a school site. We do, because we have low participation rates in surveys, district-wide surveys, we do try to do as many surveys that are local to the school as we can. This year was tough, especially as Ms. Akito talked about with survey fatigue. We were really mindful of that, not having too many district surveys and then school-wide surveys. But when we surveyed the staff on slide 8, where they feel they are in the standards. Our staff said the fewest staff members felt that they were a 5 in the next generation science standards and with history, and basically the same rating for English and math from the staff. We had an 88% staff completion rate on that survey. As we look at parent engagement, we also state we have met that local indicator, same self-reflection tool, same 5 scale of 1 to 5. However, we do feel that we are a 3 in this at initial in all 3 categories: building relationships, building partnerships, and seeking input for decision making. Some of that was driven by not necessarily our lack of seeking input, but our community's willingness to provide input, understanding that we still have a lot of work to do there to get their input and have them be engaged. So we're continuing to work on that. As we move forward into school climate, as I stated previously, we give the same surveys. Our parents and families receive the same surveys from the district. So the same areas: school connectedness, climate and support, knowledge and fairness of discipline and safety. Same survey that didn't go out this year. The question you had earlier, our parents did not receive that survey as well, much because of the fatigue they were getting about choose a school. What kind of environment do you want? Do you want to be at home, on Zoom? So we opted not to do that survey also. And then the data is from previous years, school climate by theme. That's our 1920 data. We chose as a school to include the district-wide data in this slide as our local indicator, even though it's not entirely specific to the Elk Grove Charter School. And the reason for that is we enroll students from every school within the district, and actually counties with any school district that touches our county. So we felt it was important to kind of have a look at what everybody in the district feels in these areas, because they may be coming to charter. And one of those reasons may be the reason they're coming to charter, or potentially the reason they're leaving Elk Grove Charter School. So the data is the same there. Same concerns on safety is the lowest at 67%. However, students, district-wide state of connectedness at the highest of 83. If we were to boil that down to a school, to Elk Grove Charter School, I do not feel that would replicate. I think those would probably inverse themselves, as we would see on our next slide, which we do a school specific survey. We do this every year. We have an exit survey that we try to do every year at the end of the school year. We're trying to capture as much data for students and families that choose to leave the charter school and find out what's the reasoning. Oftentimes families choose to leave the charter school because that was their initial plan all along. Come to the school for a year or so and then return to their home school, or in some scenarios, they may come to the school for other reasons. But we see there that in this survey that school communication was rated high, and that connectedness was low. That's sometimes the nature of the program when we're talking about a non-classroom based school. That connectedness can be rated low, but sometimes it could be because they want it to be low. They don't want that connected. And so that's always a hard thing to address. The last indicator is broad course of study. It's the same local indicator. However, we do measure this differently at the Elk Grove Charter School. And so we rate this based on, now granted, it's rated with all the other metrics that are within our LCAP. This is only specific to the local indicators, but we've identified it as a school site that our diploma tracks are an indication of our broad course of study. We have at our school, students can complete requirements for either traditional diploma requirements or alternative requirements in courses. And so when we look at that over time, 78% of our student body completes traditional diploma requirements. We also look at it in regards to how many of our students are doing dual enrollment, community college attendance, because we don't offer AP or honors at the school per se. Some of that is a philosophical belief as a school site. However, we do value that connection that we have with our local community college. And so we have 16 completers that we're measuring that by completers, not just students that say they are going to go and take a community college course. But this year we had less students actually able to take a course because of the influx of students being able to take community college courses and adults taking community college courses. Many of our students were waitlisted, but we had a higher completion rate of those that did take community college courses. And so that was up to, sorry, my mind's just blanking. It was a 66% completion rate of those students that actually told us they are going to go and take a course at the community college. And then lastly is our career technical education. This is an area of growth for the school. This chart is the district's and date. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. This is specific to Elk Grove Charter School. We have seen an increase, a decrease in the amount of our students that have completed CTE courses in the last 3 years, from 90% 3 years ago down to 64%. Some of that was by design, creating a new baseline of CTE courses, because we had some courses within our course catalog that have been reduced district-wide, and trying to change the math, what math students are taking in their senior year. So decrease the number of students that on paper show up as CTE course takers, but they're not really necessarily within a pathway. So we're working on, once we get that new baseline, 64%, increasing from there by increasing a pathway specific to the school site. And lastly, we will go ahead and put into the school dashboard, the California school dashboard, that we have met all of the local indicators for all the priority areas.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Anybody had any comments or questions? Ms. Cheris Espinoza?
Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to seeing those school climate indicators next year. Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you for the presentation. And I'm, obviously the CTE and the dual enrollment is of interest to me. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that increases as you have those changes.
Mr. Perez?
Thank you very much. I was wondering, compared to the school district's report charts and yours, how many are those the same?
How many of the reports are the same?
Yes.
All of the indicators are the same. As far as the reports, only a couple of the surveys.
The charts are the same?
The charts, no. So if not all of them. What we did in there is, for example, if I go back to this chart on slide 12, that is specific to Elk Grove Charter Schools. We indicated in the report EGCS survey versus the one before, school climate by theme. That's specific to, that's a district report.
So when you say you could match our charts by the district, correct?
We do both.
You do both?
Yeah.
I like to see your outcomes or your reports match to the districts.
Match in the sense of comparison?
Yes, comparison.
Okay.
And also, is there a certain period or an average period where a student goes to your school?
No, it's really kind of all across the board. One of the things that we really pride ourselves as a school is that we address each student individually when they come in. And over the course from 7th to 12th grade, some students come with the intent to come to the school and stay at the school through graduation. Others have the intent to be there a quarter or semester, others a couple of years. So it's really from year to year and kind of across the board.
So you have a variety, about 50-50 maybe?
Yeah, I'd say we have increased our retention rates. So that's probably a better way for us to look at it. Over the last 2 years, we've gone from about a 50% return rate to, I think we're close to 80% in the last 2 years.
And why you think that students are retaining or remaining to stay there? What's the big reason?
I think part of it is really that broad course of study where we are providing them more today than previously, or I'd say even 10 years ago. More of a broader course of study rather than just the graduation diploma requirements. So students are getting more from the school. Also, some of the targeted outreach that we have and finding the students that are the right fit for the program that we have at the school. All right, so they're coming to us for a specific reason and not just because, oh, that's the school down the street that we'll go ahead and try and see if that fits our needs. Doing that legwork on the front end to help them understand who we are and what we offer rather than just kind of hit and miss trying the school.
And classroom size at your particular institution or charter?
So we tried to limit our direct instruction classrooms to 20. All right, so that's a
Big plus.
yeah, and that's an area with our especially 7th through 9th grade, our students and families like that. They seek us out because of that. The program shifts at 11th grade to more of an all independent study program. So you can't really measure it in the same way because you become a classroom of one, but we try to keep those caseloads between 25 and 30 per teacher.
As a result of the COVID, this last year with distance learning, do you foresee to have more online classes or students requesting that now in your particular environment?
Yeah, I do. And we actually have some data right now to somewhat support that on a very, very small scale. Typically 7th and 9th grade are our lowest grade levels when we start the school year. Typically families are they're trying out their school of residence middle school, they're trying out their school of residence high school. So those are very low. However, we've probably doubled in our 7th grade enrollment already to start the year. So we had to open up another 7th grade section. So we are seeing some in those younger grades and families that are looking for an alternative, something maybe not all day, 8 to 3:30 school, some sort of a hybrid.
I always thought charter schools were more community oriented and smaller, and that's why students go to those versus the other high schools in which there's so many students,
Yeah, so the charter school, first and foremost in California, charters should be based on some sort of a target or solving a problem, right? We see something within the community to say, okay, so what is it that we can do a little bit differently than the comprehensive schools? That becomes a little problematic in good school districts in suburban areas where we have so many great schools that do so many good things.
Right.
What does that look like in a suburban area? So oftentimes charters in suburban areas can become centered on school of choice. Ours is not so much that because we also have the niche delivery of the education. So it's important for our families to understand how the education will be delivered and is that going to fit their child's need.
Do you have a virtual reality class or something like that?
Yeah, so we use Edgenuity the same as the district for our students for online learning.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Keep up the good work.
What was that?
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Mr. Fortino?
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Mr. Yang?
Let me try that again.
All right. I was taking notes earlier.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. You heard the story, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but I'm a big advocate for life and college readiness. And again, if it's appropriate, I would like to see that survey chart on this presentation. As I alluded to earlier, there's probably schedule differences between the traditional schooling and charter. So I think that there is definitely some benefits to the charter school. But I just want to see that going forward. Want to see what the student thinks and perhaps maybe the parents too. So
Okay,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Dr. Martinez-Soler?
Thank you for your presentation. Looking forward to all the other information. Some of my comments my colleagues had alluded to regarding the college and also the dual enrollment, all of that information is very helpful. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'll have to say personally, I have a child very special to me that went through charter school and it worked very well for her. So I appreciate that alternative because our schools can't fit everybody. So thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Our next item will be bargaining units. Ms. Soriano, are there any comments from our bargaining unit members?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no comments from the bargaining unit members.
Thank you. Then we would be on to our reports, improving, expanding, and fully integrating supports and services for students who identify as Black, African-American using a targeted universalism approach. How many public comments are on this item?
We have one on Zoom and I believe that's it. The only one on Zoom.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take that. And then we will ask Mr. Schroeder to get set up while we take a 5-minute comfort break. Let's start with our public comment though first.
This comment is from Joel Boyd.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you very clearly. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Oh, no, thank you for allowing me to make the comment and look forward to being able to do this in person. I want to start off my comments by first acknowledging all the hard work by Mary Wilson, Lizette LeMay, Christine Hakito, and many others. And also to Superintendent Hoffman and Mark Cerruti for allowing parents to be part of this process of developing this comprehensive plan that you're going to be presenting. I do know this is a high level view and it's a lot of items. And if I were to comment on all I wanted to, I would need the entire board meeting, but I just want to pick out two items to make a comment. One, I'm interested to hear more about recruitment of African-American students in AP and IB programs. I want to see how that's going to be executed. And also as it relates to the disciplinary action, the review board, I noticed that parents or parent advisory group was absent from the group of members who will be allowed to review the disciplinary actions. You know, again, I applaud the school district for coming up with this comprehensive plan. I participate in a lot of these meetings. And every time I leave the meeting, I'm more and more impressed with the hard work and dedication that members of the school board are taking to address this issue. Dr. Matt Espinoza, congratulations on achieving your doctorate degree. But last time I saw doctorate degrees handed out, it didn't come with a cape and the utility belt. And I'm hoping to hear during this presentation some expansion of the equity team, because as stated, this is a very comprehensive plan. And I think that you hit on a lot of key things that need to be addressed. So the plan is great. I'm more interested in hearing more about execution. How is this plan going to be executed? Because it could become the best laid plan that isn't executed. So that's what I'm looking forward to in this presentation. And again, thank you very much for Lisa's team for including the parents and gathering our input and allowing us to participate in this process. And again, I'm looking forward to the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break. And Mr. Cerruti, if you can get your presentation set up, please, sir. That's been 5 minutes. If we can get started, Mr. Cerruti.
Ready, ma'am? Good evening.
We
And
can have quiet, please, for Mr. Cerruti's presentation.
good evening, and thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Appreciate the opportunity very much. Share this important information. I'll be joined this evening by a number of exceptional educators, including Ms. Avey, the Director of Curriculum and Professional Learning, Ms. Nicole Brown, our District Head School Counselor, Dr. Matthew Espinoza, our Program Specialist overseeing the Office of Educational Equity, Ms. Lisette LeMay, our Community Partnership Coordinator, a valued member of our Office of Family and Community Engagement, and Mr. Don Ross, the Director of Student Support and Health Services, and they will be up here to share information shortly. In terms of defining the need, our district is committed to the success of all students. And as part of this commitment, there is a need to provide improved, increased, and fully consolidated supports to students who identify as Black African American. Historically, we have implemented universal strategies to support all students, and these efforts have resulted in improved academic, social, emotional, and behavioral outcomes, but disproportionately less so for students who identify as Black and African American. I just want to make the statement that our efforts in this arena, they must be bold. We can't be tinkering. They must be bold and transformative to improve the school experience for these students. Creating a relationship-rich learning environment where our students feel welcome, respected, known, understood, advocated for, with expectations for success extremely high. This can only be done by optimally leveraging the assets of those students, of the staff in those classrooms, the schools as a whole, our district as a whole, and fully leveraging the assets of our families and our community partners. Just a bit about targeted universalism. In essence, the concept is relatively simple, but this also isn't necessarily something that's new. It has political connections to it, but in short, if we establish universal goals for all, as I said just a moment ago, and we design, develop, implement, and evaluate our programs with fidelity and high quality, we've seen sustained growth as an entire district, but not for all students. And that's where targeted action, supports, and services are required. And that's the approach that we are taking. Just as a reminder, these are the district's 4 strategic goals. These aren't necessarily set in stone. We analyze these every year, certainly take leadership and direction from the board and our superintendent, but as we're continuously analyzing the success and achievement levels of our students, socially, emotionally, and academically, we make sure that all of our work is aligned to strategic goals. One specific to high quality classroom instruction, one related to student assessment and program evaluation. The third is related to student wellness, and actually students and staff. And the other is family and community engagement. Before we move in to the specific, and I'll share with you and the community audience how we're structuring the presentation. Before I do that, I just wanted to note our pre-service and a little bit of information. And so for the general public, our pre-service is before the school year starts. We do it twice actually, because we have our year-round schools that start up in mid-July. So they have a preschool experience. And then for our traditional and modified traditional schools, we do it again in August. And as you can see, the theme is moving forward together. Michael Bonner is my description of him won't do justice. He's nationally recognized. His message is not only uplifting, but it's He relates it to his direct experiences he has had in his life and as a Black educator. And there is a strong focus on principles of environment and culture through the equity lens, as it's noted. So the equity is a key foundational principle of our pre-service, and it's a key foundational principle in all the work that we are engaging in. Just wanted to make note of the stakeholder input and feedback that continues to inform. And I oftentimes am coming as a person who has the pleasure and privilege and responsibility to share information about our LCAP or ELO plan and a number of those plans. The next plan we will be bringing to the board in the end of September. But stakeholder engagement is not only a requirement, but it's been a foundational principle of how we function as a district. I believe we do a very good job of engaging our community, but we'll never be satisfied. I wouldn't say we are great, but we continue to improve. And I very much appreciated, it was nice to hear the comments from Mr. Boyd who acknowledged that. And so it's appreciated, but we will continue to reach out and find ways to most effectively engage our kids and our staff and our parents across the district so their voice is not only heard, but it's leveraged to make our decisions. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Avey to come up, and Ms. Avey will be providing information related to Strategic Goal 1 and Strategic Goal 2. The way this is structured is we start with universal, and then we'll move to the targeted areas in each of these strategic goals. And then she will be followed, and she'll be followed by the other administrators that I referenced. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Avey.
Do a quick little adjustment here. Thank you, Mr. Cerruti. Good evening. I'm going to start off talking about Strategic Goal 1 and our universal approach. We are focusing first on the framework for high quality instruction. The framework is a principle-based framework that has 12 separate principles that's been broken into 4 different categories, or 3 different categories. This year, we're focusing on students interacting with content, and we're choosing to do that because it's the 4 most impactful areas of the framework. It's looking at learning targets and success criteria, active participation, student talk, and formative assessment and feedback. So we're doing that, and we're also incorporating the competencies of being a culturally and linguistically responsive teacher. And we're doing that through training that will be offered at the site level and deeper dives that will be offered district level. I think this is important to note that that's the foundation of why we have an educational system, is to promote the instructional success of our teachers so that we can have better outcomes for our students. We're also going to continue doing work with our instructional coaches. We have instructional coaches that partner from CPL, English Learner Services, preschool department, and our SPED department. And we're going to continue to build their capacity to be able to not only support the work with the framework for high quality instruction, but also to look at the culturally and linguistically responsive practices, being able to support teachers in that, train in that, and facilitate discussions around it. We're also looking at how we can improve our instructional materials review process. It's already a robust process that looks at everything through the lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion. One of the things that we noted this year as we continued through an adoption process is that we are missing student voice. So we are looking at that piece of how we can add it in when we're piloting in classrooms, and we can actually get feedback from students as well. 3 additional universal approaches for Strategic Goal 1 are implementing a culturally responsive school structure. So this is the work that we're going to start in August and then continue in January with Dr. Gloria Latson-Billings. She is a renowned expert in this area, and she's bringing to us a structure that allows us to look at how we structure our work, not only in the district to support schools, but schools specifically. It's looking at student learning, and it's looking at cultural awareness, not only for staff, but also cultural awareness for students. And then it's building on this social and political consciousness, which really is about helping students be attuned to what's going on in their community and the role that they play in their community. This will also support the work that we're doing with the state civic duty seal. That's a new piece that we're partnering with SCOBY. I have a little bit of allergy, sorry. So it's much like the state seal of biliteracy, but it's related to civic duty. With that, we're also looking at what we do for racial justice, incorporating into programs we already have. Specific, for example, would be the art showcase, making sure that our art showcase is diverse and representative of our community and our students. We also are continuing with our work with Improve Your Tomorrow, which is both an academic and social emotional program that helped young men of color be able to attend and graduate from colleges and universities at a higher rate. You can note from the PowerPoint up there the schools that are currently participating in that. Now we'll move into the targeted areas. So with high quality instruction, this is a priority for all educators in the district, but through training and planning, we are emphasizing what are the academic, behavioral, and social emotional supports that are needed for our students who identify as Black African American. And that will be a strategic approach as we train our teachers and our administrators. We're also continuing looking at our support of college enrollment. We have a partnership with Cosumnes River College that is partnering with Florin, Monterey Trail, and Valley that's looking at college awareness, how to increase the awareness, the enrollment, and then also the completion, which is just as important. We're also looking at how we are doing our recruitment for AP courses and the IB courses that are offered at Laguna Creek High School. Each site does individualized plans in conjunction with secondary education because it's there to meet the needs of the students at their school. Our next one is continuing the work that has been started with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, which is a college application program that is supported through the district to help our Black African American students complete excellent college applications. In addition to that, we're piloting this year at Valley and Florin, 9th grade Black African American Academy. And really the goal of that academy is to look at the experience that our students have when they come to high school and to make it an experience that is richer and more representative of their specific needs. We're also looking at augmenting our school libraries. This work has already been done. Lorraine Blomquist led a group of school librarians at the secondary level and created a list of recommended texts and novels that we will implement once we move into, or purchase, I should say, when we move into the new school year. And also, last but certainly not least, we will continue hosting our annual fair that is strategically being expanded and supported so that students and families have a greater awareness of our historically Black colleges and universities. So that's strategic goal 1, targeted, universal, and targeted. Now we're going to move into looking at strategic goal 2, which is about student assessment and program evaluation. So our universal approaches are expanding the use of interim assessments in both ELA and math across the district in regards to student achievement. We're also looking at social emotionally, the SEL climate survey that's done, and making sure that the questions that we're asking are representative of race and culture so that it ensures that us as a district, what we're asking, that we're getting the appropriate feedback from our students. We're also working on this piece that I had mentioned when I was here about Illuminate, which is assessment literacy. And this is really developing for all educators at all levels and students and parents, what we mean by student literacy or assessment literacy. It's really understanding the purpose of assessment, the learning targets that are needed, what are we focused on, the different methods that you can use with assessment, and then also communication. You know, who are we communicating and how we're communicating assessment results. And then the last universal one that we're focused on right now is the great work that Christine Hakito leads in conjunction with other departments around program implementation continuum, what we affectionately call the PIC. And that helps us be able to look at our program efforts and look at the data reports so we can do a better job at progress monitoring. This mask is really, I'm really struggling with it tonight. When we get into strategic goal 2, targeted support, we have 3 main areas that we are really focused on. This is the assessment literacy. If you know anything about assessment, then you know that an empowered student who knows how to self-evaluate and take an active role in their education by knowing their strengths and their challenge areas, that's our goal with assessment literacy. And this will be done through training as well with a new position we were able to obtain this year so that we are training teachers how to develop that skill specifically in our Black African American students. We're also continuing with work that pre-K-12, elementary and secondary, along with MTSS teams and site PBIS teams to be able to look at our discipline on a monthly basis and be able to really analyze month to month where we are with disproportionality. We see this as being a specific piece to address in the moment and not wait until data comes through that's through red. It's something school sites are keeping track of on a month to month and really on a day-to-day basis because they'll be entering that information. And then last, but certainly not least, but this is really important, is we really want to look at special education assessments. We want to be able to analyze what our strengths are right now with the assessments we use and where we are contributing to the over-identification of Black African American students who are qualifying for special education. And with that, I get the pleasure of turning the mic and the clicker over to my colleague, Don Ross.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm here and I'm going to be partnering with Nicole and Matt tonight to talk about strategic goal 3. And again, in the same pattern, I'll be talking about the universal parts of the universal strategies that we're currently using and plan on using. So to start off, multi-tiered systems of support. Really, that is our system. Ms. Avey talked about it there as well. It's our system for providing support, academic, social, emotional, and behavioral support to students. And it's critical that it's culturally and linguistically responsive. Without it being that, it can't be a successful system and can't support students. She referenced the work that's going on academically around being culturally and linguistically responsive. And I'm going to touch on the other 2 legs of the stool, our MTSS system, social emotional learning, and PBIS, and that behavioral component. So in social emotional learning, we really have been focusing on this last year in deepening the understanding of what social emotional learning is and those 5 competencies, thank you, and the 5 competencies that we operate off of in our district. So making sure that everybody understands those and how they work within each of the tiers of our multi-tiered systems of support. And along those lines, also working towards implementation of SEL at all of our school sites and getting the curriculum and the support to teachers along the way. This year and next year, we'll continue to offer our 4-part social emotional learning series, which was a huge collaboration between Student Support and Health Services and CPL. And the focus of those 4 trainings we started off with adult SEL self-care. And then our team moved into culturally responsive teaching and how we talk and respond and interact with our students. And then session 3 was follow-up to that, culturally responsive teaching, implicit bias, interruption strategies, or being an anti-racist teacher. And session 4, we really focused in on trauma-informed education. And again, we're going to follow up this year with the same series because so that everybody has the opportunity to get that, that professional development. For PBIS, again, it's looking at what work we're doing with the restorative practices and consolidating that, and then fine tuning and working with our PBIS in explicit references to race and racism, taking a look at the behavior matrices that we have at each of our sites and diving into those. And again, taking a look at where is PBIS and fine tuning it to be culturally responsive. Regarding restorative practices, we have been in partnership for the last 3 to 4 years with Community Matters to provide our administrators and their site teams restorative practices strategies with a focus on community building circles and restorative conferencing. So we continue to do that. And our PBIS coaches and our wellness providers follow up with our teachers to provide ongoing support in those areas. As I touched on a little bit, our PBIS coaches are really going to focus in on training our site teams on the new PBIS guide for culturally responsive practices and taking each site through a culturally responsive review of their school-wide expectations. So diving deep into those expectations, you know, and what values do they hold, looking at the values that we have and the values that our students have, and bringing some student voice and community voice to those expectations. And then we are continuing our work with bullying prevention. And again, that's linked to PBIS and consolidating our anti-racist practices in Expect Respect, which is our secondary sites, and Stop, Walk, and Talk, which is our elementary sites, as our bullying prevention programs, and continuing with the work that we started a couple of years ago around really distinguishing hate-motivated bullying behavior from other bullying behavior. And then, as was mentioned tonight, we have had, and our administrators received some training from Dr. Dominique Smith. He is the author of Removing Labels. That book really provides strategies for removing very negative and often damaging labels that get placed on students and creating that welcoming environment within the school itself. But it wasn't just a training. Our site administrators are developing site plans that are help them remove those labels or negative labels and disrupt the negative expectations that can occur from those labels. So at this point, I am going to turn it over to Matt for the remainder, or portions of the remainder.
Thank you. All right, so really great to see everybody here tonight, and especially since it's still somewhat reasonable hours. So far, we'll see. So a couple of things, again, these are universal things that we have already in place, had planned to do regardless of any additional funding or resources. This is what it was on track for us to continue. One is we have a group of folks that have come together to recommend and do research on a range of speakers that we would be able to bring and present to our community, access to our entire community, and create a monthly racial justice speaker series. So we hope to have that calendared out in August. The second one is a little more significant. The school plan for responding to hate and bias is something that we've begun work with at our secondary level. There's a template. And we're certainly happy to share that with any board members that would like to see it. That's based on work from Learning for Justice, or formerly Teaching Tolerance, that really creates a guide or a scaffold for any site in the event of some sort of incident of hate or bias, that they have all the resources at their disposal to help them, guide them through that process and responding and communicating with the community, and calling on a range of resources. And so we've helped our secondary principals begin to develop that, as well as the teams that would be connected to that plan. And we'll expand that to elementary school and hopefully get those published early in the next school year. Our student equity councils have been surviving, I would say, throughout the pandemic after launching and then immediately going into pandemic mode, and which is great. And there are some amazing students, but we're excited that as we come back to campus, they have a lot of thoughts on how to expand their impact and influence. And we're also working with our principals to recognize that these are not just a student group, these are real thought partners to help guide the leadership of equity work at each school site. And then finally, we have this Us versus Hate campaign. And so we've been working with our arts director, Jennifer Wilbanks and Santi Soriano in communications to think about ways to promote a campaign where students can create a range of ways to express messages that are anti-hate and anti-racist, be it through poetry, essays, videos, arts, etc., that we could collect and share, as well as send to this national campaign as well. Another universal tool that we're working on is the Student Bill of Rights. And so you've heard a little bit about this. It's been in development and it was brought to us by a group of students that formed from their own group across school sites from multiple student equity councils. And they drafted and developed a proposal for a set of rights for students, many of which are built into our policies, but a lot of our students still don't understand what their rights are. And so it's both to push us to make sure that we are addressing the rights that students have for their schooling, for equitable schooling, as well as to make sure students have had that communicated in a way that's understandable for them. And so that is in development. We have actually worked with our legal specialists as well as our district leadership to begin giving feedback, and we're revising that, and hopefully we'll have something to bring to you all very soon. In addition to the racial justice series, we will continue to build out our virtual culture series, which is tied to our Diversity and Heritage Month resolutions. We're also working with a group of our students as well as some family members and staff members to create resources that students and families can access that help students understand at every level from preschool through high school issues of racism and racial justice, so they can be part of the solution. So those are some of the universal pieces. And then the last few pieces I want to hand over to Nicole Brown to speak to.
Good evening. In addition, within the category, or the strategic goal 3, universal, we have the Catapult incident reporting system, and that this year we plan to increase awareness, student awareness of the online reporting system along with the parents. We found that a lot of students are not aware that they can go online and report when they're feeling discriminated against. And sometimes we find that students don't want to talk about that outright. So an online reporting system and increasing awareness will help with that. And part of also a targeted goal within strategic goal 3 is to create or enhance a Black educators network. And that network is to provide an opportunity, make it okay for staff to gather that identify as Black and African American and discuss issues pertinent to the African American / Black community. We want to make sure that that body would act as an advisory or consulting with some of the things that are happening with students in schools and in the district. Also, part of strategic goal 3, targeted work would be safe Black space task force. And there's been some questions around what is a safe Black space, and it really is multidimensional. It is not simply a building or a room, it's also a state of mind, meaning where can students go, who can they talk to, and can they identify a place on campus that they can say what they need to say without feeling like they're going to be dismissed or disciplined or kicked out of school. And if they're not feeling safe, teach them how to talk about that, as oftentimes it's not okay to say you don't feel safe in the school setting. We also want to expand Black student union support for the staff, opportunities, and an environment that said it's okay for African-American/Black advisors and educators to meet together to focus on the needs of the students that are a part of BSU. So we want to join BSU with the advisors, BSU advisors with the Student Equity Council, combine efforts, exchange ideas, and provide opportunities for students to advocate for themselves, to learn that skill, and to also develop their leadership skills, particularly for students who identify as Black and African-American. We also want to expand opportunities for students to be leaders on campus as a means of being in BSU, not only on racial justice, but again, for advocating for themselves and standing up for themselves in the school setting. Also, within strategic goal 3, targeted actions would be grant acquisition. We're promoting the pursuit, the assertive, the active pursuit of grants to support actions and programs focusing on racial justice issues and the social emotional supports for students who identify as Black and African-American. Oftentimes, just due to stereotypes and just our social mores, the emotional situations of students that identify African and Black American are not often acknowledged, and we as educators don't always know what we can do to support. So pursuing grants that offer monies to support those types of activities, similar to what we do with other groups. And also healing circles. Host district-wide healing circles, morning meetings for Black African-American students to help them process current events in the school setting, to learn that skill as well, that it's okay to talk about these things and what you want to do, again, self-agency and self-advocacy. Okay, and at this point, I'll hand it back over to Dr. Espinosa.
All right, so building on this, so we're talking about targeted work for students who identify as Black or African-American. This piece around the dress code board policy is actually a universal piece, but with a really targeted lens, recognizing that our Black students in particular have been disproportionately impacted by dress code discipline. And so that's been a clear trend. And so that's a leading factor in our revision of dress code. And we've begun that work already. We've actually started a draft of some visions and values and purposes behind it that will drive and refine what's in our dress code policy. And we will continue that work throughout the summer. In addition to that, we're hosting book studies both for staff, you can see a range there, as well as for students that are really focused on racial justice issues through the lens of the impact on, disproportionate impact on Black African-American people in this country. I recognize that this wellness piece is in particular of particular importance to all of us, I think, and is foundational to all other academic gains and supports. As I mentioned before, these are the initial proposals that we had in place. You will hear soon some proposals from community organizations, most of which are seeking to augment or support wellness in our district. And you will also likely hear additional requests internally for resources or support to address this issue further with other budget requests. All right, so the final strategic goal is our strategic goal for family and community engagement. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Lisette LeMay from our Office of Family and Community Engagement.
Good evening. I guess I'm rounding out our presentation with strategic goal 4. Like Matt mentioned, that is focused on family and community engagement. I will start by addressing our universal supports that we have in place, including our family workshops focused on academics and wellness, such as our family wellness series, our Latino literacy series. We offer a variety of professional training opportunities to teach our staff how to effectively partner and communicate with families. We are working with a group of parent liaisons and training them in ways to build capacity to positively and productively partner with families as well as another touch point and point of comfort for families. Is that better? Sorry. And then overall, we provide guidance, resources, and monitoring and evaluation of programs and services for all schools around their family and community engagement work. Additional universal supports that we have in place are our positive home visits, where we train all school staff in how to do some outreach and do positive home visits for families outside of the school setting. That's been extremely effective and popular over the summer. To date, we have 634 visits that have occurred. That's a really strategic way to get to know our families and the communities that our families live in. We also support schools with resources and training on how to create welcoming environments. We are also working in collaboration with the Attendance Improvement Office and coordinating support and activities and resources to help with attendance improvement. And then lastly, as a universal support, we have the Talking Points app that all staff have been trained on so that they are able to communicate effectively with families for whom English is not their first language. Oh, sorry. Too many things. Okay. And then in terms of targeted supports, we have 2 newcomer centers that are going to go into effect. One will be at Jackman Middle School, the other at Florin High School. And these centers are going to provide resources and supports for families who are new to the United States. Additionally, we have our Families of Black Students United, which we call FBSU. Ms. Brown alluded to the safe spaces conversation, and FBSU provides a safe space for families of Black and African American students, as well as our allies, to build community and to build their own advocacy, agency, and activism in order for our Black and African American students to attain academic achievement, to feel safe and connected on campuses. And then I'm not going to read to you, you can see on the PowerPoint that some current community partnerships that we have in place. And then in terms of future targeted work, we have a very strong and specific priority around partnering with community organizations that want to provide direct support for our Black and African American students, particularly in the middle and high school. Some of those you may hear tonight. And then a couple of ongoing or other future targeted supports around our feedback focus groups for our Black and African American students, as well as our work with the National Equity Project, which focuses on developing liberatory mindsets and engaging in liberatory design cycles that will improve the educational experiences for our Black and African American students. And that sums up our presentation.
Thank you very much to the board, to our community, and to the team. Just a couple of brief concluding comments, and that is this work that we've provided, as Dr. Espinoza mentioned, is not necessarily contingent upon additional staffing. And I say that with a caveat, and that is, if we're going to design, develop, implement, and evaluate to the degree that we need, the 2 positions, and I'm not getting out of my lane on this, but it directly connects to what we'll be talking about later, and the 2 program specialist positions, that's why those were built in. And then as we're moving into round 2 and 3, there certainly will be recommendations, and they are already, the programming experts have already gone through what we term a logic modeling process to analyze inputs, outputs, and outcomes. So we are prepared to share with the board and the community what those recommendations might be as we move into that level. So I just wanted to point that out. The other is that part of this also is that the work of equity is not at all isolated. None of the work that we do is isolated in any departments. There's equity work and with an equity focus, whether it be in technology services and the creation of ongoing, the deepening of our ability to analyze data Department of Safety and Security with a strong focus on its practices and diversifying its staff. Curriculum and Professional Learning was here, Student Support and Health Services, Family and Community Engagement, Elementary and Secondary Education. I have the pleasure, and it's part of my responsibility, to tie all of this together. And we do have a very dedicated and skilled team. And you as a board and Mr. Hoffman as our superintendent has made it clear. And there isn't anyone who works in our organization who isn't in complete agreement that this is a top priority. And I just finish up by saying that just two things. Despite the pandemic, much of this planning has continued. So while we were focusing heavily on ensuring that we were providing the best level of services possible under the circumstances, this type of work did not stop. In fact, it continued, and it continued strongly. And the last is, I'll finish with what I said, and that is, we don't view the work that we need to do with our students and families who identify as Black/African American. We don't view it as a tweak or a slight adjustment. This has to be a transformational initiative that changes the experiences that our students are having when they walk onto our campus. So this is not a slight change. This is a jolt that's needed. And the only way we will be able to do this successfully is that if we partner directly, effectively, and strongly with our families, come together as an entire district organization, and then leverage the expertise that is available in our local community and beyond. And with that, I'll ask the team to come up, and we'll certainly respond, but if we can come up and just stand here and be present, and the folks who are best able to respond to your questions, we will do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jamerson?
Oh, I get to be first. First of all, I am very excited about this plan, about the potential that it has, exactly what you're saying, Mr. Cerruti, about making transformational change. We need reform. We don't need to just check boxes, and really having equity be more than just a lens. It needs to be in every aspect of what we do. And I think the community needs to see the work that is being done to educate our educators to do more than just look through an equity lens when they're working with students, but to become anti-racist educators. And so I'm really excited. I want to acknowledge the work that it takes to create a plan like this. I know working with 116 community colleges trying to get them to create a plan. I know the work that it takes and the level of collaboration and input that is needed to do that. So I want to first just acknowledge that. Thank you for this. In looking at this, and I guess kind of echoing what Mr. Boyd actually said, in terms of a great plan, we know that that also means that there's phases to a plan. So there's the planning, right? And then there's how do we make sure that we have a framework and that we get all the people in place to be able to carry out the plan. Then we move to an implementation phase, and then we go to evaluation and continuous improvement to be able to iterate on that plan. And so being aware of that, where are we at in terms of the planning and moving to implementation of this plan? Is this, I think some pieces sound like they are already taking place or moving forward, but where are we at looking at fall semester as we start the school year in terms of implementation?
Well, most of what we shared with you they are all underway. There are some of those, for example, that were talked about that we will have, but we didn't provide information here that the vast majority of these are actually underway. And so the part of this in terms of and I appreciate you referenced Mr. Boyd's question just regarding accountability in terms of how we track progress, because it is very complex and we're a very large organization. And when you list a bunch of things, the question can be, how do you track it? Mm-hmm. Well, all of these folks have leads of various portions of these, and all of them have methodologies. We have a very defined continuous improvement methodology that we use, and it's not a bumper sticker. And so there's strategies, for example, where I meet individually with them. We meet every Wednesday as an entire group because there's teams that are working on all of these. Dr. Espinoza has shared the methodology that he used, basically project management tools and resources to track it. And so it's why when we show this in mass, it can, to a certain degree, be overwhelming, and people can go, so is all this happening? And the answer is yes. Now, PBIS, for example, has been underway for some time. I use that as an example. And we have very defined methodologies. That's part of the program implementation continuum that we have shared with the board. And so that's a implementation evaluation tool, a measure. The work that we've been doing on high quality instruction, for example, we're into about year 3 of that, and this work will never stop. Some of these are at an earlier level. And so I don't know if I'm answering it. I think people are looking for, so what is the plan? The plan with all of this are actually multiple plans. And what we need to do is what we need to look at is what are the outcomes that we have? So there's several things related to that. One is we look back at our LCAP metrics, but the other is the disaggregated data that we take a look at the site level and the district level. So specific to this, we are analyzing every bit of data with relation to our students who identify as Black and African American, all the way to the point of analyzing the data specific to the impact that disciplinary action as it relates to dress code violations and finding disproportionality. So we are analyzing it at a detailed level, and that's what informs all of these actions. And so one of the things that we'll be doing, part of this work is to develop, and we'll be coming back and measuring the progress as it relates to the student population. And we'll be providing updates on all of these measures. That's where, if we're not making progress, then we need to begin, and we would have routinely been analyzing the outputs of the actions that we're engaging in to determine whether or not they're having the result that we need. So I know that there is an interest in, can somebody hand me a document with the plan? And every one of these people can hand you documents and plans and details about all of these actions, and they will be at different levels of implementation. But to try and package all of that into a single document, we certainly could. It's going to be a hefty document, but I do understand people are looking for, how are you managing all of this? They're very skilled managers and project managers, and that's ultimately what we do. We're a large organization that manages these things, and ultimately our worth will be measured on those outcomes.
Perfect. And I think the community being able to see the work that's being done. And I agree. I mean, I understand one plan this is much broader than that because it's multi-layered. I understand that. But I think that the community can really appreciate to know that there is work being done here. So I appreciate that.
And I'll be working with the superintendent, and the board can certainly give us direction on it. But in terms of how we are coming to the board and providing progress updates, we certainly do that. And we'll continue to do that through board communications. But the shortcoming of that is the community doesn't necessarily know.
Right.
And so we'll be putting together recommendations in terms of how we package all of this information, because in some cases it's better to divide it up and not necessarily try and do it all at one time.
Right.
But we'll be providing routine updates on all of this, and I'll work directly with our superintendent in terms of when we do that.
I look forward to that. My second question is, I'm assuming that you've done, as this is multi-layered, that you've done a landscape analysis in terms of the types of services that you're providing to which schools and to which areas. And so are there identified gaps that are glaring? Like, we need help in this specific area. Do you have a list, so to speak, of gaps where you need additional support?
Well, the gaps that there's two things in terms of gap. we can look at the student achievement gap. So we can look and analyze academic data. We can analyze the behavioral data. We can analyze attendance data. We can analyze the culture climate data, and we do. And that tells us where the gap is with the student group. We're expanding that further because one of the things that we're really pushing on is getting actual student voice. We need to hear the stories of the students. But in terms of the gaps, then in looking at what are we doing to get those results, that's what you heard. So there is an absolute need, and there are gaps. We have wonderful teachers in our classrooms. And I'd add myself to the list. We need to become better educated in terms of culturally responsive practices. So you heard, if I think of those 4 strategic goals, there are gaps in all of those areas. That's why we designed it this way.
Right.
So
and I think what I'm addressing in terms of technical assistance.
Meaning, what do we need?
Yes.
In terms of support?
Yes.
I'll let these folks, if they want to respond to that specific.
I just wanted to point out that one of the items that you saw under strategic goal 2 was that the expansion of our disparity reports, specifically for our disproportionality reports, specifically for Black African-American students. We also have disparity reports that could incorporate any and all of our LCAT metrics.
Right.
And so we look at that not just at the district level, but at the site level. So that can help us identify specific sites or regions where there's a particular trend in an area, if we need to focus our efforts on specific areas. Broadly, we know that that these issues are happening in our non-Title I schools, just as they are happening in Title I schools. And our Title I schools have often used additional Title I funds to specifically engage in equity-oriented actions. And so we're working to provide that technical support and assistance to the non-Title I schools as well.
Okay, thank you. And I promise I'm going to give time to my colleagues. I guess another question that I've had, and I think that I've raised this in other areas in terms of the training and the pre-service and those things. What is the expectation in terms of, one, who is attending the specifically for the pre-service? Is that open to all school staff, or is that specific to teachers? And in terms of the cultural competence training, all of that, what is the expectation of attendance?
So pre-service is designed specifically for our credentialed staff.
Okay.
And so it is a contracted day, and all teachers attend.
Okay.
So it's an expectation in terms of your question about the training that's coming up specific to culturally and linguistically responsive schools.
Yes.
That we're designing right now around administrators. So every administrator in the district is attending, and it's been stated that it's required. And that includes site leadership, district leadership, so that we are all hearing the same message and looking at how our work is aligned, so that we start with the people who are leading the sites and leading the departments prior to delivering the information to teachers.
Perfect. In terms of slides 9 and 10, talking about the different strategies to create college-going culture, I'm excited about there's a lot there in terms of, on the side, like the AKAs coming in and doing a scholarship or a application workshop in those instances. But I'm curious about the academy because I feel like those are things to do with those students that are already college bound. What are we doing to address the root to actually encourage and expose those students that haven't thought about college? And so I was curious about the academy. Seems to be something that's really addressing the root of the problem.
Part of what's happened in previous years is that Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority has also gone into the middle schools to increase awareness and to dispel the taboo of, yeah, I want to go to HBCU. Sometimes students, they want to fit in. They don't want to seem as high needs, special needs. So we have education at the middle school level, and we are also expanding the idea of college is college, meaning you need to get some sort of training. And there's typically on both, there's pieces of college left out, and we're trying to equalize the whole rainbow, which would include HBCUs.
Okay.
Yeah, another example of that, as far as moving down into the organization, is the expansion of AVID. So AVID was always a high school program. It's very strong in our middle schools now, and now the elementary schools are coming on board with AVID as well. That is the concept of kids going to college. So that's another example of it reaching further for kids that may not be thinking about first generation college going families.
Excellent. I am very thankful for the push to include student engagement, hearings from student voice in terms of gathering input versus feedback. So in the design, so there's multiple places that I've seen that you're trying to include that student engagement. And I wanted to know if in the creation of the safe spaces, having students engaged in creating safe spaces. And I know safe spaces is more than a physical space, but how are students being engaged in that work?
We did speak about that, and a really big piece of that is asking the students, where can you go on campus? Identify where you feel you can go if you need to vent or say that you don't feel safe. Name a classroom, a teacher, an administrator, paraeducator, anyone. We would like students to be able to provide that feedback. So that's one way to do that, so that we're not dictating.
Excellent, thank you. And then I think I just have one last question no, I think that's it for now. Again, I mean, I'm really excited about this plan. I think that, it's our responsibility. Nobody on this board can understand the lived experience of a Black student in this district, but it's our responsibility to hear those students, to validate their experiences, and to take action to create the structures needed to support our Black students so that they have the opportunity to thrive just as much as the rest of our students in the district. So I thank you for your commitment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Perez?
Thank you very much. Very good plan. But I was wondering, besides the plan, what's the plan of funding for to deal with these strategies? Maybe you need to, on the left, develop a column that we mentioned earlier, develop a column and put where can we fund from Title I, LCAP, Title IX, Title IV, bilingual ed programs, migrant ed, Native American studies funding, a variety of these things, they fit in these leftover categorical programs, and also mainly LCAP or LCFF, local control funding formula. So do you plan to do that?
Well, two things. One is all of these folks as program leaders, I work with them all the time, and we work collectively together. And again, Superintendent Hoffman has the expectation that every cabinet member, for that matter, has a close eye on what their needs are and the strategies that we use to do that. We have very systematic means of doing that, which is input, output, and output, input, output, and outcome data analysis, gap cause analysis. And then the next thing you do is based on that, it's the determination of what is needed. And I can say that we can get very surgical in terms of where we see the needs. And then based upon that, that's when we begin to analyze what resources it takes to mitigate what's causing us from either not reaching the progress that we need, or in cases where we're seeing success, what is causing that success, because we want to expand upon it. So there are plans that are in place that are specific with all of these departments and all of these areas as it relates to the COVID funds, the further COVID funds, and that'll be part of the next step and the next processes that we're engaging in. And in terms of all categorical funds, we analyze all of those categorical funds and analyze our supplemental concentration of funds. And it's not just the analysis of the funds, it's what we are doing with them and whether or not what we're doing is working. And so we do that annually every year. And so in response to your question, we are well positioned if someone asks us, what do you need and how do you know? The question, how do you know what you need, is actually a better way to phrase that. Because oftentimes, what do you need? I'm not saying us, but oftentimes it's I just need more. And they will tell you that my question is, if you come to me and say, Mark, I need one more of these, I'm going to ask them the question, how did you get to the determination it's one? Do you need 5 or do you need 1 or do you need 3? And how did you figure that out? And so we are well positioned to respond to those questions. We're very well positioned to be able to say what we need and why we believe we need that and what that's based upon.
And Mr. Perez, just as a piece, so the pieces here we're doing or ready to do. What you'll see later tonight in the last of round 1 funding, you'll see some examples there. Equity is an example. The next step there is the 2 program specialists, 1 universal and 1 targeted. You saw how we are organizing this work is around universal and targeted approaches. So in that end of round 1, those are the very next things we think we need to get started for the school year. But then the big dollars in the round 2 and round 3, that work starts in July. And these folks have already organize the things that they know that they have identified as the next set of needs. That's what's going to come back through. And if you, I sent out just a reminder BC this afternoon from May 7th that goes all the way back to the list of the ideas that have come from these folks, that have come from our students, that have come from our families, as well as things that we've heard from the board over the past several months. And those items are there. So we're headed in that direction, but things presented tonight, we're ready to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, I still haven't had to answer my question. You're doing this plan, but are you going to put funds behind the plan? And what type of funds?
We're using existing funds the board has allocated already to do this work.
Well, I like to see after each page, after every targeted point you have, where are you going to get money to deal with these high quality instruction, support college enrollment and partnerships? How much money are you going to put in those particular areas? I'm referring to page 9 right now. But yet, you need to go through this whole plan and tell me or tell this board how you're going to fund this program or these objectives in order to get over the hump, to get over this funding disparities, this educational gap, achievement gap, learning loss gap. You need to tell us, board members, how you're going to deal with this funding issue. You have it good on paper, but yet you don't have no funds behind the situation. You're not telling me right now how you're going to do it financially. And that's where equity funding comes to the situation.
And thank you, Mr. President. Just to reinforce and reiterate what Superintendent Hoffman mentioned is that we could certainly do that. So one of the things we could do, for example, under high quality instruction is if the board provides direction, we could put the funding source, the existing funding sources that are in place that we are currently using, for example, to conduct training.
Okay.
And a lot of that is the CPL budget. And there are other areas that we're leveraging, but we could certainly do that. But this is primarily with existing funding. And so Superintendent Hoffman mentioned the plans
communities throughout California, communities here, people of color have, since this Prop 30 passed, they stated that these students are going to get more monies in the classroom. They're going to resolve all these issues. That's back in what? 2012. the legislation passed, and it's still going through changes. And you know how frustrated I am on these issues because change doesn't happen as fast as that I like it. And these people that are here tonight, they're frustrated. And that's why they're coming to the board to give you examples. This is the excellent examples that should happen. Excellent. I support it 100%. But if you do not tell me how you're going to fund these issues, you know, it's a waste of my time talking about it. You know, I need something concrete, and for each one, I know we're doing it through the LCFF, local control funding formula, ALCAP, district-wide, and school-wide sites, but yet we're narrowing down this issue on this particular targeted subgroup, African Americans, Black people, students, children of color in our community. And we need to start it at early age, pre-K, childcare. We have to do all that. And I wonder, you know, how much of our budget's going to these issues at an early age. And you know how I stand with childcare. Okay, there's another issue. You want to resolve issues. What are we doing with broadbanding initiative for African-American students in our community that cannot afford the web, the infrastructure to go distance learning full time? We need to put money as an infrastructure in a broadband to do distance learning full time because these students are behind. Not only this African-American students, Black students, there's other students of color too. So we need an infrastructure that I didn't see you address, broadband infrastructure for the whole district. I mentioned that before because these students need to get on board and self-educate on Saturdays, 3 o'clock after school to whatever time. Distance learning, continue, and independent studies. And then we have community people willing to help on that issue, but yet they do not have access to the internet and they can't afford it.
Mr.
So
Perez, we did provide hotspots to all the for everyone that's requested them. They're still in the homes. They're using this summer.
Yes, but we need to continue funding these type of issues.
We will.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yep, that we will.
Okay, again, as you know that we need to deal with the whole child. Students, the schools have to become community center of support for our children of color. And as I said, we need funding from a variety of sources. If it comes from Medi-Cal, WIC, whatever, we need those, and food stamps, whatever. We know those students to make sure that they come to school healthy, well-fed, breakfast programs, lunch programs, whatever. We need the support. They come from poverty, high poverty areas. You know that. So full comprehensive services. Another issue that my fellow board member said, these students also, like a lot of students, have biracial identity issues, mental health issues, and we need to deal with that issue when they come to school. Be proud that they're bilingual, bicultural, biracial. That's what California is now. A lot of that's growing. So we need to deal with the mental health of these students that are having issues, identity issues, and be proud that who they are. Come to school proud with their chest pumping up. Another issue that civic engagement. You didn't mention civic engagement. We need all that. They need to get civically involved in their community. You didn't mention that in reports.
I just want to point out that
okay.
there are aspects of this where we are doing
yes, I
that.
think I've seen it before, but I want to bring it to your attention. Sure. Also, what I've known that a lot of students in poverty are raised by their grandparents. They need grandparent training, parent training, and support, and or another family support services. and how to make that strong. You know, extended family training, engagement. We need a lot of support from grandmas and grandpas in this arena. And student attendance, I like that, what you mentioned. That was an issue we had dealt with Attorney General Harris at that time, but what is, you know, absenteeism, what is suspension? We need to be on the same identification and same level of understanding what the definition of these issues are from the community point of view and the school point of view. I like that student attendance on page 20. That's a very good one. I dealt with that, and we need somebody in attendance office. When these students are late, not showing up, we need a call from our community partners to call home what's going on, what's the issue. A lot of times, it's very simple. They didn't have bus tokens. They might have a dental issue, or they're babysitting their sister or mother or something like that. So little things like this help out. You won't believe. Or, you know, I missed the bus. Let's go pick them up, bring them to school. Very little simple things. Or ride sharing. Another thing that I did, I'll bring that up later. Okay, man, I like the fact that you're going to have family education, parent liaisons, very good. Family engagement support for all. That's very good. A lot of points in all these. Dress code, healing circles. I believe in those also. All confidential, whatever happens in those circles. Now, you mentioned Black studies, ethnic studies. We need that. We should have had that long time ago. We need to update on that. When is that going to be implemented in our schools? All those books you mentioned, I want a copy. Each board member should have a copy of those books and those resources and books that you mentioned. We need to get on that level. We need to get intellectualized on all these issues. I have one or two of them, but yet I don't have all of them. And please, what? Yes, no, we need sets for each board member here. Please get us a set, each of them, so we could read them and pass them on to our colleagues throughout our neighborhood or community, whatever. Very excellent resources. I read one or two of them, excellent. Incident reporting system. We have that. A lot of kids don't want to be a snitch, or they think they're going to be a snitch, or it's like your brother's keeper. They have to be told or educated that your brother's keeper is not being a snitch. You're helping your brothers and sisters. So, maybe they need a workshop on that. I don't know why they're not reporting these incidents, but,
Mr. President, if I could, because this is a good example of the value of student voice, because invaluable feedback we received is some activities that Dr. Espinoza and site staff, the site equity coordinators, site equity council coordinators, we received feedback from those students that they aren't aware of the system. So we have to make sure that we are routinely and regularly, whether that be weekly, certainly monthly, that we are continuing to inform our student body that this is an option and it can be done safely. And then certainly that make sure that we are emphasizing that if there's any discriminatory experiences that students that are experiencing, that this is a way to anonymously report. We would always hope that our kids are feeling comfortable enough to go to an adult, whether it be at home or at school, but certainly that may not be the case. So I just wanted to share that we heard from our kids that they may not. We need to do a better job of making sure that that information is available to our kids.
Yes, but sometimes when you deal with an issue that administrator, teacher, or individual vice principals handling the situation, sometimes the confidential information, who report leaks out, and that poor individual pays for it. And I've seen that happen once or twice. So anyway, please, keep that confidential and, have the people think or understand you're your brother's keeper, not a snitch. Page 14, I like the idea of student equity councils, a speaker series, excellent. Dr. Cornell West, one of the best speakers here, one of our graduates, bring him on. Learned a lot from that individual and other students in different ethnic studies classes, Black studies, and different universities. Bring them on. They need to see educated mentors, role models, things like that, that's come from their neighborhoods and are successful today. And also athletes. Every day I see, Sacramento Kings, a variety of people from our community here giving back to our community. So please get somebody resourceful to network with those individuals. They have resources and funding they created, and they're doing it more so today than they did before. They're sharing the wealth back to the community, and they know that giving back to community helps.
Just a time check, you're at 18 minutes.
Okay. Oh, now on page 8, you mentioned murals, and the other day we had some contract reports and okay to do this and that. Now murals are going to be at every school now. Is that an issue, or because I mentioned that, and I like to have a mural at Florin High, but I noticed that we're having murals at other schools. So what's the process for students to do murals of ethnic messages of power or engagement? Now, do they know that process, how to propose a mural at their school or a wall for different things?
Well, there currently isn't a plan in place that we are going to put a mural up in every school, and I'll defer, and I don't mean to put him on the spot. Mr. Pierce may actually, we're getting into a facilities matter, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Mr. Pierce, but you may know more than I on this topic.
Yeah, and I do want to give credit where it's due. Ms. Chaitis Espinoza has reached out to myself and Lisa Lavasser with this very question. So right now, there isn't a district-wide initiative to do so. Where they have happened, it's been a kind of a site-based, community-based objective, if you will. And there is a process for anybody who would like to modify a facility, and they go through that process. So again, right now, there's not a district-wide initiative to do so. If that's an interest of the board, we would certainly entertain that.
So who are they contacting in the district office if they want to put up a mural on a wall?
It would start at the site first, and you would seek interest that way. And then there is a process for that all of our principals are aware of.
Okay. And again, data and progress program evaluation. That's the most important thing. Data and program evaluation. If you don't have those two things, you're not showing me that you're improving outcomes. When it comes to funding, we maybe need to continue or discontinue. So we need data and program evaluation by sub-district, by area 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 areas. We had that before. And I don't know why it's been discontinued, but we had areas 1 through 7, educational, all kinds of, well, you were here when that happened. So, think about possibly having that by ethnicity or whatever. That's an excellent report. It's been done, and our research and evaluation team is here to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We ask Mr. Forcina to go next, please.
Thank you. Bear with me because all of my comments aren't necessarily prickly, it is good to receive this report on actions we're going to take to support Black students, since it's.
Carmen, can you get a little bit closer? I'm getting a sign
Sure.
that people can't hear you.
Is that better? What I was saying is that it's good to receive a report that addresses Black students, since it is only June 22nd of 2021. Excuse me. And receipt of a support, receipt of a report that's in support of two proposed positions for the Office of Equity. Mark, you made a statement that the actions must be bold. We have a dedicated and skilled team. Primarily, as I go through the report and as I've listened, the plan stresses training, coordination, promoting collaboration. How are those actions bold?
Well, I think bold means several things. Bold means we need to be bold in terms of the commitment of resources to it. We need to be bold in terms of our outreach beyond our school district. We also need to be bold in terms of being willing to engage in the type of work that we're engaging in. And that is, we have to collectively admit that all of us need to continue to learn, and we have much to learn. And so I would claim that in my time, anyone can say we should have been doing this a long time ago, and I can't necessarily disagree with that. I think we as a district, we as a community, we as a state, we as a nation, and as a world should have been doing much more earlier on. But where we were and where we are, I would say we've taken very substantial steps over the past several years in particular. And these are, in fact, I would say that these are bold actions. This is significant what we are engaging in and committing to. And I think that's the boldness of it. It's not just the volume. It's the boldness in our commitment and our willingness to stay true to this work, stay committed to it. And that commitment is more than words. That commitment is resources, time, energy, and outcomes.
And the bold piece too, Mr. Porcina, is our people are going to make this happen. And so the only way that our people can make this happen is if they have the training and skills to make it happen, because they're doing the absolute best they can right now with the information and skill set that they have, and adding to their skill set, their understanding, their self-awareness will make them better. And when our adults get better, our kids, the results for our kids will improve.
On page 7, under Universal, the first one talks about providing training on students interacting with content and culturally and logistically responsive teaching practices. How is that going to occur? When is it going to occur? What's required to make it happen?
Thank you, Jen.
So we're modeling this after the work that we do on MTSS. So we're looking at all the training that what's required at a base, like a base knowledge, right? For all employees, like you would have at a school site when you were implementing PBIS. What do you need at tier 1? So we're looking at site-based trainings. There are 90-minute trainings. There's in a series of 4. And each of the 90-minute trainings are based on the 4 principles that we're focused on. Learning targets and success criteria, student talk, active participation, informative assessment, and feedback. And so we've met with all elementary principals In August, we're going to be, early August, we're meeting with middle school and high school principals, and we have talked to them about what we have to provide to them as site-based learning. And we're asking them to think about a 3-year plan for professional development, because we have a wide range in the district and it can't all be done in 1 year. And so we're starting with these 4 90-minute trainings this year. And then we're also offering at the district level what we're calling a deeper dive. And that is the optional trainings where teachers can self-select areas around those 4 principles where they could choose to take a 1.5 to 2-hour training that's going to go deeper into, let's say, student talk, or deeper into the formative assessment and feedback. And so that's our approach. And we're looking at it as a 3-year cycle that will take us through all 67 of our schools.
So 3 years for sharing information.
Potentially.
And those trainings, the 90 minutes, those will be required because they're during staff meetings?
We've left that also up to sites to make choices. Some sites are leveraging their own personal funds to pay people for after school. Some are looking at grade level release. Every site is looking at their own individual needs and how they feel and know that their staff would best receive that training.
Does that not work against what we want to achieve if it's not expected for all staff and required?
Well, it is required. They're just trying to take in the needs of their staff. So after you've taught a full day, 7 to 3:30, 4 o'clock, and then to be asked to stay for a 90-minute training. And so principals, our site leaders, are taking that into consideration to the approach that they want to take. Like, does that make sense?
Well, why aren't we just providing the money so that teachers can have the training if it has to occur after their workday? Why isn't the district taking that on as opposed to requiring the school site principal to figure out how to pay for it? If this is as important as it is said, then why are we not paying for it?
I think it's a fair question. A lot of sites use their money for outside resources. They'll contract with Corwin, let's say, or with GLAD training. What we're trying to do is look at providing the training sites need in-house, and that they still have those funds that they would have used in a different way, contracting with an outside organization. And we're looking at providing that insight. And then in addition, the funds that CPL is granted, we use those funds in a variety of ways. They support all departments. Departments can put in for a budget request. And depending on how a site wants to use the funds, how we may partner with the site. So there's really not one set answer to that.
Well, I guess I disagree with you. I think there is an answer, and that is that if we expect a certain level of training for folks, and if we quote, we talk about equity, there are issues of equity here, and I do believe it should be a district expense, not a school site expense. They shouldn't be required to use the meager dollars that we give the schools directly to figure out how they're going to provide funds to teachers. Specifically, how do any of those actions that you're talking about, how do they address disproportionate suspension, which is where a lot of this started years ago? Because I only see one little mention of discipline.
So if you're talking specifically about the framework for high quality instruction, those 4 areas, the stronger the learning environment is, the better connected a teacher is with the students in his or her classroom, the better students are going to do, right? So when we look at some of the reasons students are suspended or removed from classrooms, it almost always comes back to some type of connection, right? And so we already know it's pretty clear to us that teachers who have stronger connections with students and have stronger engagement strategies that make the learning more relevant, that have motivation behind it, students are going to do better in that.
Yeah.
100% believe that instruction is going to be a huge portion of meeting the needs of students. And then I think there's other strategies about providing other resources that we have in the district that will address individual student needs.
Well, the most important tool in reducing discipline issues in school sites is engage students in the classroom. So the better job we do in instruction and connecting kids to the classroom, there's no reason for them to find a way to get out of the classroom, which oftentimes is what leads to suspensions and other discipline pieces, is the kid's not engaged, not feeling welcome, not having their culture honored. And so they end up suspended from the classroom for a period, or and so instruction, high quality instruction that's culturally relevant, that connects kids, that is a key to reducing suspensions.
I understand every aspect of what you just said, but we're still number one in disproportionality for suspensions. So are we saying what we've been doing isn't good, or as Mark was saying, good enough?
Certainly
we have 3 agencies here tonight, and they're not here because we've done an exceptional job. They're here because we haven't.
That's why we're trying to get better. And if you look at the agencies that will speak, they're going to talk about educating adults, making adults better so they can better engage with kids. I mean, that's what the work is. In the end, we, the adults, make the difference. We, the adults, make the kids feel comfortable. We, the adults, react in an appropriate way when a student reacts with us. And we give the students something different to react to because we see them as people. That is the work.
I'll just address the question, and whoever's appropriate can respond. Do we have Black kids at all of our high schools?
Just so I understood, so do we have students who identify as Black or African American in every Elk Grove High School? I believe so, but I can't say that with 100% certainty, but I believe so.
Well, I'd agree with you. We do. So when it comes to supporting college enrollment and working with Consumnes River, why are we just going to look at Valley, Monterey, and Florin and not all the high schools if there's Black kids at every high school?
Nicole, you want to speak to that just in terms of that partnership, and she can give you more information on that.
Yes, CRC came to us in the fall and indicated that they had a new model that they wanted to implement in Elk Grove Unified and surrounding districts. And it's called their tiered targeted approach, where, because they only have 2 outreach specialists for the entire SCOE or SELPA area. So they want to take, instead of being equal in their application of college preparation, they want to be strategic and equitable so that students get what they need to reach higher rates of awareness for early enrollment and completion. So when we have the gaps and the disparities, if we give everybody the same thing, we're just recreating what we've already been doing for a lot of years. So they're targeting their energies towards the schools that have some of the biggest challenges of getting students into the college system early and completing.
Which is really, really nice. I mean, I support that, but what about the other kids? They still have the same needs. They just go to a different school.
So part of the work is that the schools where the rates are higher, there is already a college going culture. I won't say a specific school, but for some schools, there is college instruction is part of the instructional minutes during the day and throughout the year. It's expected. It's the culture of the school. And that's not quite the culture or the focus all over, because the students have different needs depending on what campus you're at, or they have different strategies. So that's why there's the difference there. So students, Black students in particular, at other schools that are not the tiered targeted schools, there's a culture there that's a college going culture. There's the demand of college and career centers and instruction, and those students are a part of that. But I understand what you're saying. I do.
Yeah, thank you. On page 10, also it talks about augmenting school libraries. The school librarians, the Native American Education Program and others have already been at work, correct, at compiling a list of books to purchase. That's really almost a done deal, right? Okay. On page 12, monthly discipline disproportionality reports, and it says all schools are going to complete a monthly discipline disproportionality resort, and then kids are going to be referred for support. And I suppose the intent is, if we take identified kids and address issues through tier 1 teams and provide the high quality instruction, then the disproportionate suspension numbers go away.
Well, I don't know if it's going to necessarily be that easy, but in part what that is all of our school sites have been focusing on this. And over a 10-year period, there's been a statistically significant reduction, but we have more work to do, as I've stated. Dr. Dixon, along with Mr. Fine, an elementary school, elementary director, have been working with Mr. Murray and Dr. Graywell and myself and the team. What this is going to do is, this is actually requiring, if I put my principal's hat back on, this is requiring me on an increased level to shine in increasingly targeted light on this data set. And I'm not doing it as if as a big brother and we gotcha, but monthly, we being district administrators are going to be reviewing all site data and determining where there are successes and where there are areas of need, and will become increasingly supportive of those school sites that do need the support. And we will expand upon practices that are taking place in schools that actually are overcoming disproportionality. So this is a notably increased level of attention that's being paid to this.
Okay. On page 13, positive behavioral interventions and supports, PBIS. This is a little side note here. I was just kind of amused to see the term restorative practices used. And when I brought it up last week, it appeared that many people sitting in this room were confused about what I was talking about. So I'm glad that apparently we do understand what I was talking about. On page 14, under universal goal, removing labels, utilize site plans for disrupting negative expectations. What kind of follow-up work is going to be done in that area to look at the outcome?
Thank you for the question. Jen?
Had Dr. Dominique Smith come and train with almost all of our administrators. There were a few who had some other commitments that day, and department leads. So everybody submitted a plan around the work that they're currently doing and how those specific strategies could be implemented into the work they're doing. So part of our work that we do with CPL is regular meetings with administrators, both vice principals and with our principal meetings as well. And so that's part of our cycle to follow back. And really, we're keeping it pretty simple. They're really hands-on, great techniques that you can do immediately in the classroom or school-wide, and getting feedback on what's working and why it's working, so that it's going to be more of a kind of modified PLC, if you will, so that they have the opportunity to share their practices. And that's pretty much our simple approach. I see it as a 3-time-a-year check-in, because you have to be able to implement something, right? Get feedback from staff. In this case, we can get feedback from students as well, and to be able to then work with your colleagues to share those experiences and make adjustments to how you're using the techniques at the school site.
Okay. On page 20, I guess Matt will probably jump up here. Student Bill of Rights. Matt, you touched on this. My question is, certainly who's participating, but beyond that, the more important part is, how are they selected? And was there, well, first of all, answer that. How are they selected?
So they were not selected. They brought this proposal to us to review, and then we sent it through the student equity councils for all of the school student equity councils to give feedback to this group. They asked if we could send it through the student equity councils to get feedback. And then we brought that back to the district to see if it's something that we wanted to pursue. And that's kind of where we've gone.
Okay. And
it's a fully student-led process. And now that we're at the point of trying to finalize it, yeah, I am kind of supporting them and getting to that point.
And do you know if those groups do outreach to pull in kids who don't normally participate?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's something that there is a big concern and a big part of they're all part of our student equity councils. And so what we've worked on in our advocacy development is, how do you do empathy listening? And that's been a part of the student equity council work. And so every single student equity council has engaged in student outreach and go through a reflection on what voices are missing. And so these students bring that with them. And the survey that they did was not limited to the student equity councils, although it was delivered to them. Mm-hmm. Those student equity councils then shared it beyond just the membership.
Okay, thank you. Next question has to do with the Catapult incident reporting system. Complaints that are submitted go to site administration. Where do complaints go when it is against site administration? And I know as a student that you're going to get my complaint. Where do I go?
No, one of the most important things that we've been sharing is this is one resource for students to use. There are several others, and we've been, part of our work is that raising awareness, and we've worked with Kenitra as our Lopez as our legal compliance specialist. She part of our work is to put posters, mandated posters for Title IX and non-discrimination across the campuses, and to inform folks that they can directly connect with her about as an option for any complaints.
Thank you, Matt. And another key aspect, Carmen, because you asked the question, so school X, a student has submitted a concern or accessed the system with a member of the administration team being the point of their concern. And I believe that was your question in terms of, if that happens, what happens? And do know that our directors receive those concerns. So when there's something that's submitted, and Dr. Dixon, if I get anything inaccurate, please
Site administration gets them also.
Well, site administrators get them all, but so does Dr. Dixon.
Also.
So he sees them. So that's why, and until what our directors do is they work with our principals to ensure once those are cleared, until they're cleared, these folks will continue to monitor
Which
the site
is
level.
good. But if I'm a student and my understanding of the system is that if I submit a complaint, you're going to get it. And I'm afraid of you. What do I do with my complaint?
Yeah,
how are we going to get?
Well, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
I think the key to this is our need to communicate, and the information that we received resonated strongly with us, which is I think we did an excellent job early on, but and this can live directly with me, which is, I don't want to say we got lax, but it needs to become embedded in our processes, one, in terms of frequency, because if students are enrolling into our district all the time, so we can't do it necessarily on a monthly basis. So we need to ensure that when someone is enrolling, they're informed, but it's more than just informing, here's the system. We have to continue to make sure that the message is clear to our kids that it is a safe system to access. And that's a hard thing to do because kids are going to think. As a former administrator, when you'd be working with kids in your office and saying, if you had only let us know sooner, and this gets to what Superintendent Hoffman mentioned, we cannot relent from continuing to do the work to ensure with our kids and continue to message that our schools are safe and reporting is safe.
Just a time check, we're at 27 minutes.
Okay, I only have maybe another 27 minutes. On page 16, we talk about a safe space. Are you currently working with the social workers or with the lead social worker, Becky Strobel? Because that kind of work's already going on.
Nicole or Matt? Nicole?
So we've only had an initial meeting as a task force. But now we're coordinating between myself and Nicole and our student supports and health services with all the wellness providers to bring folks together along with our Equity Coalition members that have been involved in these discussions. The initial meeting resulted in one of the foundational pieces that was coming both from staff and students that were participating, is that there is no one definition of what a safe space is because each student is going to define it. And me as an adult cannot say, this is a safe space for Black students and declare that as if it's true for all students. So that's kind of helped us get a vision for the direction that we're heading, that it's both work with staff, but also work with students. And so that's why we're coordinating as the three departments together on this project.
Well, and in conjunction with that too, in terms of safe space, on page 17 in healing circles certainly are, and morning meetings are part of restorative justice philosophy. And those also are currently underway in schools.
Yes, yeah, so that's not necessarily a new practice. What we're focusing on, we do have capacity within our wellness providers, some more than others. Our goal is to both build capacity across all our wellness providers to facilitate healing circles on this particular issue. Some have been more familiar with healing circles relating to loss or other topics, but also as it relates to racial trauma and injustice. And then we're committing to hosting them both at the district level as well as being available with a lot of the supports that we have already in place to provide them at school sites at the request of site administrators.
Okay. You went.
Yeah. Also, to address your question regarding Becky Strobel, Becky's one of our wellness providers, and there is a collective wellness providers group that meets And so there is definitely room for collaboration, starting with or continuing with Becky so that we can build capacity, as Matt was saying, amongst all the wellness providers so that it's equitably available.
Okay. And then just a point here on under dress code. In a number of places, there were references made to activities that were other than just Black African American. With respect to the dress code, the work got started because of the disproportionate impact on Black kids, but also women. And I would just add that was the initial impetus for that whole thing. And then, Matt, we've talked about this in the past and talked about it with colleagues. The book studies that you've conducted to this point have been overwhelmingly positively received by the people participating, all of whom were participating because they wanted to do that. And it gets, and that's wonderful. It needs to be continued. I know you're going to continue it, but it's, it gets back to the issue of the expansion. How do we get to a place of bringing in the people who aren't receptive?
I do want to mention, though, that for many years, there hasn't been a lot of spaces for the people that are receptive
So that's super.
to gather and to feel connected. For some of them, they feel isolated on their own campuses,
right?
Not sure if other people also share that value. And so the work that we've been doing has been providing that and building momentum for those groups. And many of them have then gone on to lead or replicate the book studies at their own school sites. With their own departments. And so that is a space, and with more capacity or more people, as we train more people, they'll be able to lead more and more book studies and connect with more folks.
Thanks, Matt. The last question, on page 20, this will be Don's. We want him to do something here for us. Under student attendance support, it says coordination of attendance and improvement support activities and resources. Are we not already doing that?
Yeah, so Don Gordon in the Attendance Improvement Office are, as it says up here, they have formed a close collaboration with our FACE office. In addition to, Lizette mentioned that when we notice the patterns of behavior, I think it was one of the board members called out, says, are we making sure we're connecting with that family and seeing what's going on? And part of that connection too is Dawn's team, because they make the site makes the first connection. Then they refer it to Dawn's attendance office. And then they follow through, but they circle back with the school site itself and that MTSS team to look deeper into why is that student missing? And are there supports that need to be put in place? They also connect with, if the student happens to be foster youth, with our foster youth department. If the student is a homeless student, they connect with our safe centers. So they're making those connections all throughout. And then again, working back through our MTSS team to make sure that student is fully supported.
Thanks, Don. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
First off, I want to say thank you for the presentation and thank you to everyone who attended here to assist with information. I grew up poor and always been hungry in the area of equity. And this topic, it's all about equity. And it touches my heart. So I feel very excited that it feels like things coming to fruition. From last year, I was running for a campaign, and then this as part of my platform as well. is becoming for tuition for our school district. So I just want to thank the team for the effort and bringing this to fruition. It just feels very special to me at this moment. So thank you. I think that we got a pretty large Black students in our school district at 13%, which equate to approximately 8,320 students across the board. I am hopeful that our intent is to serve all of those Black kids in all grade level. For me, and maybe like many other people, I like to be able to paint a picture so that I could see and I can understand. So there's a lot of questions that my colleagues that went before me already asked, but I want to paint a picture for myself and for the people here and for the folks who's watching us at home or going to watch us. So I'm going to start by asking question, when is our starting date? And when it's our starting date, and I will let you guys definitely answer the questions after I'm done with this. Who are our staff? What kind of budget are we planning to spend yearly? And is this an ongoing thing for our Black students? So those are my questions. So let's go back to the first one. The start date.
Well, much of this work has begun, and there was a question earlier in terms of what phases and what levels are we in. Everything that is up here has either already begun and is either in the maturing phase, and others are to be implemented this year. There is nothing on here that either isn't already occurring or will be implemented.
What percent of our school district are you implementing this to already?
This is across every school within the district. So there are some programs that you saw that are specifically identified with some of these programs. Universal is with every school in the district, and the vast majority of the targeted services are also being implemented at every school.
Every school, every grade level?
Yes.
Okay, great. What kind of budget are we? Let me back that out. Who are our staff?
Well, the staff that are connected to this work is every employee in the district. And I mean, it may sound cliche, but it's every employee in the district. It's whether it be our bus drivers who are meeting our kids, they need to be trained and supported in a way so that they are able to serve and support our students who identify as Black and African American, and they understand cultural awareness and cultural competence. It's every teacher, it's every paraeducator, it's all of us, it's every administrator. This is the responsibility of every single employee in the district.
Great. Have we established any sort of training to make sure that they are practicing effectively?
Yeah, so the topic of training comes up, and it comes up often, and I understand, meaning what should every employee in the district know? And I'd ask Matt to come up, if you'd come up, Matt, because he's developed, he's been working on a plan, and Matt, you don't have to go into specific detail, but just the approach you have and the thinking related to mandated training that all employees in the district would receive, all the way up to certification type level training.
Yeah, so again, what you're seeing in our plan right now are things that are already in place. There are other things that we are still developing coming up for the next year. as well as, things that would require either more funding or more negotiations, et cetera. But we have been thoughtfully designing pathways to becoming culture linguistically proficient in your practices. And so from the mindset work to the instructional practices, or if you're a wellness provider or a classified staff administrator, practices relevant to those positions, what they would look like in action. We've designed we have an idea for what would be the baseline. I think Jen Avey mentioned the idea of baseline versus next level, and really thinking about how we track that is going to be really important, so we can see competence across the district.
So these trainings, are they mandatory? Are they virtual? Are they in person?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, that's what we're trying to develop. Right now, we're not saying that they're mandatory, right? But that's something that we're trying to figure out. What we can do. Our goal right now is to make sure that we have the capacity to train everyone, as well as to the materials, of course, developed, and to provide them in as many formats as possible: in person, online, self-paced, delivered by a school site principal. As much as we can make it easy to access. That's what we're trying to do, especially for those baseline or the things that we want to get to really every single staff member.
For the staff that we intend for them to practice these strategies to help our Black kids, I would strongly recommend to have them train as a mandatory, because if we don't train them, there's no way that they're going to be efficient. So if you consider every staff to be part of this project, every staff should be mandatory to be trained. Simple as that to me. So that's my recommendation. Now,
and Mr. Yang, if I could, just for a second. Negotiations are obviously confidential, so I'm not going to get into any of that, but I think it is safe to say that there is a common interest and a common understanding among district administration and leadership among our labor leaders, and actually across the entire organization, for the need for this training. And so, and the idea of mandated training, and really, I think it's what is required and what is that baseline. There is a common interest among many across our district to do that. In fact, Mr. Murray and I got an email from one of our teachers who's engaged in this type of activity, training currently, and was sharing information about what he and others are learning in the course of this process. So there is a great deal of common interest in ensuring that every employee does have a certain level of training, for sure.
Okay. I just alluded to that because if you consider everybody to be part of this project, then everybody should be trained. That I'm just answering to your comment, or recommended to your comments. Now, what kind of budget are we looking for? And have we established a budget annually?
So that again comes back. So the answer is all of these programming folks. And as Superintendent Hoffman indicated, informed by site processes, the considerable input that we have had from our students and our staff and our parents. Every one of them has, and not just these folks, but across the entire organization, has plans, growth plans, in terms of here's what the inputs would be, meaning it could be staff, it could be money. Here's what we would do with that, and here's the target, and here are the activities. It's what we invest, what we do, and what it results in. And we have all of that. And I'm not keeping it a secret That's not what we're doing. But all of that is part of this next level of process of budget development as we're moving forward.
So you're saying that you have it written, but you just.
Every one of these people, if you ask them, I've got my checkbook out right now. I'm going to give you what you want. Every one of them would be able to tell you what that is. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just making sure that I understand that we have a budget, but you're just not revealing to us tonight.
Well, and really what it is what they begin with is they don't begin with the money. They begin with.
No, I get that. I get that. And I didn't begin with the money either.
Yeah, no.
I just want to ask you questions like, okay, do we have a budget? If we don't have it, it's okay. Well, but when are we going to have it? How much is it? I think that's part of my job as a board.
Well, and I just want to, in terms of a budget, that we're operating within the existing budget, and these folks begin with programming needs, and then based on that, they identify the human and material resources that are needed and cost that out, and we do have all of that information.
So Mr. Yang, just as a kind of follow-up, is the board has allocated money to do this work currently. It's in the budget. So the professional development money that the board has put into the budget on an annual basis is a big part of what we're doing. So that money is in the budget. If you look at
we have the money.
We have the money for what we're doing here. But to go to the next level, that's the item on the agenda that talks about priority finishing up, round one of the COVID dollars. That's some of the next steps these folks need to do the money. And then the next round is going to be starting in July for rounds 2 and 3. If you look through the BC that I sent back out this afternoon, and I know I sent it out late, there wasn't time to, but there's a set of lists, and you'll see Matt as an example, equity, and there's about 10 items on there. And what we asked Matt to do a few weeks ago was to go back and put those in priority order, which one needs to happen first. And that's what we're bringing to you in the round 1 presentation later tonight. As Matt said, I need these 2 program specialists, one that's going to focus on targeted, one that's going to focus on universal, because this is what we need to do. And so that's the next digestible chunk. The next big digestible chunk is going to be rounds 2 and 3 when we're going to start that work in July.
Okay. And just so that you guys know that I love this plan and I'm in support it 100%, but I just want to make sure that we have a budget for it. So sounds like we have a budget for it. So thank you, Chris. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the positive and negative. So the positive, there's so many positive, all those bullet points on all 4 strategic goals, they are like phenomenal to me because we are doing something that we haven't really done fully in the past, and we're going to do it going forward. So to me, it's a great improvement. I just so anxious to see what kind of result we're going to get. But as far as what we're going to do, what we have planned, it's like phenomenal, really. It really, those bullet points, it hits a lot of great things that I could see that if we implement them effectively, the kids, the parents, it's going to be, very beneficial to them. And I'm excited. So that's very positive. And there are all of them are positive to me. Now, on the flip side, the negative part pertaining our African-American students, survey shows that they are at the highest percentage of being suspended. And what that equates to is that if a kid who has been suspended is going to have 5 times the chances of being suspended. Being in the criminal system versus a kid who never been suspended. So when I listen to you and I search on the presentation, I didn't see any keywords such as suspension or alternative to suspension. So it worries me a little bit there. actually it worries me a lot because I think that should be a category that we have to look deeply into it and put a lot of our resource to one, prevent that to happen. And I think all of this is part of that solution too. But we cannot neglect that category, that word. We have to put it in there. And we have to educate our kids why you don't want to get suspended. You got to tell them, to me personally, if they don't know what suspension does to them, maybe they'll do things that they will get suspended. But if they know what suspension would do to them, would turn their life upside down, I think they probably got to think twice before they're doing something that will put them in that situation. And then the alternative to suspension for Black students, I think that has to be on that. That has to be on that bullet too. So preventing suspension and then alternative to suspension. I think those two are critical. So please write it down, Mark, if you don't mind. And I think that if with all of the bullets that you guys have up there, with preventing suspension and alternative to suspension, or workshop to kids who has been suspended, I think that's be very educational to them. So with that said, I look forward to the first survey that shows us in, I guess, different category results, what this plans will transpire in helping our Black students and parents as well. So I just want to applaud you guys that this will definitely complement our big issues, as it has always been, the achievement gap. I think that's going to close that a little bit. So I look forward to see all the positive things that we have in our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Martinez-Alier.
Thanks. So I really appreciate the presentation and the comments. My colleagues have asked a lot of questions, and I know the work that has gone into this. And I just want to say thank the community for being here tonight. Thank the staff for coming before us. And this is something I haven't seen in a while regarding the targeted approach. So I really appreciate that in this presentation, where we're talking about a universal approach that's being done for all students, but a targeted with that in the mind frame specifically for our Black students and our African-American students, because I think acknowledging that there's some concerns there, there's some adjustments that need to be made and improvement, and then looking at the current work that's being done is very important. I want to allude to a few of the slides. I know for slide 9, when we talk about the partnerships with the colleges and the AP and the IB programs and the dual enrollment, when I look at our students of color and our Black students, again, just want to reintegrate having that connection where, again, they can see an outcome, which goes back to the suspensions, right? And the students not being suspended. If they're not suspended, that's just going to enhance their mindset about education and continuing on eventually in higher education. So we want to have that positive role model and mentorship capacity as well. And I know in the slides we're trying to build that framework in those discussions with our students and families, but I feel that's really key for our school district to make sure that that partnership is there and that collaboration. Like we had mentioned in the presentation with the guest speakers, different organizations being brought in. I know as a student myself, it was always when I felt safest was when I was able to connect with somebody from the community and somebody in that career field that looked like me. So I think that role model is very powerful. And also when we're talking about suspension rates, even have peer on peer support. Having a student who maybe didn't necessarily always go down the right track, but having them come back to share their story or experience of how they turned their life around and how maybe they are making the better decisions, going back on the right track. For me, the student to student peer support system, that if we can build that into our plan, I think that will go a long way. Students listen to adults all the time, but sometimes they're more influenced by their friends. We all know that. So I think if we can find a way to engage those students and also engage them where they're serving in a mentorship role is really key. I think of the IYT program in Preview Tomorrow, how they're able to come back and hire some of their staff who work within the program. So eventually what I would like to see is where we're building a career model for some of our students to come back and even take that interest in education and come back and be our leaders and help encourage that leadership model is really key. Also, when I look at the incident reporting model or tool, when we first talked about that initially on one of your slides, we talked about how we wanted the student to be able to be anonymous because we didn't want no stigma attached or the student to be fearful of not reporting or any retaliation. So I think ways that we can continue to build where we're creating that safe space is really key for our students. So that way they don't fear or don't have that hesitation in their mind that they can't come to their school or they can't ask for help that they need. And I know that work is currently being done, but again, I always say in my culture, we're all not perfect. Every human being is not perfect because we have to grow in certain ways. We have to learn from our experiences and become the best us and the better version of us. And I think in this plan, we're starting to touch on that, ways that we can improve our district holistically throughout years to come. And that's why this plan is so important. And that's why my colleagues have taken the time to ask these specific questions, because I feel like for myself, being on this board, that's where my heart is at, and the work and the passion is making sure our students are receiving the resources that they need and that we're seeing a positive outcome for our students, specifically our Black students. So I liked in one of the slides, we talked about the grants. For me, some of the grant money too, specifically targeted toward Black males. I know at the college level, they have programs like Emoja, Black Men of Excellence, things like that. So I would like to eventually see our school district expand upon those services. So that way, that targeted approach, we can see, hey, now we started this program and now here's the outcome from that program. Data is very important, not just showing the numbers, the quantitative data, but also getting the research numbers on the qualitative data, that personal story, that personal experience, allowing our students that safe space to share all of that. And then again, training our staff in the professional development. So I know this tonight, is a starting point of this plan, which for work that has been ongoing this past year. But I know there's many more months down the road. And I know this is not something that just will happen in one night. You're bringing this forward information, but I expect to continue building upon the reports in months to come. For example, we know suspension rates for our Black students are very high. Once we start to track that and report that monthly, suspensions or any types of disciplines, then identifying what outcomes are working to change those rates are really key. So I'm hopeful in that we'll be having that information forthcoming in the upcoming meetings as well. I believe the start of the budget, again, having a program specialist, one targeted, identified and universal work is really key to build that foundation on ongoing work. But I'm excited that we now can have funds to put towards specific programs for targeted populations such as this. So thank you for the presentation tonight.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's certainly a lot to speak to. I will try to clock in at somewhere under 30 minutes.
Ms. Charis Espinoza, speaking of, would you please make a motion to extend our meeting before you start?
I will gladly make a motion to extend our meeting. We're going to go past midnight, but how far would you like me to go now?
Your choice.
Okay. I will extend the meeting. I move that we extend the meeting to midnight.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Jamerson. It requires a roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson.
I think Mr. Fortuna was trying to say something.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure you're aware that it's 10 o'clock since we're making this motion to extend the meeting. And I do agree with Nancy that we'll probably go to midnight.
It'll go a lot longer.
I understand we have staff here. You've not asked questions. Nancy's not asked questions, but we do have the community people that have been sitting here since 6 o'clock. It is now 10. God only knows how much longer we're going to stay on this topic. Perhaps we can suspend this and come back to it and let the community people speak.
Ms. Charis, how long do you think you'll take?
10 minutes, 15
That
max.
would be great. And I am going to relinquish my time. There have been more questions asked than I can think of additional. And our next thing is our public. And I do appreciate your patience and I apologize. I do believe you're here because you have a passion for this and we do take it very seriously. And I appreciate you sticking it out with us. I need a roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Alier?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
And myself. It's unanimous. We have extended our meeting till midnight. Ms. Charis Espinoza.
And feel free to give me a time check at 10 minutes because even when I try to time myself, I will miss that. Okay, so I do not have slide numbers referenced, but my notes more or less go in the same order. First off, I want to thank you, Mr. Cerruti, for your opening comments about actions needing to be bold and transformative. We know from discussions going back years that we are not making widgets here. And I've said many times that the lived experience of our students and our Black students in particular should be our gauge for our performance. So I'm very pleased to see that reflected in the presentation tonight. I also want to thank the entire team that put this together in record time. We very much appreciate your work on this. There are too many good things in here to touch upon everyone. So I'm just going to touch upon some of the things that jump out to me and ask a handful of questions. First up, the college application support provided by Alpha Kappa Alpha, fantastic program, much appreciated. What kind of capacity does that program currently have? Maybe if I could get a rough idea of the number of students touched by it.
Thank you for the question. During the pandemic, I would say we had approximately, I want to say 30 to 35 students.
Okay.
And I would have to go back in the records to see what we were doing before the pandemic.
A ballpark will suffice. Thank you. I appreciate that. My next question is on the monthly discipline disproportionality reports. Specifically, I'm interested in the process. So just so I understand this from the brief description, the data will be integrated into the MTSS and PBIS Tier 1 teams. So it's going to be essentially confidential student discipline data that's going to be discussed by these teams, and it will sort of be like a what's the word? Caseworker is what's coming to my mind, but it's going to be that individualized approach. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, and I'll ask Dr. Dixon to come up because he's been doing a lot of work, as I mentioned, along with Mr. Fine, one of our other school directors.
Yeah.
And in short, as he's coming up, Mr. Yang was referencing the number of students who identify as Black or African American in our district. And our goal with all of this work is that we have 8,000 plus students. that we need to be addressing this on an individual basis for all of each and every one of those students. And Dr. Dixon can explain as he's been at a lead point on developing how this is actually going to be taking place in our schools and coordinated with us at the district.
Okay.
So I think
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. I don't want to rush you, but
I will rush. I'll go. I don't want to take up for 10 minutes. I think I can say it pretty quick. So Mr. Rudy gave you the why earlier. So in essence, where we're at is we're trying to extract as much information out of Synergy as we can that will provide a report on the disproportionality and suspensions, particularly related to African Americans. That information will come to director levels. Director levels will meet with site principals and talk in detail about what's happening on sites as it relates to suspensions of our Black African American students. That information will be aggregated, brought back to LSLT, shared, and in that group, as a larger think tank, will come up with strategies on how to decrease the disproportionality. So that's a condensed version of that process and its purpose.
okay, so it's going from the student and school site level up to district level, and you're looking for common themes. Okay.
And then back down.
And then back down.
Site level.
Okay, excellent. There was a comment in public comment about opportunities for parental involvement, but I think what I'm hearing is that this may not be the place. Maybe the board level, some other district level opportunity might be more appropriate for parental involvement.
Yes.
Okay, thank you much. Very much appreciative of seeing that our bullying prevention programs will distinguish between hate motivated bullying and other kinds of bullying. That's been an issue in the past. I think as a district, we were caught flat-footed, when incidents of racism occurred and our institutional response was, well, this is the way we've always handled X behavior, without acknowledging kind of the deeper things that were going on. So that's great to see. I appreciate the discussion on safe Black spaces and the acknowledgement that we have work to do there on determining what that is. The more I talk to folks about this idea, I'm wondering, I have more questions, frankly. So I think, does it vary by campus? Do students on a given campus even have a shared definition of what a safe Black space is? So I very much agree with the idea of taking our direction from the students themselves. And I'm eager to learn more about how that develops. I'm happy to see additional training for BSU and Student Equity Council advisors, healing circles to help Black students process all the racial justice things that have been going on, maybe things near and far. We've been talking about that for a while. It's exciting to know that that is happening. In strategic goal 4, under family education workshops, I'm wondering whether this issue is one that has been envisioned or maybe could possibly be integrated, and that is the negative experiences of parents during their time in public schools, perhaps even traumatic or racist experiences. I want to throw that in as food for thought. That's something that, in our equity work, I know the chair and I have come across the idea that when we are working towards family engagement, particularly for Black students and students of color, not everybody comes to the table the same way. These aren't blank slates that we're dealing with. So that's something I would hope could be integrated there. Very happy to see student focus groups, engaging students on feedback sessions related to racial justice. So kind of a bigger picture question. I'm trying to connect all of this information that we've gotten, all of this work, and what we're going to be talking about next. So in improving the experience and outcomes of Black students, our goals are broad, as they need to be, and the consensus is that the change is overdue. So given that we have a sense of urgency and a need to sequence the work and take capacity into account, and our goal is organizational change. So other than speakers and trainers, doesn't the work have to be done primarily by the employees themselves, right? If the goal is organizational change. And what I'm thinking about is in my own work from going from an equality to an equity lens and towards anti-racism, that work is very deep and very personal. And my own behavior change couldn't come from somebody else telling me what I needed to do differently. It really needed to come from some deep work I had to do on my own. So as we prepare for discussions about people we should bring in to help us. Is there a simple way to think about what work should be done in-house by our own employees and what work should be outsourced or done by contractors?
Well, a generic answer to that is we do that all the time,
Okay.
right? So we're constantly looking at what capacity, accurate identification of actual cause. That's the key. Do we know what's causing either tremendous success or we've stagnated or declined? The key is the cause analysis. Once we do and we identify we need to intervene in some way, it could be training, it could be the purchase of materials, it could be. But as long, and then what we ultimately do is then we're looking at, do we have the internal capacity to do that? So we have incredible internal expertise, but as you've heard, we do go outside in order to augment that. And so we do that. That's a regular practice of what we do, is determining the scope of the work that's needed, the expertise that's needed. And I would reference that any training, I just want to say this, and I've said it before, that when we train, we evaluate on 4 different levels. And at the simplest, it's, did I like it? Meaning the participant reaction. Did I learn it? Did I implement it? And what were the results? And it may sound very simple, but I can share with you that public and private organizations struggle mightily because it takes considerable resources to be able to do that. But everything that we do is designed along those lines. So I just wanted to do a quick sidestep because we talked about training a great deal, and we don't just train and then hope that it works. We systematically evaluate it. But in terms of determining capacity, we're doing that all the time. And I hope I answered the question.
Yeah.
But it's a big part of what we do, and we have provided examples. So any community organization, we receive information a great deal, and we're analyzing all of that to determine whether or not it will, 1, it's needed, and 2, if that's precisely what's needed to get at this specific cause that we're identifying.
So Mark, just as a follow-up, so one other piece is just, and it is the reason that this presentation is happening tonight. This presentation was scheduled to happen at the August workshop, and this is a workshop type topic and why it's taking as long as it's taking. But one of the pieces with our community partners that are here tonight is we wanted to make sure all of us understood the scope of the work that was being done and ready to be done, so that we can figure out where are the logical connections with our partners. So that was the idea. This was, again, so we a little bit apologize that it's taken as long as it is tonight. It was a workshop topic, but we thought it was critical that everybody heard it at the same time to understand where we are. And we still know a lot of work to do, and there is capacity that the partners in the board can give us direction to move forward in identifying where it is those links make sense. This was designed to be a August, September conversation. We just moved it up a bit based on some information we got last Tuesday.
Thank you. That's a nice segue to my last comment, Madam Chair, that this is the kind of the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more where this came from. We received a presentation from the Office of Equity. There's a lot more there. Things like decolonizing math, which a lot of us learned about for the first time from that presentation. We have had parents, members of the community come to us before and talk about what the numbers are and the ethnic disparity in math performance with respect to Black students. So there are other things that are going on that are not captured in this plan, but it's been great to have it presented in this way. And I hope going forward, we will continue to think about targeted and universal strategies. It's been very helpful. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I had 4 things. I appreciate this not only addresses middle, junior high, and high school, it addresses elementary, because I think one of our goals is to make our families feel welcome from the first time they step into our organization, and that's an important factor. And I went through and looked at universals and the elementaries, and it hits many spots, so I appreciate that. And elementary has a discipline factor to it as well. We often focus on high school, but I can remember sitting here with Mr. Mattson talking about elementary disciplinary reports, and And so I am excited Mr. Fines in that. And Dr. Martinez-Alier spoke of organizations, and I know we have our BSUs and a BSUs in junior high, high school, and college, and helping to find our populations, find their homes, and find homes that have lasting places for them to engage. So now board, we have 33 public comments on the discussion item, which is next. We have a choice. We can do 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. We could put public comment at the end after we've heard the presentations and the questions. I don't know if we can vote to take public comment only in writing. I'm not sure that's a acceptable idea. So my concern is the public, our community members are here, and there are 33 public comments, which would be next on the agenda. I'm open to suggestions.
I like the idea of putting public comment at the end. That way we can give the community members that are here an opportunity and then hear from the public after.
Okay.
So one other thought, just thinking through with how many comments do we have that are live?
There's one, Stephen Walker.
So one thought is to hear the live person at the beginning and then save the ones that will be that'll be read in the record afterwards. That's just a thought.
That seems very reasonable to me.
That sounds great. Let's do that.
Anybody have an objection? That's an easier way to do it. Thank you. Let's do the live comment, and then we'll go straight to the community, and I'm going to move public comment to afterwards after we have our presentations. So our next discussion item is a community business proposals to support Black African-American students. And we have a public comment from, I'm sorry, who, Mr. Sora?
Yes, from Stephen Walker.
Hello.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Walker, I'm sorry, sir. We can hear you, sir. Please start.
Parents entrust their children to the education system for edification, not to serve as a gateway to the criminal justice system or gang societies. The exploration, questioning, and testing of ideas, principles, and philosophies are the nutrients at the root of our educational experience. During our schooling, our adolescent angst and testing of the system did not merit abandonment or criminalization. I am a Black father, husband, son, U.S. Marine, retired youth correctional officer of 35 years. I'm currently the Director of Correctional Health for the California Correctional Peace Officers Association. I am the chairman of the Sacramento Child Abuse Prevention Center. I'm the board member of BYLP. I have seen what our society's failures of unaddressed trauma, the legacy of contemporary adjudications of racism and bias and criminalization and over-incarceration of Black youth can do. But thankfully, to counter that, I've seen, before I joined BYLP, the results of intervention, mitigation, and advocacy. It is beautiful and renewing to the heart and spirit to see dreams germinating and fully blooming. This proposal is an opportunity to fundamentally alter, enrich, and rebalance the equitable application of your 4 strategic goals to all students, with intentionality toward Black youth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Cerruti, you're introducing.
thank you again, Madam President, to our board and Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and to all of our community partners. I'm not going to, I won't speed through this, but I'm going to go through it briskly. And not because it's getting late, but because what I'm going to be providing is executive summary level information on the 3 organizations that have submitted proposals. And most of the questions that you would ask based upon this probably are best responded to by them versus me. And so I want to make sure that the time is maximized for your questions directly and so you can hear from them, okay? So again, just some background information. We received 3 community organizations have provided proposals to us. The board has received the actual proposals. So for folks who are viewing and wondering where those proposals are, we did not make those proposals public, not because we were keeping them secret. That's not what we're doing at all. But it's because our community partners may not have been under the impression that we were going to be doing this and those proposals would be public. And so we wanted to be respectful to them. Questions that you ask, and they certainly can respond to those and provide that level of detail. So we have leaders from each of the organizations are here. And then what we're asking the board is to identify any of the proposals or components of those proposals that may be of interest. And if applicable, direct staff to partner with. And we would then meet and engage in the process that we typically engage in, which is looking for a good match between district need and the services provided by an organization. And if things proceeded, then what we would be doing is actually bringing a formalized contract recommendation. And of course, that would be made public. So that's kind of the process that we're going through this evening. And so what I'm doing is I'm actually ordering these in terms of the order in which we received them. And there's an executive summary level, or there's a 50,000 foot level that I've done with all 3 of these. And they're structured along basically a why, how, and what. And so our BYLP, who has been working with us previously in a voluntary manner, not in a contractual manner, educate and empower Black youth to affect change and achieve their goals. They establish a strong support network for Black youth and act as a liaison between the district and families. And then also they have a specific focus on, and their focus with us, and the proposal is the disproportionate application of exclusionary discipline, and also to increase parental engagement. And so a little more detail. Their mission, as it's noted, is, and some of the specific items that I won't read it word for word, but some of the key points, some of the key elements to point out. They're going to be helping youth and the families. So it's not just students, but it's also the connection with their families. It's addressing a myriad of issues: racism, teacher targeting, bias, implementation and enforcement of policies is something that stands out. Also, they're engaging in education, explaining and empowering, and I'm really having kids understanding the system that they're in, our educational system. The methods that they're going to employ, how they're going to be going about doing that. They'll provide consulting services, and again, serving as a liaison between the parents, families, and the school district. They'll provide educational recommendations and RTI services. And they're offering advocacy and support and make recommendations to ensure the intent of current policies are carried out. They'll also establish a Black boys and a Black girls support network in the district. They'll host monthly virtual, what are referred to as goals, organization applications, and transcript meetings to help students meet their future goals. There's a provision of art therapy services, and they're looking to serve 6 to 15 families on a monthly basis. And then in terms of the impact, this is the what it will result in. They'll provide additional data on participation and engagement to the district. They'll make recommendations for new or improved restorative justice program implementation and strategies. They'll improve mental health and emotional supports for our students who identify as Black and African American. And their work will be connected to a reduction in suspension and expulsion rates in the district. So again, high-level executive summary of the BYLP proposal. And next is the Earth Mama Healing proposal. And at a very high level, it notes empowering emotionally strong, socially smart, and spiritually connected youth. They'll facilitate leadership and risk reduction programs for females identifying youth at 2 of our high schools. And they'll improve youth self-efficacy and develop strong connections to family, schools, and the community. And with a bit more detail, the why of their work, some of the specific elements to point out. They'll strive to create emotionally strong, socially smart, and spiritually connected youth and families through youth empowerment with a focus on health and wellness. They'll establish My Dream Academy programs at 2 of our Elk Grove high schools. They'll have 8 modules throughout the year that focus on targeted topics, and they'll include workshops and group discussions. Students will receive ongoing case management, and families can receive home visits and referral assistance to community-based resources. And the staff will meet monthly with school staff and administration so that they can exchange information and share progress reports. And the impact of those activities will improve communication between youth, parents, and guardians and peers, increase the number of youth who are developing long-term goals and plans. They'll increase youth self-efficacy and self-love, and engage families in their youth's education and well-being. And the third is Project Optimism. And again, a high-level view is closing the achievement gap of at-promise communities. They'll build capacity and advise BSUs, or Black Student Unions, at 4 middle schools. So that gives you an idea of the scope, and they'll create strong advocates for Black students to improve educational and social equity. And further detail is their focus on closing the achievement gap and mentoring programs, personal and professional development, and scholarships are areas of their mission. Project Optimism leadership sessions, programs at 4 middle schools, developing and guiding the programs of Black student unions on each of the campuses. And there'll be advisor, BSU advisor training and consultation, as well as workshops on community building and student leadership development. And the impact of their work is to prepare BSU advisors to grow an inclusive community for the middle school and our students who identify as Black and African American within the Elk Grove Unified School District in those schools, improve cultural awareness of the advisors of our BSU programs, and create strong advocates for our Black and African American students on our middle school campuses to improve equity in educational and social activities on our campuses. So again, as I indicated, I wanted to provide the board and community an overall outline. And my apologies to our community members if they feel I left something out, or because I was taking this information off of their proposals and the information that was available. So I hope I did reasonable justice to the proposals, the work that they do, and the targeted outcomes that they are working toward achieving. And with that, I would just, Madam President, in working just so that it's coordinated in terms of asking folks to come up, and we're coordinating. I'm looking over at Mr. Mate because we may have some folks that we're bringing online and things of that nature. So we're here to assist in any way we can through the process to make sure that it goes smoothly. And with that, I'll get out of the way.
Thank you. We'll start with Ms. Pryor, please.
Madam President, just as no, we're going to set up the screen because one of our partners is actually you're gonna see them on screen and be able to hear them as you interact with them. So we're setting that up right now.
Don't forget, this can get this up and down if you need to.
Oh, because I'm tall?
Well, whichever.
Well, thank you very much.
Ms. Pryor, just to give you the correct attention, they're setting that screen up right now, and I don't want you to have to talk over that.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right, I think that's what you were expecting. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Pryor.
Well, thank you very much. First, I wanted to begin by saying, as a product of Valley High School, it's the mindset that our children are not college ready or college engaged that really speaks to the work that we do through our GOAT program. As a program who boasts 100% of our seniors enrolled in colleges like Cornell, UC Berkeley, Howard, UC Santa Cruz, Spelman, Morehouse, just to name a few. We are serious about our children. I've been coming before you for the last 3.5 years. I've been asking for a plan. I've been asking for directed resources for our students who have been suffering in your district for some time. I began coming here when you were number 3 in the state. So you can imagine my dismay to learn that you were number 1. And we've been having this conversation. So I'm actually encouraged that you begin to develop a plan of your own. However, without the right people in place to implement said plan, our kids are going to have to wait for that clock and for you to get your people in place to implement a plan. What we are proposing, I'm sorry, am I muffled? I don't know if I'm muffled.
You're very easy for me to understand. I don't believe, if you would like to take your mask off, we are all 6 feet away from you. I don't think, and vaccinated, I think it would be fine.
It's okay. Okay. Whew. I can breathe now. Good gracious. I don't even remember what was I saying?
You were just saying how important it was to have your people in.
Yes, I'm sorry. We're proposing to bring our existing programs into your school district. We've been running our programs. We are a 21-year-old organization. We were mostly doing things in the state capitol, but we decided that because we didn't see the movement we wanted to see on the outside, that we would kind of go into our communities and make sure our children know that we were there, we were present, and we were there to help them find their voice. What you will find out in talking to our students, they're not in those IB classes because they maybe failed a math class in 8th grade and they're not given the opportunity. If you were to talk to them about your student equity councils, they will tell you that during Zoom learning, they were not allowed in the room and they were prevented. They would have conversations and then bring them in afterwards. So we have to talk about the way in which our children are being ostracized, put to the side when they get in these honors and IB classes, how they're made to feel uncomfortable. The comments that they get from other students, like, you don't belong here. These things our children are internalizing. They're asking us to come in and provide a layer of protection between them and your administrations. So that's what we're proposing to do, just pretty simple. I have my CFO here with me. My board member, Rory Kaufman, is here, our former teacher. And then on the screen, you have our lead of the Black Parent Support Network, which is where that 6 to 15 number came from. We're not proposing to serve 6 to 15 families a month. We are proposing that you put us in all 9 of your high schools and a sister junior high school, because we're ready. And then over, you have the CASA LA CEO, Ms. Charity Chandler Cole, the Chief of Staff for Assemblywoman Buffy Wicks, and then Ms. Shara Murphy, I think she's at the
optometry, girl, I don't know, it's on the paper I gave y'all, just go ahead and read that. But they are ready to help us answer your questions if you have any. Like I said, we've been doing this. We just held our graduation. We were able to give over 8,000 scholarships to send our kids off to college, and we're ready to do more. So with that, I'll turn it over to whoever y'all want to talk to. Yes, come on. Over here. Over here.
Go the old-fashioned way. Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent and staff, that's what we used to do in Los Angeles Unified School District. Two things I'd like to say really quickly about what I've heard of your plan tonight. Please forgive me because I know this staff, been here, has worked their tail off. Same staff who's done that in if you will, in 1978, LA Unified School District called Goals and Reviews, which I was a member of. 500 parents was a part of that program. All I'm trying to say is that you are in 2021. We did it in 1978. This gentleman here, this board member, reminds me of board member LA, how he was relentless in asking certain things about the budget, because every time the budget came up in LA, it killed all youth programs, Black programs, brown programs. You have a problem with our students today, Black. The California flag represents the greatness of California. Well, for one vote, if you know your history, this state would have been Confederate. This state would have been a part of the South. Why? Because of the gold. And those students are being taught we weren't even represented. That flag, the United States of America, keeps us at 3/5 part of the Constitution. What you're trying to do is talk to Black young people from teachers. As a former teacher, we were always taught one thing: you can't walk in that classroom and get the respect of those students in 7 months, you've lost it. And if you can't teach a student as equal as the other students, there's a program we call PEACE, Programs Educating All Children Equally. This board must understand what the program you've gotten staff to put is a good program, no question. But if you don't have the right people to implement this program, to have that conversation with students, pardon me, I'm going to give a quick example. I went to the Capitol my first year. I went on Saturday to work. I dressed in my LA fashion, South Central, and I was arrested that day by Highway Patrol because of the perception. The Highway Patrol had to call the Speaker of the California Assembly, Mr. Herb Weston, to get me out of the situation I was in because of my dress code. It was Saturday, not Friday. Our students dress a certain way like all other students do because of the trends and what they put on television and social media. We must look at our young people as equal and get them that bill. From the hairstyles, which is a bill last year passed by this legislature, so young ladies who are African-American can wear their hairstyle. Because 12 ladies 2 years before that were fired by their corporate jobs because of their braids. That's just real simple. I know you're saying that, but the way you speak to our students and the way you do not give the respect to the Black young man is the problem we're gonna have if BYLP is not involved with dealing with it. I mentioned to one of your board members one thing I did at the school. He said, why didn't you turn that student in for carrying a gun to class? I didn't want to give him a suspension. I told that kid to put his gun in his locker, go after school. I went with him so he could go home across the neighborhood he was in. Because if you don't understand the realities of some of these students, where they come from, and how they're coming here from Oakland and everybody else, these are not just Sacramento or Elk Grove students. These are students come everywhere. And the Black students, you have to understand one thing only: if no respect, if you don't give them dignity. And about the bullying, we can go all day long about the bullying. So I wanted to say how BYLP has done successfully from the Capitol to this district to make young people feel respected, we feel whole, we feel honest, and not 3/5 of our Constitution, United States. BYLP can do that if you give us a chance to work with your outstanding staff to make it happen. Thank you.
I don't know if anyone on the screen wants to say anything, but if not, we are ready for your questions.
All right, Mr. Perez.
I have this. DC came out to us, community business proposal to support Black.
You got to get closer to your mic.
Oh, this is what I read this afternoon. And and the all of the proposals were submitted in a different way. For instance, I used to work for the state of California. We had a way to review RFAs, and they had a budget, scope of work, term, and this and that. So I was wondering if we could possibly give you a form to kind of summarize all your objectives, because it's kind of I support the programs, all of them, but what do you call it? It's and then I received this one, this one, because this tonight, which according to this report, and this is where I got mixed up, I'll also attach our executive summaries for 3 of the proposals, including. See, I got kind of mixed up. It wasn't in this package. It was this one that I read earlier. So I did read it. Anyway, let's get back to the clutch of this issue. What's the total amount are you requesting to do this project?
So our proposal is a 3-year proposal, and if you look at
page 5,
yeah, I believe it is.
Right.
We have a breakdown of the services, and there's 7 services that we're offering within our proposal that our parents, community, administrators, students will have access to.
Right.
And we're looking at that total amount of $1.86 million and some change for 3 years. However, this is not limited to what other programs we offer within our organization, such as our legislative open house. Our students will have access to all the other programs that we have outside of this. As our president stated, we just put on a celebration weekend this past weekend. We did a prom for our students. We did a graduation, and these were free community events. So to no cost to our students. So they would have access to that as well. The other thing to think about is when you look at that number, I can see I could understand if there's some hesitation, but if you put it in the context of we're committing to 9 high schools and their sister junior highs at a minimum of 20 students at each school, that's 40 students, divide that by, it's less than $5,000 per student. I think it's like 30, I think it came out to 33.50. That's what we're looking at. And we're talking about full wraparound services for our students.
Okay, your figure was 5,000 per year or for those 3 years?
Per year, per student.
Okay.
Per student.
Okay, that's clear.
And it's like 30, it's actually like more like 3,400, not 5,000. And again, if we get more students that are committed to our program and we can retain them, then obviously that cost per student goes down as well.
Forgive me again.
No worries.
I'm on page 5 here. Is that your budget?
So no, you have the wrong, I'm sorry, we had submitted 2 proposals. We
Okay.
had submitted
Right.
a proposal
Right.
and then we did an amended proposal.
Right, I have the other one here.
Sorry,
Okay,
yes.
okay, it's all right. Okay. I'm still going. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and then your scope of work, well, the other one had 27 months. This one's 3 actual years, school years, right?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
3 times 4, 12 is 36 months, right?
Correct.
Okay, for that amount. And you're, okay, again, I'm looking for the scope of work in which thing and the time frames. And what page are those on this?
So we do have a scope of work. It would be on, did they print, how did they print it out for them?
Scope of services, that's what you call it.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, it starts right here. Scope of services, that's what you call it. Those are very good. And this particular one works with you proposing that working at all high schools and middle schools. You changed that, right? And how many supportive staff do you have in your program? Are you going to commit to?
Well, we provided a list of people that are.
Lorraine, yeah.
You sure? We provided you a list of
That's a new one.
people that work
Oh,
with
this one.
our organization. Yes.
Okay.
And those are who would be responsible for a lot of the work that will go on. We will also employ, we will also employ local students. So we have some college students that are already part of our team at the office. And we also employ high school students to come in and intern with us. So we're not, we won't be starting from scratch. I'll tell you that.
Very good.
And just to make a quick point too, our programs that we're proposing in this proposal, some of them have been already up and running, boots on the ground for 3 years. I mean, 3 years plus. So we're not creating the wheel. This is what we do. And so it's, you know, we were ready to start yesterday. And with all due respect to, you know, the work that the district has done in terms of strategic planning and, you know, their universal goals, some of that stuff is still being phased in. And I heard that clearly, like some are ready to go, some are not.
Right.
We're ready to go. There's not, we don't have to say, give us some time. We're going to implement that. We're doing the work now.
No, okay. And you mentioned Sac State and universities. Are these students possible teacher going through a teacher preparation, counseling preparation course, credentialing program, or they're pursuing your BA, BS to become teachers or counselors or in the educational system or social welfare arena?
The ones that we currently have, they are not going into the teaching field. We have one that recently graduated from Sac State with a degree in criminal justice, minor in sociology and dance. What I would say is that what you will find is not a lot of times are we going into the teaching field in a traditional sense.
Right.
We are community teachers.
Right.
We go in where we are needed now. We don't wait for a credential to tell us that we are legit in what it is that we're doing. So they are not going into the field of teaching currently. We're community teachers.
You also mentioned in those reports 3 organizations. By the way, I would like to thank this board for recognizing Ms. Brown. She has done a phenomenal job at Laguna Creek High School with her BSU. I am the former state advisor of BSU. You mentioned AKA Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Company. There's a pink and green in the room. I just thought I'd get that in there. On Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, we understand the importance of education across the board. You mentioned historical Black colleges. We have 2 of us who are graduates of historical Black colleges. You also mentioned your leadership program. May I suggest to this board, you might want to consider a citywide that we would coordinate leadership program. I am also a former licensed leadership advisor for 3 high schools in LA, 1 in Compton. You have the great idea. The question is how to implement it, because leadership is the key to student activities, which is the key to raising a great campus of programs. Those are the things we can do for this district.
And you mentioned the city. Was that the city of Elk Grove or the city of Sacramento? Well, you mentioned.
Well, I don't know what he was alluding to, but we would say, I would say Sac County-wide, because we have schools in both Elk Grove and the city of Sacramento. So.
And what kind of liaisons and partnerships do you have with UC Davis, Dr. Drake? Are you currently working with his recruitment efforts to develop a college pipeline through that arena and at Sac State and junior colleges also? Well,
I don't know who Dr. Drake is, but I can tell you Dr. Vajra Watson and Patrice over that run the SES program. We are in collaboration, and I've spoken at UC Davis a couple of times to talk to them about the things that we are doing in the community and how to specifically advocate for the things you want to see change. So if you're talking specifically about a pipeline, right now we're just trying to get our children to survive the K-12 education system, and then encourage them when they start to apply for colleges and they need portfolios to go to the college fairs, or they need help with their college essays. We have that
currently going on. So we don't have a specific relationship, but we are super intentional on making sure our kids get to the next level and that we support them all the way through that.
And you have internal evaluation and data program for outcomes also?
Say that one more time.
Your data and outcomes.
Yes,
studies.
and that's what's in our proposal. So we'd be submitting, I believe it's quarterly reporting to the district along with the Office of Community or Family and Community Engagement, providing reports of, you know, how many students, who we're tracking. Also, we're going to be very intentional in tracking them, you know, all the way through college. As our president stated, we have interns that interned this summer that came home, and they're still part of our team, and we're still tracking and supporting them as well. So it's just not once you get out of high school, we're not here for them. We're still here for them. So.
Very good.
Yeah.
And you are Valencia, correct?
I'm Selena, yes.
Selena. Okay, I got that right. One more last question. How would you approach teacher preparation program at Sac State or any university in order to train future teachers to come into school districts? And what would you advise them to do? What type of job, what type of skills? I know you missed. What's your name again, sir?
That's Rory, but I want to throw it to Shannon McKinley, who's on the line, in terms of if she wants to weigh in on this question, because I have an answer, but I don't want them, they've been up for a while, and so I want to make sure that they have time to speak as well.
And I'll be happy to chime in on that too.
Oh, okay. We can't hear you.
Go ahead, Charity. I was waiting for Shannon. I think as far as teacher preparation, I think where we fail our children at the K through 12 level is that a lot of the trauma-informed, culturally competent, I heard a lot of, us having culturally competent and culturally intentional pedagogy in the curriculum and the work we're having, but oftentimes teachers don't receive those types of skills until they're at a master's or doctoral level, primarily doctoral level. So instilling, pedagogy and training and curriculum, for people aspiring to be teachers at the bachelor's level will be very important, so that as they enter our schools and are interacting with our Black children, they have, they're able to respond, from a culturally responsive social justice, racial justice lens and perspective, because oftentimes we miss that boat because they don't get that type of training early on. And they're actually inflicting more harm and more trauma, intentional or unintentional, on our youth. And we talked a lot about, why, programs like this are so important, because we know the data, we know the statistics, we know that Black children are disproportionately affected, not just by school suspensions, but also the type of education and quality of education and interactions they receive with teachers and administrators. So what brought me to BYLP and all of the work we do is seeing how, impactful this work has been on the lives of the children they serve, seeing firsthand how they interact with the children, how the youth respond, how the children, despite their circumstances, despite the barriers they have, despite people around them not believing in them and giving up on them finding worth and value in themselves because they have a circle of people, a community that are very intentional about their success, intentional about telling them that regardless of what your teachers are telling you, regardless of what your grades may say, regardless of what other adults that are not consistent in your life are telling you, you can grow up and be whatever you want to be. So when you ask, what schools and pathways are we linked to, the sky's the limit for our children. We do not limit our children to certain schools or certain districts or even certain career goals. We tell them to shoot for the stars, shoot as high as they need to, and we're going to support you. We're going to be that one consistent organization and group of people and loving adults that are, centering, their lives, in the work we do, and making sure that they are going to be someone, that they're going to be our next generation of leaders and not our next generation of inmates and homeless people and people experiencing poverty, because that's the outcome for our youth when they do not succeed educationally. And so we're coming in and we're intervening in very powerful ways, providing counseling, mental health, non-traditional at that, really amplifying the voices and the needs of the children we're serving. We built this program based off of what the children and youth said that they need in their lives, the type of support they want to see, and also realizing that parent support is a huge factor. And it's very hard to get parents involved, especially Black and brown parents who have to work several jobs, have transportation issues, have their own set of barriers. So we're able to, meet parents where they are and offer proximity to them, offer virtual options for them. And we're seeing parents be involved and engaged in ways that are just so powerful, and seeing how powerful the parents feel to finally be in a position where they're not humiliated, they're not disrespected, they're not looked down upon because they can't show up to school site meetings at 12 in the afternoon when they have work, when they not have to choose between their jobs and, showing up and being a supportive parent, but meeting parents where they are, giving them the power of choice, giving them the power of understanding they may not have a high school degree or college degree themselves, but their input is still valuable. The impact they're going to have on their child's lives, still matters. So this program does that. And there's nothing out there that exists. As a CEO of an organization and sitting on multiple commissions and boards, I would not waste my time with the program that I didn't see true results and true impact from. And that's BYLP. And we have to capitalize on this moment because this may not exist later. And we don't have the privilege, you don't have the privilege to bypass an opportunity to really restore and heal the very communities that you say you want to support. So now's our opportunity. And I just urge you to, take advantage of this opportunity because the Loreens don't come often. And people like me want to support Loreen and be on the call to 11 o'clock at night, if this wasn't meaningful and powerful, and if I wasn't seeing children's lives actually being changed in the process. So I hope that answered your question.
I believe.
Okay. And to further echo what she has said, I hope I will not be offending anyone in this room politically. In 2022, this country is going to go through one of the greatest elections it's going to ever have. For the government teachers of the world, as a former government teacher, you have to be objective to tell your students what's really happening before CNN, MSNBC, and everybody else gets it. From a Black perspective, as a teacher, we were always taught one thing to everybody in this room who's educators. If you don't have the respect and attention of the student in the first 7 months, or 7 minutes, if you will, excuse me, you will lose that class. You asked about teacher preparation. Lots of teachers come from various parts of this United States to come to California.
Right.
But they also need to be prepared to the area they wish to teach in. They need to understand this community and all facets. We were taught as former teachers, know everything about that community you possibly can so you feel comfortable in teaching that community. Or not with one young, I will never forget this as long as I live, the superintendent of Los Angeles Unified asked me to speak to the new teachers. One teacher raised their hand and said, how do I get my car from being stolen at school if I go to this school in LA? Answer, if you get with your students, they'll protect your car. Now, some of you may say, could he really say that? Yeah, because the cheerleaders of Dorsey Senior High School protected this art teacher from his car getting stolen since he came from Massachusetts with a brand new Corvette and parked it in the front of the school. Dang. Anybody in this room has any common sense to watch television know what would happen if that Corvette would have stayed right in the front of that school. That teacher did exactly what I told him to do, work with your cheerleaders, work with your football team. The teacher lasted 10 years at Dorsey High because teachers have to understand the environment, the school, the administration, and the community before you can teach. Right. Because if you don't, television will direct them.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
If I could.
Yes, one more.
Shar Murphy. So I just to finish up my bio. So I'm the executive officer for the California State Board of Optometry. We oversee the professional licensing for optometrists and opticians. But most importantly, I have also been doing this work with another school, a charter school within Sacramento County, and serving on their impact committee, working specifically on social justice and how it is that they approach social equity. And so I think that, the point of staff training is so very important. And I really want to applaud the district in its proposal tonight and its commitment to that. But one of the things that I encountered, right, I was trying to dovetail my work, and I said, Lorraine, I'm over here working on, this proposals over here for another school. Do you have any data or anything around teacher preparation? And she said to me, no, I work for the children. This is about children. And so I think I want to just bring 2 points together, that I want to applaud the district for looking at how you train your teachers to meet your students where they are. But this group is about immediate intervention, already being at a place where we are messengers of credibility, messengers that can be trusted, someone who comes from the outside, who hasn't been a part of the problems that may have plagued them before, who can get them to a point where when those teachers are ready to meet them, they also are buoyed by the encouragement, the mentorship, the programs that we've given them. And they're at a place where they can ask for the things that they need. They can be partners, not be creators of what the change is that the district needs to create, but to be in a place where they can be true educational partners in the classroom. And so I want to say that I think, teacher preparation is fantastic. This group is about kids. And this group is about immediate intervention, beginning of August with your school district, the ability to come in with credibility and to develop trust, so that once your teachers are ready for that, our students are there to meet them.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thank you. Oh.
No, for the.
Okay. Mr. Fortuna.
Good evening. First of all, let me say that I really appreciate the fact that you're here to share in person the information you provided in your proposals. To the, in deference certainly to the representatives from the other two proposals, I did not, until a week ago, know that you had submitted proposals, or I would have spoken with you also. But the staff from Black Youth Leadership Program did not lobby me for their support, but I in fact went to them, which is a difference, and was more than impressed with what they have been able to achieve. The proposal that was submitted and was the basis of Ms. Jamerson's motion a week ago was specifically to address disproportionality and suspension of Black children. The motion also spoke to supports that could be provided to Black students and their families, but it was to specifically deal with an issue that has been around for a long time. And certainly in deference to Mr. Cerruti and the staffs who are here tonight talking about what they plan to do, that's in the future. And what I heard you say, and it was one of my first questions, is you can go to work tomorrow morning. And, I'll certainly own up to the fact that I kind of put a little jab out there when I said I appreciated receiving the report, given that it was June 20th or 22nd, 2021, maybe 100 years too late. But yeah, it's an approach that when implemented, I'm sure will have benefit. But we need to deal with today. Our programs start July 15th. What I heard you say is you're ready. You'd be ready for July 15th. And for me, I'm personally satisfied with what you are able to provide. I'm comfortable with what you're able to provide. You've addressed in the proposal how you will assess outcomes, and I'm comfortable with that also. Again, I want to go back to how we got here tonight, and it was on the basis of the motion made to support the proposal now, July 15th. Be ready to go. So I don't have a whole lot of questions. The one I would ask, however, is with respect to a student that is up for suspension, how would you intervene in terms of providing support to not only the student and their family, but to the staff person who has brought the motion of suspension forward?
Well, I can tell you what I've done. I've been in a number of your schools. I always go in with questions. What happened? Was there anything done to create a learning moment? Was it something that they had to do? Was suspension the only option that they had? Did they ever talk to the student to try to figure out why they reacted the way that they did? I also assess just basically, I talk to the student first. And my job is to, one, gain a rapport. And then two, once you gain that rapport, you have trust. And they have to trust that I'm going to go in there in the benefit of them. That does not mean that if they are wrong, they are not held accountable. But if they are correct in their assessment that they were treated unfairly, then we have an opportunity. That's an opportunity for the administration to show some grace. It's an opportunity for the administration to figure out another way to intervene or to implement discipline, but in a gradual way. That's why when I first started coming here, I started talking to you about your discipline matrix. I wanted to know what steps were taken prior to going to that suspension. A lot of times our students are suspended for willful defiance. That could be anything like not going to pick up a piece of paper, not picking up their backpack, walking in the room with a baseball cap on. It's very, very subjective. So our job is to go in and assess the situation. I don't necessarily put blame on any one person. However, I'm there for the child. And I make that very, very clear. And if we can form a working relationship like I've done on many of your campuses, that's great. But a lot of times, the only reason we don't focus or we don't form that relationship is they know they were wrong. And if you're not suspending everybody for that infraction you're hemming that Black kid up for, nobody should be getting suspended. It's either equal treatment across the board. That's where you come in with disproportionality. If you're not doing it to the non-Black students, don't do it to our students. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Rory? A little sidelight and reinforcement of what you were saying with the story you shared. And I'll try to get through this. One of my children taught at a primarily Black school. Beautiful blonde hair, blue-eyed girl. And she'd been there just a little over a month, not a long time. And she was at the end of school, she was walking to her SUV, and a group of Black boys approached her, and they said, "Mrs. Fortuna, is that your car over there?" And she said, "Yes." And they said, "You will never have to worry about it." And that spoke volumes in terms of how she interacted with kids. And we have a teacher. He was Teacher of the Year for the state of California, Mr. Smith. And what he says about teaching the kids is, I mean, it's so simple. He said, if they know that you love them and they know that you respect them, he goes, there isn't anything else you got to do. You got them. And that's where everybody needs to be. I know we do so much staff development, and I shared that it's important, but how you were brought up is really important. And you know, maybe with all of our efforts, we'll get to a point where the issues we've been talking about are resolved. So thank you.
Mr. Yang?
Thank you for coming here and present it to us and give us a choice to implement into being a part of the solution to help our Black kids. So thank you for being here. I'm going to go straight to some questions. Can you tell me what a typical day is like for your program?
Well, which one of the 7? So, I mean, my day currently consists of making sure I'm prepared to answer your questions. We just, like they said, we just came off of a celebration weekend where we were able to do 2 events in one weekend. But on a daily, we have our students come in, we assign the assignments. So if you've ever been on our social media, there are quotes that they get, they create. We don't limit their creativity. We talk to them about what they plan to do next. We have 5 interns that will be leaving us to return to colleges. We have Stanislaus State, Howard University, Spelman. Oh my God, I know they're gonna be mad at me tomorrow. I'm tired, but they're returning to school. So we're just trying to get them prepared to do that. We are assessing whether or not they need anything. We don't want any of our children hungry when they go away. So making sure they have those supports in place. We have current Elk Grove Unified School District high schoolers that will remain with us, and their assignments will range from teaching them how to market on social media, teaching them about the advocacy work that we do and how to affect change where they're at, how to engage their administrators and their teachers. If they have a problem, they know to be quiet and go get a safe adult. There is a power imbalance on your campuses, and we don't want our children having to interface with adults who they're never going to win that, right? And if they do too much, that will affect their grade, even if they're turning in their work. So we have them make sure they know how to interface appropriately, how to call for help when they need it. A lot of times we still answer complaints, and it's not just from this district, it's the districts countywide. I'm still on the phone with different districts talking about their MOU process, the process that I went through here in Elk Grove Unified to get through that BP and AR 5144.3, I think it is. So my days vary, but it's more, it has leaned more towards consulting services during the day. And at night we host support networks. So not only am I doing the day-to-day stuff, but I get to interface with our kids. We have support networks running all through the week. I host a community conversation. I'm on board meetings for other districts. So every day is different, but every day is the same in the fact that we are focused on our children and making sure they have what they need to be successful.
So we got 8,300-ish Black students in Elk Grove Unified School District. 8,320 by calculation of 13% with 6,400 students, right? So that's is a pretty big group. But obviously you not cater to all of them. You cater to middle school and high school Black students, right? So you explain your day, which is a pretty busy person. So how's your organization's gonna operate day to day to affect these Black students that will,
So currently,
that they will prevail to be successful in terms of not being suspended, will be successful academically and be college and life readiness. So how is your organization prepared to make that happen on a day-to-day basis?
so we do that day to day now. So we have our interns, which are, we have 2 that are site leads, which lead our support networks. We also have, as we said, we have our team here we have a full staff. So I guess the question is we're already doing it full time now. So it's just. And I was just telling them what I do. So I think.
Well, how do you get with the student? Like, do you virtually consult them,
right
or
now,
do you meet them in person? How do you do it?
So we have an office located here in Elk Grove.
Okay.
So our office is open to students and parents, community that wants to come in, teachers that want, or administrators that want to come and meet us in person. But we do hold everything virtual as well. So all of our support networks are on Zoom, or, basically Zoom, I believe. Yeah. But we do have everything in person as well. So
how do you?
But COVID limited.
How do you get participation from the students? Do you wait for them to come to you, or do you engage with them?
Yes.
What do you
So
do?
we have a social media platform. Again, that's what our president was saying, is that we do have our interns that work on our social media, which basically we go out and get these students. We are on the campuses. For instance, for our celebration weekend last weekend, we were out there at graduation time when they were, held at Consumnes Oaks or Monterey Trails, passing out our flyers. We've also partnered with other organizations around the cities to promote our programs. We were on Good Day Sacramento this past week. So KCRR3. So we do all of our promotion in-house to get students to come to our program.
So you're waiting for the student to come to you? I'm just trying to understand how you engage with the students so that we know that these students will be in service by you. So if you just wait for students, I think the participation is going to be very low. So.
Well, what you're talking about is kind of like 2 different things. So what Celine is talking about is our events. When we have events like the one that we hold at the state capitol, we have developed relationships with different staff members across districts. We are still in communication with those districts statewide. We are always in communication with the people that we know. We reach out to the folks who have already come to like our community movie screenings and the different things that we are holding to engage our students. So it was an advantage for me to have a mother at Monterey Trail, I will tell you that. But I also have relationships with your Family and Community Engagement Office. I have relationships with the Family and Community Engagement Office in different districts, with the directors of social emotional learning. And we've been able to do a lot as Capitol staffers as well. We've been able to reach out to the district offices of the members in the legislature. So we're not limited to who we can connect with. Now, if you're talking about how are we going to get the students when we come onto your schools, first of all, you had to open your schools up for us to be able to do that. I'm not
Of course,
shy.
if we have contract with you,
Right,
right? Obviously, we're gonna want your service. We're not gonna pay you and don't want your service.
Right. And so that's what I'm saying. It's a little bit different at this point if we go into contract, or when we go into contract, because I believe it's gonna happen. We will be
Imagine you on contract, what you gonna do for the student on
I'm
a
showing
daily
up.
basis?
Day one, I'm showing up. I'm
So
getting to know
let's-
who the students are. I need to know who your Black students are.
If I may, Laureen has, and because this program has been developed on her shoulders and with her hard sweat and tears, I think what's most important is that with the proposal you've got tonight, we're bringing in site-specific folks. So we're taking those larger scale resources we have, and we're channeling those toward site-specific personnel who are working with your students. But I also want to say that what I've really seen is the way that this organization is built is that each one gets one. And every single week I see another student who has convinced a friend, like, this is fun, this is good, I feel heard, I feel accountable, I feel valuable. You should come and be with us too. So we'll have people on your campuses to do the work, but the programs and the students who are involved, they become the promotion themselves. They want their friends to have the same positive environment and same positive interactions that they're having. And it really does become a matter of students growing and bringing in folks so that their circles get more positive, that their friends have better outcomes. So we'll be there on your campuses, but I've seen these services reach kids because they want their friends to have an opportunity like they have.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Word of mouth has been such a powerful tool for BYLP. And let's be clear, kids want this. They not only want to have this safe space, this supportive circle, but they want it with people that look like them, people that are reflective of the communities they live in and are from the communities they're from. And because BYLP has leveraged the virtual space, you know, a lot of our support networks, you know, we have folks coming in from all over the country, mentoring youth, being supportive to them, showing them what Black success looks like, showing them what Black wealth looks like, showing them what overcoming barriers and oppression and racism looks like. So when kids hear that, wow, I get to see someone that's in the field I'm in, or a field I want to go into, a field Black folks don't normally go into, I'm going to show up because I'm going to want to hear, you know, what they did. I'm going to want to get advice from this person. I'm going to want to get mentorship from this person. So the kids flock to us. You know, we're more concerned with, are we going to have enough resources and money to hire enough staff to support the number of youth that are going to come be a part of this program? That's the question we should be asking.
Yeah, so I'm asking that questions because, you know, I'm also a regional regional chair for a nonprofit organizations that we help out youth, like high school and college, in areas like self-reliance, leadership, public speaking, financial literacy, civic engagement, public affair, all of those. And it's very difficult to get kids on board. And you know that there's kids that probably needs help more than some of the ones that apply for it, but they neglecting it, or you can't get to them. So to me, it's really important to outreach to them, engage with them. Your program looks and you know, it looks like it's going to be great for the district, but I haven't heard what resonates to me that you're going to reach out to all the kids. It almost seems like you're going to be, well, I haven't seen a clear approach of how you engage with the kids. So like, I was hoping to hear like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to the school, we're gonna maybe even hold a rally, you know, and you know, introduce ourselves to the school, you know, and that would be a great introductions, because the kids need you, right? But if they don't know that you exist and you wait for them to come to you, they just won't come to you. At least not a lot of them. So anyway, with that said,
I want to jump in because I feel like you're making the assumption. You may not have heard of us, but the kids have. The kids in your district have been in our programs. We've been in existence for 21 years. We've been bringing kids to the Capitol for 21 years. So you may not be familiar with our organization. This may be new to you, but the kids in the community, especially in Elk Grove, they know who Lorene is. They know who BYLP is. So with all due respect, by us being on campus, we will continue our outreach and the word will spread via word of mouth, but we will have a problem of probably having too many kids, to be honest. You know, it is difficult to reach kids, but you may have had those issues in their programs because you're not dealing with the same population of kids. Our kids want us on their campus. Our kids come to us because they can't get this kind of assistance or help on their campus. So by us being there, it'll make us easier to access and it'll give us the opportunity to engage with them on a regular basis. So we are not waiting for them because we're reaching them now. We can reach them more and easier when you contract with us and put us on your campus.
And I would add that you're probably not getting the answer you're looking for, coming from a space of seeing that kids, that you've dealt with, haven't been really responsive and reacted to the methods that have normally been used, because we're not traditional on purpose. We don't use traditional means. We know it doesn't work with our youth, and they have a say in the program. They built out the program. They come to our program because they know that their voice, their needs are amplified and reflected in the program. And when it doesn't work, we have the ability to quickly pivot to make sure it's meeting their needs and that it's giving them what they want. So they know they're going to a program that's not just going to talk about financial literacy or talk about X, Y, or Z or feel mandated, but they're going to go to a program that centers their needs and hears their voices and allows them to have a part and a role in the decision making and the process and the development. It's all a part of developing them to be the next generation of leaders by allowing them to be a part of that involvement, regardless of what age it is. We have 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds. We had little ones at one point coming on and just blowing us away because they were able to give input into what they wanted to see in this program. So when they became middle schools or high schoolers, we were ready for them. So it's not your traditional program. We're not going to go the traditional route because we know, to your point, that it does not work. But what we're doing is already working, it's already proven, it's already tested. And I'll just leave it there.
And I was going to say, like Lorene said, that she was going to be there day one. Lorene has always been grassroots. That's what BYLP, we are in the community, we are grassroots. Like everyone's been saying, we are not the traditional, and we know what our kids want. Our kids come to us, we ask them on a daily basis, what do you need from us? What do you want? What is it that you need? And we make ourselves available. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, I receive text messages from I call them my babies, because that's what they are. Those are my babies. So that's how we embrace our children in our groups. Black Boy Support Network, Black Girl Support Network, and I run the Black Parent Support Network because I meet the parents where they are, what they need. I'm like, what do you need from me? Because being in the Black community, we are not traditional, and you cannot expect us to be traditional. So Lorene and BYLP, we meet our students where they are. And so when she said that she will be there day one, she will be there along with the other staff day one, ready to assist our babies, because it is ground zero in Elk Grove, and it is a dire situation that our babies are in need. They need help.
So the end game is helping out Black kids. That's why you guys are here. That's why we are talking to you. But again, I encourage you to find a more strategic way to get the kids participated as much as possible, because without them participating, there's no way, whatever programs you have, it may be great, but you cannot help them if they're not there. So that's my point. So just, outreach to them, make sure they're there and help them out. That's all I got. Thank you.
Mr. Yang.
I'll let you go, Sean.
Mr. Lear.
I'm so sorry, Member Yang. I've hosted 2 of our current mentees this weekend. They're staying a little longer than intended and are listening. They've been a part of the meeting the entire time. And in your discussions or questions about outreach, they're over here and they want to add comments. So I'm going to let 2 of our BYLP 2021 graduate mentees.
That's fine. The only thing that I want to reiterate is that you guys are, asking to serve a large group of Black students. So it's not like, couple hundreds. It's a lot of kids. And this is the 5th largest school district. So I don't doubt once you sit down or talk to them virtually, you're going to touch them, you're going to help them. But again, this is a lot of kids, and I'm just a little bit concerned. And this is not to
somebody doing it. Show us somebody doing it.
But to just, make sure that you have a clear path of what you about to do to get participation at its maximum. That's all. So don't take as
No,
throwing it under the bus.
no, not at all. I think Amara just wanted to explain from a student perspective how our efforts have been strategic. I don't want to speak for her though, but I'll allow Amara and Vinay to both give comment, and I'll scooch over quickly so they can both step in.
Hi, I'm Amara, and I think what
You gotta come a little closer.
Closer.
We cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I think what was being said was kind of getting lost in translation. And
Big girl voice. We can't hear. No, You trying to talk so slow, so soft.
Talk loud, and can you tell us your name and how old you are? And what grade you in?
Can you guys hear me? Yes, no.
Project
Hello?
more. You've got to
Okay.
project
Yeah, just speak up. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm 17. I'll be attending Cornell University, go Big Red. And so I just wanted to say that I've always, like, since being in this program since last August, I felt the support. I felt what I needed, what was missing from my academic endeavors. I felt that peace. I was not ready to talk today. And I think that, like, I have each and every one of these ladies' numbers, and I can attest to the fact that if I called them at 11, they would pick up the phone and they would be there for whatever I needed. Doesn't matter what it is or the magnitude of the situation. And so, yeah, and that's something that I was comfortable with leaving so far from college, because I know that I have this strong network of women who are going to be there to support me. And yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I have last question. I'm sorry. I kind of got away with the last question. So my last question would be, the kids has been suspended. How do you go about to help them to prevent future suspension?
Well, what I can tell you is that I normally get the complaint after they've been suspended. So I don't have any say-so on the administrator's discretion to suspend. What I can do is come in after the fact to see if there's something else that we can implement to restore that student.
I'll add, once we're in the schools, once we have the contract.
Let me just clarify my question. What do you do to help to prevent future suspension?
I'm not on the campus, so I cannot prevent a suspension. The way that things have worked for us these past 3.5 years is I get a complaint after a student feels they were suspended unjustly. And then I can come to the campus as their advocate to try to figure out if there was a different way we could have dealt with the situation. Because I'm not on your campuses, I can't tell you why or how the administrator is choosing to suspend. I don't have that purview.
Okay, so
Can I add, the goal is, once we're on the schools and we have the access, is to build really strong partnerships with administration. So they know if the child is a part of Black Youth Leadership Project, that we're going to find alternatives to suspension. We're going to figure out how to divert this child from whatever's happening by bringing in BYLP to make sure the child, their emotional needs are being met, their behavioral needs are being met, figuring out what's really happening with this child, why they may or may not be acting out, figuring out what's happening with the administration, and kind of come in and fill that gap so that they don't have to be suspended. So if our administrators have someone to call and have someone to lean on, similar to foster youth who should have a social worker to call to intervene in that way, that prevents the child from being suspended. And that's what we want. That's our goal. But administrators do not currently have that. They do not currently have someone to call to say, hey, we're having issues with the child. Can you come? Can you support them so that we don't have to suspend them, so that we can find an alternative to make sure that they're having successful outcomes and that they're not going to have learning loss or whatever else is going to occur as a result of that suspension. That is exactly what we want to do through this proposal.
Okay, so I'll make one last comment, and I'll move you to the next trustee. So it sounds like you directly to Ms. Pryor. So it sounds like you are a liaison to the students, especially in the case of suspension. You go there after they have been suspended. So I would recommend to see if you could find some sort of way to practice in terms of teaching or educating the students, to provide any sort of education for their own benefit to prevent future suspension for them. So instead of just being there for them, but really, find a way to teach the students so that they don't get suspended again. And whatever it may be, if you get the contract, hopefully you'll find a solution to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I just respond just very, very briefly? Teaching the students not to get suspended again, that is assuming that racism and bias don't play a role in this system. And sometimes they're not suspended for something that they're doing. They're suspending because somebody doesn't think that they are human beings. So we have to be clear. I cannot teach them how not to get suspended if they're not doing anything to be suspended in the first place. What we need to do is assess why the teachers are suspending them and why they don't have classroom management skills. That's what we need to talk about.
Well, I get what you're saying, but I think that it goes both ways. Well, so if you're contracted, I expect and recommend that you will find a way to help the students on behalf of your organizations with the contract that you have with Elk Grove Unified School District. Now, the Elk Grove Unified School District staff and the district has its own responsibility in terms of reforming policies of suspension. That is the separate issues. But specifically to you is if you get the contract, my recommendation to you is to find a way to build a workshops or any sort of education that you could talk to the students in terms of your organization to them, that you have control. But as far as, racism, bigotry, all of that, I think that you can't control other people's approach to, the students. It doesn't matter if you black, brown, yellow, whatever it is, right? So we all face those racism every day from different people. So that we can't control, but what we can control is from us teaching our students. Thank you.
Dr. Martinez-Salier.
Thank you for the patience. I know we have a couple other presentations and proposals, and I'm being mindful of everybody here. So I do have questions. I'm going to keep them to a limited amount because I know the time length. Your other fellow colleagues are online, and all our staff people and our other community. We really appreciate it. One of my questions is, how many total in the past school districts or school sites have you worked with? If you have just a roundabout total number of different districts you have serviced.
So you want the number of different districts, or you want the number of students?
I want the number of different districts that you have partnered with in the past.
So is that 4 from LA or?
The district we've worked with individually have been, of course, Elk Grove, SAC, Twin Rivers, and San Juan. And those students I've worked with personally as a BYL board member, and that's because of the situations of the schools. And what bothered me about the last question of the school board member was, as a former teacher, outside cannot deal with suspensions. You can, as Lorene has said, we deal with them after. If we were on campus to have a conversation with the administration prior to suspension, then we can work. Plus, the other problem is, you don't have in your school district ways, and you just talked about student rights. That should be the first thing passed out to students when they come to school, because half of them don't know what the rights are and they get expelled for certain things. Dress code, you guys mentioned all night long about the dress code. So until you put, if you will, procedures together and we go into the schools to prevent that, those are some of the things I'd just like to share with you. As a former teacher, if I had to suspend, I would suspend, but I would always bring the parent in first before I suspend. That was my method.
And so those are the ones here in Sacramento. We are a statewide program, so we have we've partnered with LAUSD in certain areas. We focused on San Lorenzo High School down in the Bay Area, some other ones in the Bay Area, which I can't even, my mind is discombobulated. But what I can tell you is we are a statewide program and we've served over 3,500 students with full-time jobs. We have full-time jobs. We are capital staffers. So we've been serving students. We will continue to serve students, and our focus is the students.
My next question is, I know you have mentioned in your proposal, and also right now you mentioned you'd work with some of our outgrow families. Do you roughly have the estimated total number of our families specifically and school sites around how many, just general number you've worked with?
I don't know if we specifically named a number in the proposal of Elk Grove families. What we did in the proposal was tell you what Black Parent Support Network is currently working with. As far as your school district, I will just say since 2010, you have been sending upwards of 50 students to the Capitol every year. So we have maintained relationships with those students and their families. If they still have kids in schools, we know we have brothers and sisters that have come through our program. So yeah.
And then my last question, going back to suspensions. I know you alluded to working with different districts in the past. So what recommendations or strategies have you given in the past to help with the suspensions?
So I don't know if I specifically said I've worked with different districts on the suspension question. What I can tell you is that I'm aware of the reports. When I have had issues with suspensions, I think I've been here numerous times. I've been to Sac City Unified numerous times. I've been to San Juan numerous times. And so when I'm talking about recommendations, let's assess if the same teachers are sending out the students continuously. Let's assess whether the students are actually having an infraction or whether or not they're being targeted. So those are a couple of things that I would give you right now. If you want more, partner with us and we'll tell you.
Okay, I have a concern about time.
Yes.
I'm starting a headache from here, and I think we owe the other people here a time to introduce, yet our board members have more questions. I'm open to a suggestion. I don't know if we could go further in a virtual format or have a second time to hear something. What are thoughts? Because it is 20 to 12 and it is a waning time. And as you said, you're employed. We have employees that have to come to work tomorrow. I'm open for a suggestion.
Madam Chair, how many of us are left to question? 1, 2. I personally have 2 questions, so that's probably a total of 5 minutes. If it's the will of the body that I ask them in an alternative format and my response will be shared with the board, I'm open to that.
Ms. Jamerson?
I have 2 questions or points. I'm very quick as well.
Okay. I have points as well. And I think providing, okay, let's do that. And then move directly to our group, our second group that is here.
Who was next, Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, you are.
Okay. Thank you all for being here and for still being here. Very much appreciate it. I want to make a quick note about my lens and how I'm seeing this item. So all of my training through the California School Boards Association says school board members do not pick vendors. And in my school facilities world, there are actually laws set up to prevent us from doing that. So all my questions are going to be about program, right? Proposals, things that the district might want to pursue. I'm just not going to get into the merits of specific vendors. And that's no disrespect to the impressive individuals who are lending their time and talents tonight. So I do have a question about the idea of providing a layer of protection between students and staff. What does that look like? And particularly, does that look different? Is that a different role as a contractor than it is as a community advocate?
No, Protecting students is protecting students. So if they come to us with a concern, we are going to be the go-between if they ask us to, or we are going to walk alongside them to express what they believe the problem is and create a workable solution. So no, it's no different.
Thank you. Second question, I believe I heard that interns are leading the student groups right now. Are those high school or college level or a mix of that?
College level.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Ms. Jamerson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Or good morning almost.
Yes.
So again, I don't have a lot. The things that stand out to me are that one, that your proposal is specifically addressing suspensions and that these are strategies that will be put in place with that outcome of changing those suspension rates. I also, the fact that you are an established organization that is already doing the work and is ready to go, I think is beneficial to us, and that you are looking at targeting all the high schools and the middle schools. I think that when we look at the different proposals that we're seeing tonight, as well as the plan that was presented to us, this is in support of work that is already being planned by the district. This is about expanding capacity. This is not competing with the other proposals here. So for me, this is a win-win because it's about adding another layer of support and augmenting what we would already like to see in place. I think that your programs feel a specific niche that is not being met. And as was stated, representation matters. Having people that look like you to be able to support you and do this work is imperative. And so the fact that you have the staff ready to go to serve the students that you look like, that to me is so valuable. So that is all. I actually don't have any questions, just statement points. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a few quick things. You work a full-time job, so how often, I can't get my head around, and I supported having this conversation tonight based on the fact that Ms. Jamerson expressed concern about students feeling welcome when they came back to campus. Your proposal also hits on suspension as a large part. And we have done a lot of work on that and have not received a staff report on that as well. I've learned a lot about yours today. I have 2 questions I wrote earlier today that I was going to ask every presenter. And in the essence of time, I'm going to ask you those 2 questions. And I keep hearing you've done this before. Do you have an MOU with a school similar to this that you have done?
When we mentioned we've done this before, we've done the work.
I know you've done the work.
Yeah, we're not in any school districts.
You have not entered into a school district?
Nope.
Yet.
Yet.
We're being positive. Second thing, when I read the things you do and you want to do, I am very impressed. And I think they align very well with what we want to do. I would want you to help us do our job better. I don't want to be at a point where you come in and do our job.
I agree.
And so I think it's not my place. I think we've clearly stated goals we have. I believe in the separation of the board role and the staff role, and I appreciate your time in helping our board get to know you better. And I look forward to our staff getting to know you better and figuring out, like Ms. Jamerson talked about, there are a litany of ways you can help us. And let's find out where the greatest need is and figure out what that is to serve and improve our students. So I'm going to leave it at that, though I probably have more to say. When you say us on campus, it's the last thing I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very impressive list, and you guys work at the Capitol, and I understand that world. And this is not a good night for you to be here, by the way. It's a busy time. So who's walking onto our campus? So you're walking onto our campus.
I'm
Okay,
coming because I've been
but-
there. Yeah.
Yeah, and you've been there. I know that. No, I no question of that. But I don't understand, and maybe it's because you haven't negotiated and worked on a contract and got a plan. So that's something I need a better understanding of at some point. And tonight's not the night.
You're right.
So thank you.
You're
Thank you for your
welcome.
time.
And can I just say one more thing? And I agree, we are not in competition with the other programs that have submitted things to you. I believe that there's enough room for all of us to come in and help. So we just wanted to say that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, ladies at home.
Okay. Oh, yes, thank you. Good night. Our next group, sorry, too many papers, is right here. Right here. Wilkins? Is that what it is? What? I'm sorry, I had a piece of paper with your name on it.
Our organization is called Project Optimism Incorporated.
Yes, and you're Mr. Wilkins?
No, my name's Armani Easley. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Project Optimism Incorporated.
Oh, please tell.
And I have two things that's very, very important to me that I would say is a win before we even start. So one of them is about to speak right now. Can you introduce yourself?
I appreciate that. Hello, everyone. My name is Trinity Haynes. I am a Franklin High School alumni, and I worked with our president, Albiani, to bring a lot of different programs and new speaking engagements to our school, as well as speaking at Sonoma State University and the like. And I've been working with Project Optimism for a while now, and I'm honored to be on staff with them and learn more from them because they have invested so much in my youth and my lifetime that it just gives me so much experience and warmth in my heart and belief that there is hope for our future, and that their motto, opportunity meets change, just warms my heart and it makes me tear up a little bit. So I am excited to be here today, and I am excited that we have the time, hopefully, to speak more about ourselves. So thank you.
Absolutely. So she just graduated during the pandemic. And if you're not resilient after being unfortunately graduating through the pandemic, then, I don't wish that on nobody. So good job to y'all. I heard that you guys were able to allow scholars to graduate and families to be able to see that. That's a big deal to us. And we work heavily with San Juan Unified. So I'm really happy to see them be able to do some of the same things. So that's important. So that was one of my successes, like I said, before we get started. But the second one is this. I've been looking forward to say this right here. It's late, but I hope I get y'all up for this one. So I am also a proud alumni. I'm the first graduating class of Monterey Trails, class of 07. And I really like to let y'all know my I statement is I'm a success story from y'all district because I come from the Bay Area. And I will not out the district that I was in, but the bar was really low when it came down to academics. I had coaches that said you had a 2.0, you could play sports, and I had a 2.5 and thought I was smart. And I say that sarcastically, but I really mean the fact that that was the bar. And then I moved to Sacramento, which was a culture shock coming from the Bay Area. Couldn't get anywhere. The transportation is better now, but just to let y'all know, I never had under a 3.0 afterwards because I had teachers that believed in me. I had a lot of support. And I embraced my IEP that I had, where I was able to go to a 4-year college. And what I want you all to know before y'all leave here today is the residuals is the fact that Project Optimism, as one of the co-founders, have touched over at we have stats that's really, really cool, but I know that we haven't tracked it since for all 5 years, but I know we're over 1,000 in programming and community service, as well as our youth events and community events. So it's that philosophy of reaching one. And that's very, very important for y'all to understand that we have those stories, we have those people in our life that we should really, really take heed to, because if we think about it, that's what mattered the most. And so Trinity is one of those people for me, because I know that I am not half of what she's going to be. And she's starting at 18, 19? You 19? Okay. So really quick, I want to make sure y'all understand the collaboration aspect. As a lot of organizations that are Black and brown, we're familiar with each other. So I'm familiar with BYLP, and I respect their work. And I want to always be able to support and uplift everybody that we work with, because at the end of the day, we have to be interdependent. So we're big on co-creation. So this model that we have for y'all today, which is called POSE, Project Optimism Leadership Series, it's really just a base model where it's a pull-out method, where I'm gonna give y'all some background, but I used to work in the equity department as well as the face department for San Juan Unified. So I got a lot of insight on what you guys need. And interdependency is very, very crucial. And what I would say with that is, the reason why this opportunity even presented itself is because, to be honest with you, I did a great job as a community equity resource. What you guys are trying to hire, I basically was that. But it took for my passion into the work that I was doing for us to get to the point. And to be honest with y'all, you can't clock out of this. This is something I can't clock out of. So the only difference that I have between me and somebody that was sitting next to me in a cubicle is the fact that I lived that. It wasn't no clocking out. I didn't get to drive anywhere to get away from who I am and what I represented, nor did I ever want to. And so what I wanted to kind of just get y'all to understand is that hard work and dedication that I did as one individual was limited because I didn't have a budget for a lot of the people I wanted to bring in to make that effective work happen. We still made it happen. I built relationships that allowed for people to do a lot of free and discount, but I didn't really feel good about that. So when I took that leap of faith to work Project Optimism full time before the pandemic, by the way, as in I didn't know that a pandemic was gonna happen, or I wouldn't have jumped ships and worked Project Optimism full time, financial security. But my faith is very, very strong. And actually we catapulted. We actually grew in numbers because it's this thing called virtual, and it allowed for us to triple our numbers. So even with us coming back to normal, we're still keeping a lot of that virtual platform as well as in person for us to make those ultimate reaches. So to answer one of your questions, I'm gonna answer one of your questions now. The idea behind this model is in San Juan, and we have a 3-year grant that's funding us to do this very exact same thing. The only difference that I wanna do with Elk Grove is we've been talking to I'm taller than this. Let me get up. Let me get this higher, because my neck's starting to hurt trying to get low. It's not gonna go higher? I'm not that tall. Come on, y'all. Put up. Okay. All right. But no, so we have this particular model within San Juan Unified, and it's going really, really well. Even during the pandemic, what I would say is talking to the face department here, what we would like to do is to work with a middle school and the middle school that funnels into the high school. Because when we first did this, most of the work that we're doing with the BSUs was for high schoolers, but we're always talking about preventative work. And the best way we could do that is to go younger and younger and younger. And so knowing that we were able to get secure the grant, co-created grant with San Juan Unified, and we were able to even pivot virtually where we were able to train the advisors. Let's be, when I say pull-out method, our focus is the advisors. And yes, we want representation when it comes down to the advisors, but let's keep it real. Some of your schools don't have representation, but y'all have passionate people that's willing to do the work. And we're hoping to be able to gravitate towards those people to bring them in. And maybe they're co-advising, it's 2 people, but the ultimate thing is for them to create a space. With the pandemic, we didn't have a measurement of too much success besides just creating a consistent space for them to go to, especially during these times, the learning loss. Some of our scholars were still getting suspended somehow on a virtual platform. And so for us to not have those spaces for them to be able to have those real conversations with organizations like the ones that you guys are gonna have present is an inequity, you know? And I just wanna make sure that we're clear, and I'm gonna let you guys get to your questions because I got a lot to say and I realize that I don't have that much time. But we understand our social responsibility. So yes, we're expanding mainly with San Juan Unified and ABC district in LA, where we're gonna be at a lot of schools doing our actual program, because our focus program is POMS, which is our mentorship leadership program. But this was a special case because I get to finally get back to a school, a district that I come from. And what I wanted to say earlier, and I forgot, was the fact that I took, as in you guys instilled in me the opportunity and to believe in myself to be able to go to a four-year college, but I didn't give anything back. So as a 31-year-old man, I really do want to give back to San Juan Unified. It is some things that I would want to talk to the FACE department about what we put on the dotted line on the budget, but I know we can figure something out, because one of my strategies that we do consistently with our proposals is we want school sites to have skin in the game. As in, we want them to have a certain budget that they put on top of what you are giving us at the district level, so they have some accountability to it and they want to know where that money goes. And we need that buy-in, because once we leave, we don't want our work to go to shambles. We don't want that. So this pull-out method really is to get them to either create a BSU or sustain a BSU to make it thrive. And I had a lot more notes, but I was speaking from the heart, because we really do this like you guys said, like you guys asked. And so I'll be quiet so y'all can ask questions, and I know I have more for y'all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And my phone's about to die, so that's another thing too, and that's where my notes is. Yeah, but I need to be able to look at it. Yeah, so I appreciate that. That's love.
Mr. Fortuna?
You want to pull him up?
Is your microphone on, sir?
Yeah, I'll get here. I was so intent on listening that my computer
you're good.
Timeout.
Mr.
So,
Orsina, before we get started.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need a time extension.
Oh, 1 minute, y'all.
Sorry. You charge and we'll get reevaluated.
No, we're good. We're good. I'm waiting on you all.
I've asking for a 40-minute extension. And a second?
I'll second.
I almost covered everything on these notes.
Mr. Perez? Aye. Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Alier? Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
And myself. Aye.
I actually have one more thing that I didn't cover, and I think y'all love this. So look, this is the part that's got me excited, and she was a part of it, right? So we were able to hire her and 4 other young ladies, because we partnered with IYT on a county grant where we were able to hire the 5 young girls, and of course, obviously, they take care of the young boys, and we're able to stipend them $1,300. Balling, I need to borrow $1. But seriously, so what I would say is we were able to have them, when that project was done with that county grant, we kept them on staff, and that's when they rolled over into that 3-year grant. But what makes it really cool about the trainings that we provide is it's co-created by obviously the experts. I would not like to call myself an expert, but also with the young people. So we would have real conversations and dialogue and skills that they actually got, not just from us, because I'm gonna be honest, the whole time we speak about youth, we speak about the community, but our struggle is always getting them at the table to get that authentic conversation. And so it went all the way up to the superintendent with Kent Kern, and we were able to do this thing called the BSU Homecoming Fair, where he spoke there, he was able to have an intentional conversation, and he allocated, not to put you on the spot, but he allocated $10,000 for the BSU initiatives, because he wanted to show, like, I'm not just here to support, but I want to show you that we have a budget behind whatever you all want to do. And I envision for us to bring that same model here. So that was the last thing I had on the notes.
Ms. Chairs? Oh, no, Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you, Armandi.
And I won't be putting Trinity on the spot, you all. If she want to speak, she will, but I just want to let y'all know she's here because she's really, really passionate about the work. But yes.
As, excuse me, as stated in the little synopsis we have, it says what you're proposing to do is work with the BSUs. Yeah. And on what frequency do you usually interface with them?
I love it. So What we're trying to do that's going to make the budget go a little bit higher is we're trying to hire, hope I get lucky with somebody like Trinity, but we want to hire a BSU liaisons that's adding on to what we didn't have in El Grove Unified, which will allow for you guys to have somebody representation that y'all can consistently have at BSU meetings, at BSU events, to really have support in real time, because the rest of the work that we did was virtual. So me and my co-founder, Ishmael Pruitt, we do the consultant part. So we meet with them monthly individually to check in, but we also do a group one because it's nothing like building community. And as you guys know, San Juan to El Grove, you have a small population of Black students. So what we like to do is bring them all together, bring the advisors together for them to co-create the things that they're doing. And a lot of what they want to do is actually like the same. So they get a chance to be able to collaborate, and they don't feel, it's not just us that we're empowering them to support each other. Just because they have that small group, that small population, they feel like they have more of an umbrella support because it's 4 schools working together. And so that's what we plan on doing, the same thing here. So it's monthly check-ins. To answer your question directly, it's monthly check-ins individually as a group, and then we support whatever they're actually doing at the BSU per site, because every BSU is different. And so we stipend college students. We have an official MOU with the Degrees Project for Sac State for the MOK Center, and that is what's solidifying our consistency with being able to get staff and representation.
Okay, great. And do you have criteria for the selection of the sites that you would want to work with, or do you see that just being left up to us?
So I'm glad you asked that. That is a very good question. We want to work with every school possible, right? But we want to be successful because we have a responsibility to you all to report great things. So what I would say is, to get us started, we would want to work with the school sites that are willing and ready, because a lot of times it's the background of me working within the school district. I'm telling you, I understand that. So what I've learned is, if the funding comes from the district office and it's a program that they want to give to a school, the school might already have their plans figured out. They might be on what they want to do already, and then you throw something new at them, they're kind of resistant, right? But for the ones that are really, really excited about the opportunity, those are the ones we want to start with, because the word will get out, and y'all know how it works. Once something good really happened with a school, everybody wants it. And so it's a supply and demand approach that I think we should have for the schools.
Great. That's great, and I really appreciate your response. Lorraine had said it earlier.
She's amazing.
There's room for all of you to come in and help us. You've been waiting for a long time to have these opportunities. Yes. We've been wanting to see action. Mr. Cerruti told us we need to be bold. I agree. I say bring everybody in.
Yes.
Because there's not too much.
And what I would say too, let's be honest, one of the things that I knew made me really effective when I worked within the school district is I allow for my community partners to do things that you guys can't do. Y'all have passions to say certain things that y'all just can't do. Y'all have to play the politics sometimes. But what we have to do is have our social responsibility and have our equity hat on that is unapologetic. And that is one of the biggest reasons why I want to work. And I never want to leave the district. I always want to work with the districts, because I understand there were certain things that they needed that they just couldn't do. So I just want to add on to what you said. Sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Blessings.
Mr. Yang.
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned you seek from the heart, so I don't want you to look at your note.
Okay, got you. Yes.
I'm just kidding. So I see the word leadership in there, and I'm a big advocate on leadership. So tell me, what's a typical day like, your organization teaching our kids to have leadership?
So I don't want to confuse you, because I know this initiative might be different than when we actually do our full-fledged programs. So I kind of want to answer I'm gonna answer it, and I always say that a lot of the ingredients is basically the same.
Maybe
So
let me rephrase my question.
okay,
then.
yes, for this initiative, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
how would you, if you were contract with Elk Grove Unified School District, share with me, what would you do to help the Black students to be successful in school?
So it's a lot of things that I would say. I said some of them already about the touches with the monthly, the individual check-ins, because once again, I really don't want them to fall in love with Project Optimism. I want them to fall in love with the empowerment of who they are with the BSU platform. I want them to have that self-regulation. I want them to be able to own their groups, where an advisor really is listening in and figuring out what the adult resources that they have, that they're just listening to what they need. Everything else is student-led and it's their mind, right? But what I would say is we have this thing that's set up for San Juan Unified that we can potentially give y'all if the proposal go through. But we have a advisor guidebook, which is providing them on how to start BSU clubs. We have a list of different guest speakers and topics that we can cover, or have guest speakers come in based on what the need is per school. So really, a lot of the consultant monthly check-ins was going to see what the individual schools look like. So I couldn't tell you in exact, but it really is about them identifying that self-mastery. So that self-development, because when we sit down with principals and administration, because we want to do monthly check-ins, that was one of the requirements that I think that we would like to do with school sites, is want to be a part of their leadership, even if they just let us check in once a month. Because our biggest thing is, if you give a young person an opportunity to be a leader on your campus, they'll be an asset. They will not be a liability. And a lot of times, I always talk about transferable skills, but I was that leader that was a leader but didn't have the language. And a BSU can give that young person the language and the license to be able to do whatever they want to do. And so I know I didn't answer your question exactly, but what I will say, it is that self-regulation and to validate who they are and how they show up, because what they have inside them is what's going to make the campus better, makes Elk Grove better. And so we want them to bring their whole self. Yeah, you want to ask more?
Two more questions. So the next one will be, how do you, well, I see here you saying 4 middle schools, right?
So, yeah, so we actually literally, just because it was so early in conversation, and we're probably one of your last proposals, we really just sent over the proposal that we won the 3-year grant, or was awarded the 3-year grant. So like I was saying, we were going to do whatever was the need, but we like the idea of being able to have a middle school that funnels into the high school, because we want to be able to see the residuals of working with that population.
Okay, so I just want to understand that. So my question would be very similar to I asked Ms. Pryor. So we got a big group of Black students, even in just middle schools. How do you anticipate to engage with them all?
So I know we would have the capacity to do that, but with this particular assignment, it won't be us doing that. We will support whatever the BSU is doing, but it will be up to the young people to mobilize amongst themselves, and we support whatever that they're doing. But we can have follow-up conversations after year 1 or year 2 to figure out if it's more additional services that we need to do. But like I said, our goal is to be a pull-out method, because we know at the end of the day, you guys have staff that can jump in once they understand their assignment.
Okay, last questions, which is 2-part. How do you go about helping Black students to prevent being suspended? And if they are suspended, how do you going to help them to prevent future suspension?
So those listening sessions / healing sessions, when we really are having those real conversations, it's important for us to just validate what they might be going through. A lot of times with young people, they're just taught, even in our own homes, that do as I say, not as I do, or have the mindset of like, I speak, you listen. And we always have the approach, even with our parents, to really give them a license to say what they're feeling and be serious about it. Because a lot of times it wasn't about, like, whatever they got suspended about or whatever the dispute was, a lot of it was a miscommunication. And to be honest with you, it's with adults too, where they took something personal that had nothing to do with them. So a lot of those restorative conversations that we're willing to have, and this is honestly out of the scope of work that we do within this proposal, but we will be willing to have those conversations because we do provide those services. But a lot of it is just us having that compassionate dialogue to really ask questions to identify where it's really coming from, for them to have that self-regulation, but it's not over because we still got to send them back to that school. And so if we're not willing to, if we're not able to have willing conversations with administration and teachers to be able to redirect whatever's happening there, then we're at a loss. And that's why when you asked that question earlier about being at schools that's willing, we need that, or we'll be, it almost will invalidate us where it seems like we're a part of the problem, in which sometimes we are if we're not careful. And we don't want to be a part of that, to be honest with y'all. Yeah.
Just simple question. How many staff do you have as an organization?
So, blessings. It's looking like we're going to be able to retain all the staff we currently have, which is 5. In Sacramento. So we expanded in LA not maybe 3 years ago. My co-founder moved out there to expand Project Optimism and to do his master's at Cal State Long Beach. And we recently just got a hefty contract, multi-year contract that's going to allow for him to come off the job and hire full-time, even myself, because I make that sacrifice and moved in. I'm telling you all my business, but just basically I made sacrifices to make this happen, and it's paying off now. So 5 of us will be fully staffed, but we're looking to hire a data analyst and a grant and a fundraiser that's going to allow for us to, when that money is depleted, that we'll be able to sustain, and we won't have to charge you guys as much because we got it, you know? So, but 5 out here, and then we have 6 in LA, but they're more like assignment based because we're not doing much there. Most of our work is kind of community service based. So we do this thing called Everybody Eats Tour, and we've been able to give out 1,000 meals out there in LA. So most of our relevancy is within the homeless population and one mentorship program.
Thank you. Good luck.
For sure.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez-Lear.
My questions are, I know you already alluded to, you've been working with San Juan Unified. Are there other districts, and how many total have you worked with as well?
So I would say to y'all right now, y'all are our first obligation after San Juan Unified because it's a big expansion plan over there. But Folsom Cordova is trying to get us to do this program, our actual mentorship program, and we do these things called community family nights, where we bring all stakeholders in to once again bridge that gap where we're trying to build capacity or relationships between the school site and the families, Black and brown families to be exact, because it's a disconnect. And so we try to do that mix up, bring our energy, but then we are trying to make sure that they connect with their school site. So I did plug that on purpose. But what I would say is San Juan Unified, El Grove, Folsom Cordova, and we work with a lot of charter schools on and off, like St. Hope, Fortune School, and I'm drawing a blank on one more, but Aspire charter schools. But it's kind of like one and done, speaking engagements, workshops, in and out. Our consistency is with ABC Unified in LA and San Juan Unified. And now, because all the money that's coming out, everybody is trying to get support services. And yeah.
My second question is, have you, it sounds like you have been in contact with some of our families from Outgrove who,
Yes.
or our students who have partaken in the BSU. So how many roughly would you say you've been in contact with, just as an estimate?
So now I wouldn't say much, but we do have a large platform on social media. And I think the part that sucks is we do get those messages like, hey, can I have my young person a part of this program? And a lot of them is in San Juan because a lot of our community events have scholars coming from out here, but we haven't had anything to give to them because it's either area specific or school specific of our services. So we're finally going to be able to get either staff, young staff, because we call them junior mentors, that's going to be able to be hired, but as well as being able to have them be a part of what we're doing officially here. But it's not much. I wouldn't say it's a lot. But I will say our approach in recruiting is we'll be at your school every single day, tabling, music, games, raffle prizes, let's have fun. That's our approach, and we tend to get a lot of traction.
Sounds like you're very student driven, and I like that
Have
as
to be.
well. So thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Cheris Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, actually one comment. I just wanted, somebody else asked about, middle school, focusing on middle school. That's actually one of the things I most liked about this group. It's for us, I think, an important niche. I think we've worked to grow our BSUs and student equity councils at the high school level, but the idea of starting that sooner and hopefully coordinating with what's going on at the feeder high schools is very intriguing to me. So just wanted to add that.
Ms. Jamerson.
Oh, and Trinity wanted to say something.
Oh.
I wanted to talk more about the outreach and social media aspect. So we've been growing our followership on Instagram as well as LinkedIn and Facebook because we understand that the students are extremely important, but sometimes the parents are who we really need to reach out to make sure that those students that need to be reached are being reached, and that the people that are in charge of them basically and are in charge of spreading the word and making sure that everyone in their own communities and their respective communities understand that we are here to help them and we are a viable resource for the parents as well as the students. And so we've been using the social media to outreach to those students as well as the parents, and it's made a really big impact in how many students we get into our programs, because we have a lot of ideas from our staff members as well as community members of how we can help. Because if we're just out here with no direct purpose and no intentional way of reaching our people, then it will be for nothing. And so I think that with, this age of social media and how many people can use it and what it can be used for, and getting creative, with polls on our Instagram stories, or showing Black student highlights for when we have our graduating students. Like recently today, we just had one of our program, our young students graduated from, and they had a little party and things like that. And we made sure to document it. So that way, when they grow up and come back, they can be like, wow, I can measure my impact as a young person and impact in the future, because we are creating the future and you guys will be in charge of creating the future with us. So we are very happy to outreach in those different medias as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I did have a question in terms of the training that you're doing for the BSU advisors. Is that in collaboration with the statewide BSU training that they do?
So I wouldn't say it will be. We're going to they have a training that they just sent out. We are signed up for it, but we would like to work with them, because I work with what's our guy name? What's his name? With Northern South BSU. What's his name? Nasir. Oh, Mr. Brown too? Laguna Creek. So we know that they do great work. We don't want to reinvent that. What we're trying to do is figure out what that looks like for us to bring them on, and they'll be a part of the package of like guest speakers and more information that can help us. So that's like an automatic thing of who's already doing it. We bring them to the table.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. And then in terms of the training, you're doing a lot of outreach expand that capacity, set them up for success, and then be able to head out so that you're empowering that school to change.
And I have one example for you just for that very thing. So the BSU Homecoming Fair was technically just geared for high school, but because of the hard work and dedication of those middle schoolers, they did a art competition during Black History Month. And because of their great art, we were able to display it at the district-wide BSU fair, where those young people already are like being respected and like celebrated. And it got all the way up to the district level, and they get to say that that's a part of their legacy. And so we talk about legacy all the time, but legacy is really about giving other people opportunities, right? So that's what we were able to do.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for saying that.
Mr. Perez?
Oh my God, what's up, man?
Speaking from the heart, that's where it takes. And not only that, you impressed me very much when you said you live it.
Live it.
You live what you do. That's what it's about, dedication. And Trinity Hayes, what is your career ambition?
Well, that's a lot.
I'll recruit you as an instructor, teacher for our school district, or administrator, as you also could do the same. What?
Well, I don't believe that students can just be one thing. The phrase, what do you want to be when you grow up, shouldn't be a direct pathway. It should be a broad, array of things that you want to do. So I am currently a freshman in college and I study business, and I plan to use my business degree as well as the mentorship and learning that I've gotten from Project Optimism, as well as other organizations that mirror that, that inner heart and like real passion for the community, to create the job that I want. Right now, I currently work with the social media, as I directed earlier, and I hope to use my design aspects that I help use to create and grasp those students' attentions and the young people's attentions, as well as understanding the audience of the adults as well, and hopefully bring programs just like Project Optimism does in my own capacity to help a broader range of people that don't typically have access to maybe technology themselves or the different programs and learning styles that we need today, because a lot of colleges ask for so much, and because so many people, it's a great thing because so many people want to go to college now.
Right.
So when you have so many people wanting to go to college, that competition gets harder and tougher. And I wouldn't want a student that doesn't have the resources to feel that pressure and feel like they can't compete or they can't do what they want to do. So Project Optimism has really helped me understand that it's all about everyone bringing other people to the table, no matter what skin color, what race, what gender, anything, it does not matter. As long as we are all together, we can create a better world for the younger people and the younger generation, as well as the older generation that taught us beforehand. So business is what I want to say.
Business, business education. So tell me what happens when you do your pullout program, or one-on-one or group sessions, or what?
Yes. So basically, once again, our focus is the advisors. But what I will say is when they actually have their lunchtime or after school BSU meetings, we are willing to be there based on their need, whatever the need is. If it's actually supporting them, actually running it in real time so they can see how it's running, we can do that. If they want us to sit in the back and kind of coach them, hey, am I doing things right? Just kind of giving them the opportunity to be able to get support in real time. But most of the work, once again, I would say is going to be virtual, where they kind of tell us what they need. And then we'll have a BSU liaison that's able to go to any school site. And I'll probably be there too, just because I want to be there. But we want to be able to empower our college students that most likely want to be those BSU liaisons to support that advisor at the school site. So once again, it would be those monthly check-ins, the individual consultant time that they'll get from us, the constant communication through email based on their needs, and we'll constantly be updating our resource manual because it's a live document. Like, it's always new things coming out. it's organizations that we can work with that's at the state level that they might come out with something that we add, and we're constantly giving them information, downloading things that can help them, especially in real time, because they might have a game plan about something that they want to do in that day. But let's keep it real. The way this world happens, things happen, and BSU is the perfect place to be able to mobilize and figure out what's happening. Maybe it's just a time for them to speak. Maybe it's time for them to figure out how they could be the change. But I can guarantee you the BSUs that I've seen, it eliminates that hopelessness and that it's a lot of things I want to say right now, but yes, it gives the opportunity to be able to do something about it as a collective instead of having those silo conversations. And so even with thinking about BYLP, I'm seeing some of the services they provide. I would like to see how we can make sure that those things are interdependent as well as what IYT is doing, because they do a great job with their programming. So whoever's around is going to be an asset to what we're doing too, because once again, we're not going to always be there.
So Amari, just one real quick. Mr. President, I think, with your special ed background, you hear the word pull out and you think it's kids coming out of the classroom. When he's using the term,
no.
What they mean is they come in, they do the support, and then they pull out and let the site move forward.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
Okay,
and I knew that terminology, but I meant exactly what he said. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
okay.
yeah, we're not pulling them out. Academic, no, they need to stay in those courses because that could be an inequity right there.
Okay,
Yes.
I misunderstood that terminology. Okay.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So do you have group meetings?
We support the group meetings. Oh, well, our group meeting, yes, we would have those monthly virtual meetings where we bring all the advisors once again to empower the advisors by bringing them all on one platform. So when we're training them or we're having guest speakers, they can either pull the guest speaker that we have, like, oh, we would like to actually have that directly at our school for our young people, or they might have conversations or Black History Month is coming up or something that they're doing at school, and they get a chance to kind of have sounding boards on what they're trying to do. So it'd be like the state of their school, a guest speaker, and then consultation about whatever is needed based on what's going on. So that's normally what that hour and a half looks like.
Okay, I just pulled up your website. I like it, very professional, very
Appreciate it.
impressive, and I see you again, Miss Hayes. And I noticed you have an EOP, a coordinator, outreach worker, or something like that. Outreach person. And also you have a director of community service learning. So is that what a component would you would bring into the services at these high schools or middle schools or what?
I'm gonna be transparent with you. I want to say yes because it sounds good, but I don't know if you're on our website right now. You're on projectoptimism.org?
Yes.
Which page are you on?
Well, the first page, I guess. It must be new. It looks good. I'm scrolling down everywhere right here. Both in Sacramento, Los Angeles County.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just scroll down, and so educational consultant.
Oh, yeah. So
college curriculum program.
Yeah. Okay. So you actually at the initiatives.
We're weak in that personal professional development.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So okay. I got you. So what I would say is this is once again not a part of this proposal, but we do a lot of equity consulting with San Juan Unified. That's probably one of the biggest things that I do personally ever since I came off the job, that I was able to provide those services because it was an area of need. With that, I have other people that have their different expertise and are writing books or doing work where I can bring them in based on the need of the school site we're working with. But that kind of stemmed from the work that I was doing within the school district. And once I left, they're like, oh, where you going? We need your help, so it ended up working out.
Well, that's all I have. Other questions were other board members asked. I was interested in those. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my question, to be fair, have you done this before and you answered that? And wanting to build our own system and you helping us, and you've answered that. So I just didn't, there are questions I was going to ask everybody. We got them answered. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging in there. Trinity, it is great to see you.
No, I give her all the credit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm like, I even asked,
Yeah,
I asked
we
her, I
can
said,
leave.
I even told her, I said, do we still have an opportunity if we need to leave? We just had a graduation with the young people, as well as we started our summer programs at 4 different school sites. So we're burnt, but then at the same time, I know y'all tired too. So I didn't want to act like mine's is bigger than y'all. So we all good. Thank y'all.
Thank you. And again, great to see you, Trinity. We have Earth Mama Healing still on the line, willing to stay up with us.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Mr. Hoffman, should I?
So we do have that option. So just looking at time and how long we want to go tonight, the board does have an option to adjourn this meeting and then come back, and the meeting would just continue. So we would continue. This would be a continued meeting, and we'd have to find an agreeable time and date on when we would come back together, and then we could pick up. So if we could take care of this this part of the agenda, if the board wants to stay, they just keep extending it, and we can stay and do it, or we could do it extend it to a different time.
How much longer do we think we have?
I think we have at least 40 minutes of public comment to read still.
Do you mean the whole agenda?
And on the whole agenda, yeah. No, I don't feel physically great.
Okay.
So
Well, I'm just
and
curious.
we're losing, we're just losing the health of the people here, and it's gotten to the point. I feel Earth Mama Healing, we need to owe our last, get your last burst of energy to give full attention to someone who's been so kind to wait this long for us. And then I would, then we'll move on to figuring out how we can continue at a time that works for people. So
do we need to extend before she starts? Because we got to 12:40.
Oh, okay. I will extend to 1 o'clock.
Was that a motion, or do you need a motion?
Can someone move, please?
I think Tony moved to extend till 1 o'clock, and I'll second.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Lou's got it. It's a roll call vote. Mr. Perez, Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Alier, Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Thank you, and thank you very much, Ms. Wilkins. I am so sorry it is so late.
Okay, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you and see you.
Okay, good. All right, good. Good evening, or good morning, rather. We're coming up on the morning time. I'm Rolanda Wilkins with Earth Mama Healing, and I do a couple of different programs. My background is I work specifically with girls and women. Though I work with all girls and women, I specifically have a target with African-American girls. At Earth Mama Healing, for the last 10 years, we've been doing girl empowerment programs in Sac City and at SCOE, in their community schools and at juvenile hall. We have a firm belief that if you really want to impact our community, and particularly with African Americans, it's a little different, because even though we talk about some of the things that are happening with African Americans, a lot of African Americans don't know their history or culture. So things will be happening to us and we really don't know why. And sometimes our parents don't know why. I mean, they can tell you what's happened to them, but they can't give history and culture to really help them to understand the importance of who they are and what's happening to them. I also focus a lot on womb healing and really talking with girls about the power that they possess and how to work through things that may be happening to them. So when we do the Dream Academy program, we start off by talking about self-realization. We get them to do a dream statement. We get them to really look at their own personal self-worth and how that is reflected to others, which gets into relationships. And then we talk about body image. We talk about education. So we talk about a lot of other things that other people talk about, but I think what we kind of do in the beginning is really focus in on who you are, centering yourself, having accountability with yourself and how that extends to other people. So in doing this work that I think is most important, because in the African-American community, 7% of households are headed by women. And so when you are when you're nurturing girls, we feel like they will be empowered women, but we want them to lead with a plan or to really have the support that they need. So definitely young people are leading things, but I also know in our community, we expect young people to lead, but we don't give them tools. We don't really give them things to help them to understand how they can start creating. It's like throwing someone in the kitchen and saying, cook something, but they don't know how to turn on the stove. They don't know how to use utensils. Like they really don't know how that works. So that's really the work that we do at Earth Mama Healing. And then I'm always trying to create opportunities to expose them to mentors, to expose them to the quality of life road trip. With Elk Grove, before I worked with you all in the past for about 7 years straight, I did the Growing Wiser and Stronger Empowerment Summit for Black History Month with their BSU at Monterey Trails. Every year we do the Black Excellence Awards where we gather up Black young people from school. So from Elk Grove to Sacramento School District, even into Twin Rivers, and all of those Black young people come together and they share with us at a ceremony what their dreams and goals are as they finish school. We do the Harriet Tubman Awards with them. We're constantly creating things that's going to lift them up and to also bind them together. So it is important that we just don't say like we're just Black people and we got racism happening. It's like, but who are you? And what are you doing here? And what support do you need? And to really start giving them the tools to figure it out. So that's what we really do. When we do this through a series of modules, we also use part of the Love Note curriculum. And that's basically what we do. So I know it's kind of late, so I'm just kind of like, and it's all there in the presentation, but I know that time is just kind of, maybe y'all can ask me some questions but I've been doing this work, just a little background on myself. Started with the Birthing Project in 1990. We built clinics, a clinic that lasted for 25 years. We also built clinics in other parts of the country. Every year I do a quality of life road trip. I take young women. We drive throughout the US and Canada, looking at the quality of life of Black girls and women. We visit colleges, we climb mountains, we visit the state capitol, we meet with senators, we do all kinds of stuff. My thing is to get them to dream a world much bigger than the world that they've been exposed to. And as I track my young people, some go off to college, some go to trade school, but the biggest point is for them to be productive citizens, to be a part of it, to be a part of this country, that no matter what the odds are, that's why history is so important. You really do have within you to make any dream you have for yourself a reality. And it's our job to help you.
Thank you very much. We have gone around and had a few questions. We'll start with Dr. Martinez-Alier.
I'll ask the same questions that I've asked the others. How many districts total have you worked with previously in the past?
I worked with Sac City School District, and then I also worked for the Sacramento County Office of Education and their community schools, and their communities high schools, along with working at their juvenile hall school as well, El Centro.
And have you worked with any of our Elk Grove Unified School District students or families, or been in contact with any of them?
I have through the youth summit we did for 7 years straight with Monterey Trails. I have with the Black Excellence Awards and the Harriet Tubman Awards, because we honor young people and their families come to this event. So I definitely work with young people and their families in Elk Grove as well through that.
Thank you again for being here tonight.
No worries.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Thank you so much for hanging around and speaking with us so long. I'd love it if you could just briefly tell me what the services are that you provide at the SCOE community schools.
Oh, at SCOE, I work directly with the girls in juvenile hall. So I work in the girls unit. I go twice a week. And God, basically so the truth of the matter is I'm basically giving them information that they had big mamas would give them. So we talk about everything from love, like how to get out of the prison of their mind, how to have plans for themselves when they leave, asking them what kind of support they need. But we talk about it like in a discussion form, even though I have a curriculum that I work from. So it's really to get them to thinking about who they are and their power. And what plan are they going to have for themselves once they leave? They're working on, yeah, you're in juvenile hall, but let this time serve you. Deal with what got you here so that when you get on the outside, you'll be more freer in this inside right now. So when you get on the outside, you'll have better option, better choices, and better plan for yourself. That's what I do with SCOE at Juvenile Hall. And then I also do that at the 3 school sites, Gerber, North area, and Hickey. I do the same thing. I work with their girls programs. And I also do a lot of home visits for them with their parents, talking with them, getting them to understand what their children need, helping them find resources. Because a lot of times when I'm going to talk to a parent, sometimes the parents are needing things. So then I connect them with other services. So that could be like Black Child Legacy. It could be whatever, to make sure that they have what they need so their child can stay in school.
Thank you so much. And looking at your, I think it was brochure or website, the road trip looks amazing.
Yeah, it's a lot of work because I do most of the driving, me and another co-person.
Wow, thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Ms. Jamerson.
Hi, good evening. I had a question about how many school sites are you prepared to work in here in Elk Grove?
So when I talked with the 2 women, they told me they wanted me to start off in 2.
Okay, perfect. And then what qualifies a student to work with you? So when a young woman comes to, are you seeking out specific, are there requirements, or is there a certain type of young woman that you're looking, or is it open to?
I work with them all. So I work with them all. So I have like a super smart student, and I may have some students that are struggling that could almost be homeless because they're all dealing with the same issues. You know, being able to be connected, maybe not loving themselves or feeling some way. So sometimes we talk a lot about race, but we forget that when you're a woman, there's all these other issues that come along with it. And sometimes we just block that out like that don't exist. Or sometimes we have problems inside our own culture, like colorism. So we don't talk about that as Black people, but we know that totally affects us. So when we talk about the things like, you know, wanting to have long hair, or, you know, like all the stuff that you have to put up with to be seen as beautiful, we talk about like you really don't need that, but to really get them to do the work. So it don't matter if you got long hair or not, or if you got extensions, and don't nobody really care about your makeup, like, you know. But it's that inner part that sometimes you don't get because we're busy fighting what we think is something that we need, when really all you need is yourself.
Excellent. Thank you. And just one last question is, at those 2 school sites, do you have a maximum capacity of the number of ladies that you could serve at that school site?
I usually do 15 persons to 1 adult. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mr. Press.
Do you presently, good evening, I mean, good morning. Do you personally have a staff?
I do. I have 3 part-time staff.
And what the titles and what are their jobs?
I have an administrative assistant, I have a program assistant, and I have a program coordinator.
And you're the one that does.
Correct. I'm the only full-time staff there is.
Okay.
I'm the program director. Yeah.
And what network of services, community services, have you worked with prior to tonight?
Oh, wow. So for 25 years, I worked for a place called the Birthing Project, the Center for Community Health and Wellbeing. And we built a clinic to service women to have babies. And we also did OBGYN care as well. And when I worked there, what I would notice is that when a young girl would come in pregnant, within 3 months, her little sister would be coming in next. And I always felt like in terms of helping people decide who they want to be, you should not have to have an issue before someone helps you decide, you know, that you need a little bit of help. Sometimes you just need a little bit push. So I started off with the Birthing Project, worked there for 25 years, did all of their national, international work. That's why I do that road trip. That's why I've taken kids to Cuba. I've taken kids to Ghana. Like, I mean, I'm always figuring out how to get them to see, to me, culture is everything. So when you do things and you expose them to culture, you're basically opening them up to also having connectedness with other cultures that maybe seem foreign, but when you start talking about food and singing and dancing and all, then you see the commonality. So I make sure I hook people up. Then I also collaborate with a lot of other nonprofits like the Black Child Legacy Campaign, like the Rose Family Services, like the Roberts Center, like Sister to Sister in the North area. So I'm always connecting people because my girls also move all the way. They move around the city. So I've done that for years and then the Birthing Project, yeah.
This program, was it funded by Maternal Child Health and the title of the project, Black Infant Death Program? Did you work with
No,
that?
Birthing Project was funded by the Sierra Health Foundation when it first started. And so when it's
Right.
funded by Sierra Health Kellogg Foundation, the Irvine Foundation, they are funded by a lot of foundations at first. And then they had little small grants from the county and things like that, but mainly they were funded by foundations.
Okay.
And Medi-Cal, because we ran the clinic.
So we're dealing, we have an issue with suspensions. How would you approach this issue?
How would I approach suspension? First of all, I would like to, because I think when young people get in trouble, that's why I'm in juvenile hall, to get them to look at what got them there, first of all. And it's not a thing of the blame game. I believe that's why culture is so important. When you really get young people to understand that they are really in control of this, even though they may feel like they're powerless, we have to teach young people how to survive so that they can thrive. This is a moment in time. This is not the rest of your life. Don't make it the rest of your life. So I feel like we have to really talk with young people, you know, even when they get in trouble, to get them. That's why you have to expose them to other things so they're not just stuck in what happened to them. So I believe in talking to young people, giving them options, you know, helping them to volunteer. I also do a lot of volunteer work because I think sometimes usually when they get in trouble, even though it shows up at school, it probably really started before they got to school, but we never get to that point because all we do is see them at school. So we know it's about something else, but sometimes we want to make the buck stop where it stopped at, but that's not where it happened at. It usually comes from somewhere else. So you got to have a little bit of courage to deal with that.
Very good.
That's
very
what
good.
I do.
Thank you. Well, that's it for me.
Mr. Fortuna?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I could listen to you all night long. If I heard you correctly, you in response to a question you were asked by Ms. Jamerson, you said you were told to start with 2.
That's what I was told. And I said, okay, like, you know, this is my passion for real. Like, I'll make a way out of no way because this is my passion. I think that if we're going to really save our world, we got to start with the wound, and who's the carrier of the wound is the girl.
So you were solicited to submit a proposal?
Yeah, I was contacted. IYT gave my information to the 2 women, Lisa, I think is Lisa, I call them L&L. Yeah, and then I met with them and gave them my information and I submitted a proposal.
Thank you. Are you prepared to serve more than 2 schools?
Oh, most definitely.
Thank you. That's all I have.
And it's nice seeing you again. You probably don't remember me, but you met me with a bunch of my youth on the Obama campaign, and they were there making phone calls.
Well, I do, you know, I did want to get into that.
I know. I just want to say hi. Like, I'm like I didn't know you.
Hello, great girls. Yes, very good. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Yang.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I might be in trouble if I make this comment, but I
No,
feel
that's
like
okay.
I feel like you remind me a lot of my sister, and I'm a little bit nervous because I feel like I might get a lecture.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Anyway, thank you for stay up with us. So my question to you will be, how would you engage with a large amount of students? Because you said that you initially want to work with 2 high schools, but you are more than willing to work with more schools. Mm-hmm. So how do you engage with them?
Well, first of all, I would take one of my
part-time. Participate, I should say.
Okay, now I get you. I would take one of my part-time staffs and make them full-time, because you know I have to pay people. And then the second part is, God, I mean, like I also would bring in, if I had a session, it was more than 15 girls, I would bring 2 staff would have to do that. So I engage with them like I would do if I had 10 girls. So I just would engage with them. Like the process in which I do my sessions are really interactive. And I also give young people a lot to think about so that when they're responding, they have some information to respond with. That's why those dream statements are so important. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I engage them. I mean, I give them information and I get them to look inside themselves and also to look at their family history, because that's going to help them. I don't like cut people off, or I really try to wait young people out, because the truth of the matter is I come from a line of people who some people will call Big Mama, and Big Mama could always wait you out. That was always her strength. So she would just figure out a way to nudge you very softly to get you to move, but also at the same time, let you know, I feel you, I'm connected to you. I'm not here to be of hindrance. I'm here to help you. Because I have nothing to lose and you have everything to gain.
Well, thank you for their answer. I was going to ask you about suspension, but you already answered the other trustees. So that's all I have for you. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just trying, you told us where you've done this work before, and we're trying to build things into our own system. Your program seems very specific to you being the heart of it. You look like the heart of yours. So I think it's just a different program than we've seen tonight. It's not really a system to help grow ours. It's you bringing in as you said, a Big Mama heart.
I think it will grow you all's because it's going to change the students' attitudes towards what you're giving them.
Uh-huh.
That totally grows you when you have students who more are open, who would participate more, who would think about the things they're doing before they do it, who won't be so quick to act like it's because of something and be like, let me respond to this differently. Because now I got more information, and it's not about necessarily blaming people. It's about me standing in my power and doing what's right so I can get to the next level that I'm trying to get to. That absolutely helps your system.
Oh, I agree with Mr. Fortuna. I could listen to you all night. Thank you. We greatly appreciate you, and we appreciate you hanging in there with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night.
Be well.
Good night. I'd like to take a poll when we could finish our meeting. Wednesday or Thursday, and we could do 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. And if I call your name, if you could just tell me all of those you're available for, and I'm just putting initials in rows, and we will hopefully hit one where all of us can make it together. So I think it's important to move right on to tomorrow night or Thursday night. So Mr. Perez, what could you make?
Tomorrow at 4.
Could you make 5?
5.
Okay, I'm going to assume if you say 4, you mean 5 too.
Okay.
Okay, could you make it on Thursday, Mr. Perez?
No.
Okay. Ms. Jamerson.
I cannot make it on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm heading out of town at 8 a.m. for a work retreat.
Okay. That's going to be a problem. Would you be available virtually from your work retreat in the evening? I know it's a lot to ask, but we probably have an hour and a half of work to finish up, I think.
I don't think so.
You want to jump next Tuesday?
Or next week if she can't make it, like or even a Tuesday or Wednesday the next week.
Nancy, is that a problem for you?
Have we jumped to next week already? So tomorrow, 4 to 5 is the only thing I cannot move. I can do Thursday. Monday, Tuesday are completely consumed by a business trip of next week.
Okay. I think it would be ideal to have a date set tonight. I think it's
If we can't agree on a date tonight, chances of me getting on an email and finding a date's going to be, and we run into a problem. If it's outside of 5 days, this gets more complicated. It's cleaner if we keep it. I'm actually working with Karen, and the 5 days is an issue.
What about Friday? Friday, would that work?
Are you back, Ms. Jamerson?
Yes.
Not that you're excited after 48 hours of being gone from your family, I understand.
I mean, I have something scheduled on Friday, but I will.
Would Friday at 4 work for you?
I will make that work.
Okay. Friday,
And
go ahead.
For how long I have out of town, somebody coming out of town only for Friday. That's why I'm like.
I know my brother's here from Abu Dhabi.
Yes.
On the other side of the world. So I don't know. We have 3 items. We have the LCAP, the budget, the COVID relief, the public comment, and reports from the floor.
I mean, Madam Chair missed her daughter's birthday party last week, so, you know, whatever we can do.
We can ask, you know, for the respect of the group to try to get things going as quickly as possible, meet with anybody they need to meet with ahead of time, keep things to a minimum and try to finish it off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all.
Does Friday at 4 work for you, Crystal?
Yes.
Ms. Charis Espinoza, Mr. Fortuna?
No.
No.
No for me as well.
No to no. Okay, if I'm looking at the next 5 days.
You just ran out of time.
I hate to say it, but we're just gonna have to do it via email and pick the day that most people can make.
I
have a question.
We have
How
all,
about Monday, the 28th?
if we cannot be here, we can do it virtually.
Yeah, we have choices. Is Monday, the 28th, you're gone?
Yeah, I'm completely
Hold on, Mr. Forcina. So I know you've been.
Yeah.
But you've done it from the trailer before.
That I'm not going to be there, but necessarily, it depends on the date, but we could do virtually if we can't make the meeting. That's what you said before, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
That flexibility still exists.
I gotta get a new page because you guys have had me write this so many
So
times.
is Friday out completely just because you were out of town, or is it?
Yes.
So could you do it virtually?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr.
Mr. Yang, could you do yours virtually Friday at 4 p.m.?
Well, I have a plane to catch at 5:50.
Could we do earlier in the day on Friday?
And I have a meeting at 4.
So Saturday would not work for you.
No, I have a
Could we start
funeral
earlier?
to attend.
Could we start earlier on Friday? A noon Friday? 1 o'clock Friday?
Either one.
Noon Friday?
Work, yeah.
1
Either
o'clock?
one.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock
1
on
o'clock?
Friday?
Either one.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Carmen?
Carmine, can you do 1 o'clock on Friday?
That's what I'm checking.
I have a question about, okay, sorry, go ahead.
I could do 1 o'clock Friday.
We could do virtual too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've learned that
So
for
let
sure.
us know if you're going to do that because we need to get Mr. Mate will have to get you the board host information.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do virtual.
Okay, 1 o'clock on Friday. I adjourn this meeting at 1:01 a.m. to continue. Oh,
So I have a question about the item on the agenda that we just did, like.
we have to listen to the public comment.
it's
from
not
it.
completed
Okay.
yet.
We're gonna keep
Okay.
going on it. We
Okay,
just stop
thank
right
you.
here and we pick up right where we are.
Okay, because you
Just
didn't
one
mention that
piece-
at the.
One piece to check very quickly. Will Friday be okay as far as the LCAP and the adopted budget? We don't have an issue as long as we get it done then. Okay, so we're good.
We're Mr. Levine's favorite person today.
Thank
Meeting's
you,
adjourned.
everyone. Please be safe. Talk to someone if you need help getting home.